Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle spring evening where the soft whispers of the night invite us to relax and unwind. As the world around us blossoms into life, there's no better time to cherish the peace and tranquility that spring nights bring. We are so grateful that you've chosen to share this moment with us, where together we'll embark on a journey of imagination and whimsy. Relaxation is the key to unlocking the door to serene dreams. So settle in, let your mind wander, and allow the magic of storytelling to guide you into a restful slumber. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Story 1. In the quaint village nestled deep within the ancient forest, the dawn light filtered through the mist, casting a soft glow on the cobblestone paths. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves, and the distant sound of a brook gurgling over stones provided a gentle symphony to the morning. Each step on the cobblestones resonated with the village's quiet rhythm, a gentle reminder of the day ahead. This was home to Willow, a young girl whose auburn hair danced like flames in the autumn breeze. Her eyes, as green as the forest canopy, sparkled with the secrets whispered by the trees that surrounded her. Willow was no ordinary girl. She had a unique gift, the ability to communicate with the flora that filled her world. As a child, she would sit for hours beneath the towering oaks, listening to their tales of ancient times. The wildflowers sang to her of the sun's warmth, and the ferns shared stories of the creatures that scurried beneath their fronds. This connection filled her life with a sense of wonder that others in the village could only dream of. Despite her unique abilities, Willow often felt a sense of loneliness, a longing for companionship that the trees and plants couldn't quite fulfill. The villagers, though kind, viewed her with a mix of awe and apprehension. They respected her gift, but didn't quite understand it, leaving Willow caught between two worlds, the human and the mystical. One brisk autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle parchment, Willow set out into the woods, her satchel bouncing lightly against her hip. The air was alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone owl returning to its roost. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she felt a curious sensation, a faint, unfamiliar voice riding the currents of the wind, beckoning her forward. Intrigued, Willow followed the ethereal call until she stumbled upon a sight both peculiar and enchanting. There, nestled beneath a carpet of russet leaves, lay a glimmering acorn, its surface shimmering with a soft golden light. She knelt and cradled the acorn in her palms, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. "Thank you for finding me, dear child," the acorn spoke, its tone melodic and soothing, reminiscent of a lullaby carried by a gentle breeze. "I am the guardian of the Whisperwood, a hidden realm where the spirits of the forest dwell. Long ago, a great darkness threatened to consume our world, and I was tasked with safeguarding the entrance until a pure heart could unlock its secrets." Willow's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "A hidden world? Within the forest?" she asked, her voice a whisper of awe. The acorn chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of chimes in a distant wind. "Indeed, young one, a place of magic and mystery, where the trees dance and the rivers sing. But to enter, you must embark on a journey of courage and friendship." Without hesitation, Willow agreed, her curiosity and sense of adventure igniting like a spark in dry timber. The acorn transformed before her eyes, revealing its true form as a glowing, pulsating seed that hovered in the air. "Take me to the heart of the Everglade, and there I shall unveil the path to the Whisperwood." With the seed tucked securely in her satchel, Willow ventured into the depths of the forest. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the forest floor was a lush tapestry of emerald and gold. Her journey was fraught with challenges. She encountered steep ravines that cut through the earth like jagged scars, dense thickets that clawed at her clothing, and mischievous woodland sprites that delighted in leading her astray with their laughter echoing like silver bells. Yet, through each obstacle, Willow remained undeterred, buoyed by the wisdom of the trees and her own unwavering determination. Along the way, Willow met Nutkin, a squirrel whose fur was a patchwork of autumn hues. Initially wary of the chattering creature, she soon discovered that Nutkin had a keen sense of direction and an uncanny ability to find the tastiest acorns. Together, They navigated the twisting paths, solving riddles posed by the trees and overcoming obstacles with the ease of a well-matched team. As they drew nearer to the heart of the Everglade, the forests seemed to come alive with magic. Willow could hear the whispers of the trees growing louder, their voices weaving a harmonious chorus that resonated in her bones. Nutkin, too, felt the enchantment in the air, his fur bristling with excitement as they pressed forward. In an unexpected encounter, the duo stumbled upon a serene grove bathed in dappled sunlight, where a crystal-clear pond mirrored the vibrant canopy above. Here they met Alara, an ethereal dryad whose skin shimmered like the morning dew. Alara's eyes held the wisdom of ages, and her presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring. "Welcome, young traveler," Alara greeted, her voice a gentle breeze carrying the scent of blossoms. "The forest has spoken of your journey, and I am here to offer my guidance." Willow listened intently as Alara shared stories of the Whisperwood's past, revealing that the realm had once been a sanctuary for all creatures of light until the darkness cast its shadow. Alara's tales painted vivid images of a world where harmony reigned, adding depth to Willow's understanding of what was at stake. Finally, they arrived at a towering willow tree, its graceful branches swaying as if caught in an unseen dance. The seed in Willow's satchel pulsed with a radiant light, guiding her towards the tree's ancient trunk. There, etched into the bark, was an intricate pattern of whorls and knots, a living tapestry that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest. With a gentle touch, Willow traced the pattern, and the bark began to shimmer and dissolve, revealing a portal that glimmered like the surface of a sunlit pond. Hand in hand with Nutkin, she stepped through, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted them was a realm beyond imagination. Towering trees of every conceivable hue stretched towards a sky that shimmered with starlight, their leaves whispering ancient melodies that filled the air with a sense of timeless wonder. Streams of liquid moonlight meandered through the undergrowth, casting a silvery glow on enchanting creatures that frolicked among the vibrant flora. As Willow and Nutkin explored this wondrous world, they encountered beings of myth and legend, dryads, sprites, and wise old tree folk who welcomed them with open arms. Each had a tale to share, a lesson to impart, and Willow listened with rapt attention, her mind and heart expanding with every experience. Yet a shadow loomed over the Whisperwood, a lingering darkness that threatened to extinguish the magic. The ancient tree folk spoke of a powerful entity, a twisted force of nature that sought to consume all life and light. They pleaded with Willow to help them break the curse and restore balance to their realm. With Nutkin by her side, Willow embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the darkness. Their journey led them through ethereal glades, across shimmering rivers, and into the depths of a forbidden forest where the trees groaned with anguish. Along the way, Willow faced her own fears and doubts, learning that true courage meant acknowledging vulnerability and forging ahead despite it. As they ventured deeper into the Whisperwood, Willow and Nutkin came across a hidden vale shrouded in a veil of mist, where the air hummed with a haunting melody. Here they met Orin, an ancient bard with a harp crafted from the wood of the oldest tree in the forest. Orin's songs told of the Whisperwood's history and the great battles fought to protect its magic. His music resonated with Willow, awakening a strength she hadn't known she possessed. "Music can heal wounds unseen," Orin said, his voice as gentle as the strings of his harp. "Let it guide you in your quest, for it holds the power to reach the heart of all beings." Inspired by Orin's words, Willow began to hum the melodies she had learned from the trees, weaving them into a song that echoed her hopes and dreams. As they pressed on, the music seemed to bolster their spirits, a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. In a final climactic confrontation, Willow and Nutkin faced the embodiment of the darkness, a gnarled, twisted entity that crackled with malevolent energy. Drawing upon the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged, Willow summoned all her courage and compassion. With a gentle touch and a whispered incantation, she reached out to the darkness, her heart filled with empathy and understanding. Slowly, the entity's defenses crumbled, and Willow saw the pain and loneliness that had consumed it. In that moment, she realized that the true power lay not in vanquishing the darkness, but in embracing and healing it. As the light of Willow's pure heart enveloped the entity, it transformed, shedding its twisted form and emerging as a radiant, benevolent spirit. The curse was broken, and the Whisperwood was restored to its former glory, the trees singing with joy and the streams dancing with renewed vigor. Willow and Nutkin were hailed as heroes, their names etched into the annals of the Whisperwood's history. But more importantly, they had learned invaluable lessons about the power of friendship, courage, and compassion, lessons that would guide them through the rest of their lives. As they bid farewell to the enchanted realm, Willow knew that her journey had only just begun. The magic of the Whisperwood would forever be a part of her, a constant reminder of the wonders that lie beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Upon returning to the village, Willow found herself drawn to the library, an ancient stone building whose walls were lined with the knowledge of generations. The musty scent of aged parchment and the comforting sound of rustling pages greeted her as she stepped inside. Here, she discovered a hidden trove of forgotten lore about the Whisperwood and the mystical energies that flowed through the forest. In these pages, she uncovered the stories of past guardians, each chosen by the forest to protect its secrets. These accounts deepened her understanding of her own role and the lineage of protectors who had come before her. More than ever, she felt a profound connection to the forest, as if it were speaking directly to her through the words of those who had walked similar paths. As she delved deeper into the tomes, Willow realized that her adventure had only scratched the surface of the mysteries the forest held. The knowledge she gained fueled her determination to explore further, to seek out the hidden corners of the world where magic and reality intertwined. With Nutkin as her steadfast companion, Willow continued to explore her surroundings, both familiar and new. The village that had once seemed small and confining now felt like a starting point for endless possibilities. Her interactions with the villagers became more meaningful as she shared her stories, slowly bridging the gap between their world and the mystical one she had experienced. The once cautious villagers began to see Willow not just as the girl with a peculiar gift, but as a bridge to the wonders of the forest. They listened with rapt attention as she recounted her journey, her tales of friendship and courage, sparking a newfound appreciation for the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. As the seasons changed, so did Willow, growing wiser and more attuned to the world around her. She embraced her gift with renewed vigor, no longer seeing it as a barrier between her and others, but as a unique bond that connected her to the heart of the forest and its many mysteries. And so, with Nutkin at her side, and the Whisperwood's magic forever woven into her being, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of discovery. She knew that the forest, with its secrets and stories, would always be a part of her, a constant reminder of the extraordinary adventures that lay just beyond the edges of the cobblestone paths. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Marigold. Her bright, curious eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, and her adventurous spirit was as boundless as the sky above. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Marigold would find herself gazing at the mysterious forest that bordered her home. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade hidden within, a place whispered about in tales of old, said to be filled with wonders and secrets waiting to be uncovered. Marigold was not just a dreamer, but a doer, her heart often tugged by the unknown, eager to unravel mysteries that lay beyond the familiar. Her parents, gentle souls who cherished her inquisitive nature, often found her at the edge of the village, eyes fixed on the forest with a longing that was almost palpable. They understood the call of adventure and trusted her to find her own path, knowing that her heart was as pure as her intentions. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was perfumed with the scent of fallen leaves and the earth was cloaked in a soft fog, Marigold decided it was time to explore the forest herself. The village was still stirring awake, chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the cool air. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and her grandmother's patchwork quilt, she set out on her journey. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of nervousness. the kind that accompanies the first step into the unknown. As she stepped into the forest, the world around her transformed. The trees rose majestically overhead, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with specks of gold. Marigold walked softly, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss that seemed to welcome her with each gentle step. The air was alive with the sound of birds chirping melodiously, and somewhere in the distance, a brook babbled cheerfully. Her senses were heightened, every rustle of leaves and whisper of wind pulling her deeper into the forest's embrace. She paused occasionally to admire the intricate patterns of dew on spider webs, or to listen to the symphony of nature that played in perfect harmony around her. It was in these moments that she felt a profound connection to the world, as if she were a part of a grander story yet to unfold. After a time, Marigold came upon a peculiar clearing. The ground was blanketed with flowers that glowed in hues of lavender and azure, their petals shimmering softly as if kissed by moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise. Marigold approached it with awe, noticing how the bark seemed to pulse with a faint, warm light. As she drew closer, she spotted a small creature perched on one of the lower branches. It was no larger than a teacup, with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like tiny stars. The creature greeted her with a gentle chirp, tilting its head inquisitively. "Hello, little one," Marigold said softly, extending her hand. "Who might you be?" The creature hopped onto her palm, its fur tickling her skin. "I am Nixie," it replied in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Guardian of this glade, what brings you to our enchanted home?" Marigold smiled, her heart warming to the creature's gentle presence. "I have always been curious about this place. The stories say it's filled with wonders, and I long to see it for myself." Nixie nodded, its tiny eyes gleaming with understanding. "Curiosity is the spark of adventure," it said, "but remember, true courage lies in exploring the unknown." As they spoke, a gentle breeze whispered through the glade, carrying with it the scent of honey and wildflowers. Marigold felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in a comforting embrace. Nixie led her deeper into the glade, where they encountered whimsical creatures of all sorts. There were luminescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and a family of hedgehogs that rolled playfully among the leaves, their laughter like tinkling bells. Marigold marveled at each new discovery, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. As they wandered through the glade, Nixie shared tales of the forest's history, of ancient spirits, and the balance of nature that must be maintained. Marigold listened intently, her mind weaving the stories into the tapestry of her own experiences. She realized that the forest was more than just a place of beauty. It was a living entity, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of time. Suddenly, they came upon a small pond, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the vibrant colors of the surrounding foliage. Marigold knelt beside it, her reflection gazing back at her with a newfound sense of self. Nixie perched beside her, its eyes filled with wisdom beyond its years. "Do you see, Marigold?" Nixie asked, its voice a gentle murmur. "The forest reflects what is within us. It teaches us to find harmony and to embrace the journey, regardless of where it may lead." Marigold nodded, understanding dawning upon her. She realized that her adventure was not just about discovering the forest, but about discovering herself. The courage she sought was already within her, waiting to be embraced. As they explored further, Marigold noticed a series of ancient runes etched into the bark of the trees surrounding the pond. Intrigued, she traced the symbols with her fingers, feeling a strange warmth emanating from them. "What are these symbols, Nixie?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. "They are the language of the forest," Nixie explained. "They tell the stories of those who have walked these paths before us. Each symbol is a memory, a moment captured in time." Marigold pondered this, realizing that she was part of a continuum, a line of explorers whose stories intertwined with the forest's own. She felt a surge of responsibility to honor these stories, to respect the land and its mysteries. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Marigold realized it was time to head back. She turned to Nixie, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this magical place with me," she said. Nixie chirped happily. "The forest will always welcome those who seek it with an open heart. Remember, Marigold, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Let your curiosity guide you, and you will discover countless glades of enchantment." With a gentle farewell, Marigold made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and inviting. As she emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook lay before her, bathed in the soft light of evening. She paused for a moment, looking back at the forest, feeling a newfound courage blossoming within her. As she approached the village, she noticed a small gathering in the square. The villagers were huddled around a storyteller, an elder named Alara, whose tales were as old as the village itself. Marigold joined the circle, her eyes wide with anticipation. Alara's voice was a soft melody, her words painting vivid pictures of adventures and ancient realms. She spoke of hidden kingdoms beneath the lake, of skies filled with dragons, and of a time when the forest was young and wild. Marigold listened, her heart beating in rhythm with the stories. She realized that the tales were not just stories, but echoes of truth, whispers of the world's past. After the storytelling, Marigold lingered, the tales of hidden kingdoms and ancient spirits still swirling in her mind. She approached Alara, curiosity guiding her steps. "Alara," she began, her voice slightly hesitant, "have you ever been to the enchanted glade?" The elder's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "Ah, the enchanted glade. Many years ago I too was drawn by its mysterious allure," Alara replied, her voice taking on a reflective tone. "It is a place of learning, a sanctuary where the forest reveals its deepest secrets to those who listen." "Did you meet Nixie?" Marigold asked, her excitement bubbling to the surface. Alara chuckled softly. "Indeed, I did. Nixie has been the guardian of the glade for generations, a wise and gentle spirit who watches over those who wander with an open heart." Marigold felt a sense of connection to Alara, a shared understanding that transcended time. "The glade taught me to look within myself," she confided, feeling a kinship with the elder. Alara nodded, her gaze warm and encouraging. "The greatest journeys are those that lead us to our true selves. Never lose your sense of wonder, Marigold. The world holds many secrets, and each one is a thread in the tapestry of life." Later that evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of night, Marigold found herself atop a small hill overlooking the lake. The water mirrored the star-studded sky, each ripple a gentle caress of light. She sat there, her grandmother's quilt wrapped around her, and felt the weight of the day's discoveries settle into her bones. In the quiet solitude, Marigold reflected on her journey. The enchanted glade had opened her eyes to the wonders of the world and the strength within her own heart. She realized that her adventure was a beginning, a doorway to countless paths yet to be explored. The forest had taught her to listen to the whispers of the earth, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to embrace the unknown with an open heart. That night, as she lay beneath her grandmother's quilt, Marigold's dreams were filled with the wonders of the enchanted glade. She knew that her adventure had only just begun, and that the world was a tapestry of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart light with the promise of new discoveries and friendships just beyond the horizon. The next morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, Marigold awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to return to the enchanted glade, but this time with a new intention. She wanted to learn more about the runes she had discovered, to understand the stories they told, and perhaps to add her own story to the forest's ancient tapestry. As she ventured back into the forest, the path seemed less daunting, more inviting. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine mingled with the faint sweetness of wildflowers. Birds sang a chorus of morning melodies, and as Marigold walked, she felt as though the forest was greeting her like an old friend. Once at the glade, she found Nixie waiting, perched on the ancient oak tree, its fur glowing in the morning light. "Welcome back, Marigold," Nixie chirped, its eyes twinkling with delight. "I want to learn more about the runes, Nixie," Marigold said, her voice filled with determination. "I want to understand the stories they hold, and maybe even add my own." Nixie nodded approvingly. "The runes are the memories of the forest. They hold the wisdom of those who came before. To add your story, you must understand the language of nature, for it is written not with words, but with the heart." Together, they explored the glade, Nixie teaching Marigold the subtle language of the forest. She learned to listen to the rustle of leaves as whispers of ancient spirits, to see the dance of light and shadow as stories of past and present entwined. As she immersed herself in this new understanding, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the forest had accepted her as one of its own. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Marigold felt ready to add her own rune. She chose a tree near the pond, its bark smooth and inviting. With Nixie guiding her, she traced her story into the tree's bark, each line a reflection of her journey, her courage, and her newfound understanding of herself and the world around her. As she stepped back, she felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her, knowing that her story would become part of the forest's eternal memory. Nixie chirped softly, a sound of approval and camaraderie. "You have added your light to the glade, Marigold. Your story will inspire those who come after, just as the stories before inspired you." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with possibility, Marigold bid farewell to Nixie and the enchanted glade, knowing she would return again, drawn by the endless mysteries and the promise of new adventures. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, she felt a deeper connection to her village, to the people and the land that had shaped her. She realized that her journey was just beginning, and the world was vast, brimming with secrets and wonders waiting to be discovered. And so Marigold's tale became part of the forest's lore, a testament to the courage of those who venture into the unknown, and a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to the heart of our own story, where courage and curiosity light the way, and where the heart finds its true home among the wonders of the world. Story 3. In a galaxy where stars whispered secrets to one another and planets spun tales of old, rested the planet of Valoria, a vibrant world draped in hues of emerald and cerulean. Valoria was home to the Valorians, a gentle race known for their luminous skin that shimmered like opals under the twin moons. Their civilization was a tapestry of lush forests and floating crystal gardens, where music flowed as naturally as the rivers. The air was perpetually infused with a fragrant blend of blooming flowers and sweet, earthy undertones, creating an olfactory symphony that greeted every visitor. Among the Valorians was a young being named Nyla. She possessed an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows. Her days were spent exploring the depths of Valoria's ancient groves, accompanied by the melodious songs of the wind, which carried the scent of citrus and honey. Her laughter, bright and infectious, often echoed through the woods, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle burble of hidden streams. Nyla was known for her deep empathy, often sensing the emotions of the living world around her. She could feel the sorrow in a wilting flower and the joy in the song of a bird, her mind as attuned to the world as a finely tuned instrument. Yet, beneath her boundless curiosity lay a subtle longing, an unspoken desire to connect with something beyond the familiar beauty of Valoria. This yearning, like a distant melody, played softly in the background of her life, guiding her steps to the unexplored corners of her world. One day, as Nyla wandered near the edge of the great celestial lake, she noticed something peculiar, a soft rumble that rippled through the water, unlike anything she had ever heard. The lake, usually serene and reflective as a mirror, seemed disturbed by an unusual presence. Intrigued, she approached the source and discovered a small metallic craft nestled among the reeds. The craft seemed to breathe a faint, rhythmic hum, as if it were alive, its surface glistening with the iridescence of oil on water. The air around it crackled with an energy unfamiliar yet inviting, like the promise of a story waiting to be told. From it emerged a being unlike any Nyla had ever seen. It was Zin, a traveler from the distant, arid planet of Zirion. Zirians were renowned for their resilient spirit and intricate, mosaic-like skin that mirrored the shifting sands of their homeland. Zin's eyes, deep and reflective, captured the essence of distant galaxies, holding within them a quiet wisdom and a hint of sorrow from journeys untold. Zin's gaze, though initially guarded, softened as they took in the lush beauty of Valoria, a stark contrast to the endless deserts of Zirion. The air felt heavier here, dense with the moisture of life, unlike the dry winds of home. Despite their differences, Nyla greeted Zin with a kind smile and a gentle wave. Her hand moved like a leaf caught in the breeze, a gesture full of warmth and welcome. However, Zin hesitated, unsure of the customs of this new world. Zirians, accustomed to their own planet's harsh environment, often misinterpreted gestures of kindness as signs of weakness. The memory of Zirion's unforgiving sands lingered in Zin's mind, a reminder of the need for caution. "Greetings," Nyla called, her voice carrying the warmth of 100 sunrises, as if each syllable was dipped in honey and sunlight. Zin, still wary, responded with a nod, recalling the stories of Valorian hospitality told by cosmic traders. Yet, suspicion lingered at the edges of Zin's thoughts. Their initial exchanges were a dance of misunderstandings, where each word and gesture seemed to carry unintended meanings. Zin's heart, hardened by the unforgiving sands of Zirion, found it difficult to open. The air between them was thick with unspoken questions, each needing time and patience to unravel. Nevertheless, Nyla's sincerity began to seep through Zin's guard. As days turned into weeks, Nyla showed Zin the wonders of Valoria, the glowing flora that sang at twilight, the crystal caverns that shimmered with ancient wisdom, and the gentle creatures that roamed the woodlands. In return, Zin shared tales of Zirion's vast deserts, where dunes shifted like waves in a sea of sand, and the night skies blazed with countless stars, unimpeded by clouds. Zin's stories were woven with a yearning for connection, a desire to find beauty in worlds far from their own. Each tale carried the scent of spices and the taste of the Zirion winds, adding depth to the images painted by Zin's words. Their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, a sudden storm swept across the land. The winds howled through the trees, and rain lashed like an angry sea. The storm had a mind of its own, and it was known to test the resolve of even the bravest souls. Taking shelter beneath the wide canopy of a whispering willow, Nyla and Zin huddled together. As lightning danced across the sky, Zin's apprehensions bubbled to the surface. "What if your world rejects me?" Zin voiced the fear that had shadowed their heart since arrival. Nyla, with eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the willow's luminous leaves, reassured, "Fear not, Zin. In our hearts, there is always room for those who seek friendship and understanding. Differences are but the colors of a grander tapestry." Her words were soft, like the murmur of a stream, yet they carried the strength of the mountains. Zin listened, the words weaving warmth through the chill of doubt. It was in that shared moment of vulnerability that a bond began to form, as strong as the roots of the ancient trees that sheltered them. The storm's fury gradually subsided, and in its wake, the air was filled with the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth and the promise of new beginnings. Their friendship blossomed like the first flowers of spring. They learned from each other, their hearts growing in empathy and understanding. Zin taught Nyla the art of Zirion sand painting, creating mesmerizing patterns that told stories of resilience and hope. In return, Nyla introduced Zin to the music of the wind, a symphony that spoke of harmony and peace. As they explored the depths of Valoria's forests, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin, half buried in the earth, its stones covered in lichen and moss. The ruins whispered secrets of a time long past, and Nyla, ever curious, felt an irresistible pull toward their mystery. Together, they deciphered the symbols etched into the stones, uncovering tales of a civilization that had once thrived on the very ground they stood upon. The ruins bore stories of unity and division, of civilizations that rose and fell with the tides of time. Through their adventures, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends the boundaries of planets and species. It was a connection forged in moments of shared laughter, mutual respect, and the silent understanding that sometimes simply being there was enough. When a rare cosmic bloom threatened to wilt and upset the balance of Valoria's ecosystem, Nyla and Zin worked together, blending Valorian nurturing techniques with Zirion resourcefulness to revive the precious flower. Their combined efforts were a testament to the strength found in unity, and the bloom thrived, its petals glowing brighter than ever. As the seasons changed and the two moons of Valoria continued their celestial dance, Nyla and Zin knew that their friendship would endure, like the stars that watched over them. They realized that the universe in all its vastness was a mosaic of interconnected stories, each one adding depth to the tapestry of existence. One day, as they sat by the celestial lake under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Zin shared a dream, a vision of a world where beings from different planets could come together in harmony, learning from one another and celebrating their unique gifts. Nyla, inspired by Zin's dream, felt a new purpose take root within her. Together, they vowed to become ambassadors of peace and understanding, spreading the message of unity throughout the galaxy. To prepare for their journey, they decided to visit the Oracle of Valoria, a mystical entity known for its foresight and wisdom, dwelling in the heart of the crystal caverns. The path to the Oracle was not for the faint-hearted, a labyrinth of shimmering corridors where light danced in kaleidoscopic array, each turn revealing a new wonder. Nyla and Zin ventured deeper into the caverns, the air growing cooler and the silence profound, broken only by the distant drip of water echoing like a gentle heartbeat. Upon reaching the Oracle, a towering crystal structure pulsating with ethereal light, they felt its presence envelop their minds. It spoke not in words, but in emotions and images, conveying a sense of the vastness of their mission. They saw visions of worlds united by shared dreams, and others torn apart by fear and misunderstanding. The Oracle, in its wisdom, imparted a simple truth. The path to unity is fraught with challenges, but it is a path worth walking. Trust in the bonds you have forged, and let them guide you. Buoyed by the Oracle's guidance, Nyla and Zin returned to Valoria's bustling heart, their spirits renewed. Before embarking on their interstellar mission, they visited Valoria's Council of Elders, a revered assembly whose wisdom was as ancient as the stars. The council chamber was a vast hall, its walls adorned with tapestries depicting the history of Valoria. The air was thick with incense, a blend of sage and lavender, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The elders, with eyes that had witnessed the passage of countless ages, listened intently to Nyla and Zin's vision, their expressions a tapestry of contemplation and hope. After a deliberative silence, the eldest among them, Elder Thalor, spoke in a voice as deep as the cosmos. "Your bond is a beacon of what our future can hold. Go forth with our blessing, and may your journey light the way for others." And so, under the watchful eyes of the galaxy, they stood together, embracing the differences that made their friendship unique, and the similarities that made it strong. In the end, they realized that true friendship was a journey without end, a path lit by the guiding light of acceptance and love, leading them to places they had never dreamed possible. And in the heart of Valoria, where the winds sang and the stars whispered, the legend of Nyla and Zin's enduring bond was woven into the very fabric of the universe, inspiring countless others across the stars to seek the beauty in diversity and the strength in unity. As they prepared for their departure, the citizens of Valoria gathered by the celestial lake to bid them farewell. The air was filled with a palpable sense of excitement and hope, the crowd a sea of shimmering opalescent skin reflecting the light of the twin moons. A chorus of melodic voices rose in a harmonious farewell song, a tradition reserved for those embarking on significant journeys. In the days leading up to their departure, Nyla and Zin spent their time collecting seeds from Valoria's rarest plants, gathering them as gifts for the worlds they hoped to visit. They believed that these seeds, when nurtured in alien soils, would serve as symbols of their mission, a tangible reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. On the eve of their journey, a festival was held in their honor. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the sound of joyful music as Valorians danced beneath the starlit sky. Zin found themselves moved by the warmth and acceptance they felt, their hearts swelling with gratitude. It was in this moment, surrounded by newfound friends, that they realized how much Valoria had become a part of them. As they boarded Zin's craft, now affectionately named Unity, they looked back at the gathered crowd. Nyla raised her hand in a final wave, her heart full of the warmth and love she had come to cherish. Zin, once hesitant, now mirrored her gesture, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the craft ascended into the sky, the Valorians watched until it became a mere speck against the stars. The legend of Nyla and Zin would be told for generations, a story of friendship that transcended boundaries, reminding all who heard it of the power of unity and the infinite possibilities of a universe where stars whispered secrets and planets spun tales of old. Story 4. In the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of pine and the whisper of leaves told secrets to those who would listen, lay the quaint village of Bramblewood. Cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through cottages with thatched roofs, and smoke tendrils danced up from chimneys as if painting the sky with warmth. In this tranquil setting, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It all started one crisp autumn morning, when the villagers awoke to find their beloved bridge, which spanned the babbling brook of whimsy, had vanished. Not a trace of it remained, as if it had been spirited away in the night. The bridge was not only a marvel of craftsmanship, with its ornate carvings of woodland creatures, but it was also crucial, connecting Bramblewood to the surrounding forest paths. The villagers, wrapped in their woolen scarves and carrying lanterns to fend off the morning mist, gathered at the brook, murmuring in bewilderment. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen eyes and curious mind. Her tawny hair was always tousled, as if the wind itself was her constant companion, and her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity that had led her to discover countless secrets of the forest. She stood by the brook, peering into the water that gurgled as if laughing at the villagers' perplexity. Beside Leela stood her friend Oliver, a gentle boy with a heart as big as the forest itself. He had a knack for understanding creatures of all kinds, and the animals seemed to sense this kindness, often seeking him out for a friendly chat or a comforting scratch behind the ears. "We must find out what happened to the bridge," Leela declared, her breath forming little puffs in the chilly air. "But how?" Oliver asked, adjusting his woolen cap. "Bridges don't just disappear." Lila nodded thoughtfully, her gaze sweeping over the scene. "Perhaps the forest knows," she suggested, the corners of her mouth lifting in a hint of a smile. "It always whispers its stories to those who listen." With a plan forming, the two friends set off into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the trees stood tall, their branches swaying in rhythm with the gentle breeze. As they walked, the crunch of leaves underfoot was a comforting sound, like the forest was welcoming them into its embrace. Their first stop was the Glade of Echoes, a clearing where the forest's magical creatures often gathered. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the echoes of past conversations, the laughter of the forest preserved in time. Today, the glade was bustling with activity. Squirrels chattered from the treetops, and rabbits peeked out from their burrows, their noses twitching curiously. "Lila Oliver," came a melodious voice, and a small, luminous figure flitted into view. It was Willow, a sprite with wings that shimmered like the finest gossamer. Her presence brought with it a sense of mischief and joy, as if a bottle of sunshine had been uncorked. "Willow, have you heard anything about the bridge?" Lila asked, shielding her eyes from the sprite's radiant glow. Willow hovered midair, her tiny face scrunched in thought. "I haven't seen the bridge, but I did hear something strange last night," she admitted, her voice a tinkling chime. "The wind was whispering about a shadow moving through the forest." "A shadow?" Oliver echoed, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "Yes, it was quiet, like a soft sigh," Willow continued. "It seemed to glide along the ground, and the trees shivered as it passed." Lila exchanged a glance with Oliver, her mind racing with possibilities. "Thank you, Willow. We'll see if we can discover more about this shadow." Buoyed by Willow's information, they continued their journey, the forest around them alive with the symphony of nature. As the sun climbed higher, they reached the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees grew so tall that their tops seemed to kiss the sky. Here, the leaves murmured with the wisdom of ages, a place where the forest's magic was most potent. In the depths of the woods lived an elder, a wise old owl named Sage. With feathers as soft as the night and eyes that gleamed with ancient knowledge, Sage was known to offer guidance to those who sought it. Lila and Oliver approached the grand oak where Sage resided. "Sage," Lila called gently, her voice respectful and warm. The owl blinked slowly, rousing from his slumber. "Ah, young ones," he hooted, his voice deep and resonant. "What brings you to my corner of the woods?" "We're trying to solve the mystery of the missing bridge," Oliver explained, his tone hopeful. Willow mentioned a shadow moving through the forest. Sage considered this, his head tilting ever so slightly. "A shadow, you say? It sounds like the work of the night drifter." he mused, his eyes narrowing in thought. A creature of the twilight, known for its ability to move unseen and unheard. The night drifter? Lila repeated, intrigued. But why would it take the bridge? A mystery indeed, Sage acknowledged, fluffing his feathers. The night drifter is known to collect things that hold stories within them, objects that resonate with the echoes of life. Lila's eyes widened with understanding. The bridge! It's been part of so many lives, carrying travelers and tales across the brook. Precisely. Sage agreed with a nod. To find the bridge, you must appeal to the drifter's sense of wonder and curiosity. How do we do that? Oliver asked, glancing at Lila. You must create something that tells a story, something that will capture the drifter's imagination, Sage advised. Perhaps a song or a tale crafted from the heart. With gratitude and determination, Lila and Oliver thanked Sage and made their way back to the village. As they walked, they shared ideas, their excitement building like a rising tide. By the time they reached Bramblewood, they had a plan. Together with the villagers, they gathered in the village square, where the fireflies were just beginning to twinkle in the gathering dusk. Lila stood at the center, her voice clear and bright as she began to sing a melody that spoke of the village, of the bridge that had been a steadfast friend to all who crossed it. Oliver, with his gentle hands, crafted a story in the air, weaving tales of friendship and adventure that danced like the flames of a bonfire. The night air was filled with their creation, a tapestry of sound and story that echoed through the forest, calling to the night drifter with the promise of new tales. As the last notes of the song faded into the night, a soft rustle stirred the air. From the shadows, the night drifter emerged, a figure of dusk and dreams. It moved gracefully, like a whisper on the wind, and in its ethereal hands, it held the bridge, whole and unscathed. The villagers watched in awe as the drifter placed the bridge gently back across the brook, its surface gleaming under the moon's gentle glow. Then, with a nod of appreciation, the night drifter melted back into the shadows, leaving behind the gift of its presence and the bridge it had borrowed. Lila and Oliver exchanged a joyful glance, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had not only solved the mystery, but had also shared a part of their world with a creature of wonder. As the villagers celebrated, stories of the night drifter spread through Bramblewood, becoming part of the village lore. Lila and Oliver, now seen as the village's storytellers, found themselves at the heart of a new tradition. On nights when the moon was full, the villagers would gather by the brook, sharing tales and songs, keeping the spirit of curiosity and creativity alive. Lila found her confidence growing with each tale she told, her voice becoming a beacon of connection. She realized that the stories she crafted were not just words but bridges themselves, linking hearts and minds across the village. Oliver, too, discovered a new depth in his understanding of the forest and its creatures, his empathy expanding as he saw the world through their eyes. Together, they continued to explore the forest, uncovering its mysteries and weaving them into the rich tapestry of Bramblewood's history. The bond between them, strengthened by their adventure, became a testament to the magic of friendship and the power of listening to the world around them. And so, under the canopy of the ancient forest, the village of Bramblewood slumbered, wrapped in the comfort of stories shared and mysteries solved, until the morning light painted the world anew. In the following weeks, a newfound harmony seemed to settle over Bramblewood. Inspired by the events with the night drifter, the villagers took to crafting items imbued with personal stories and memories. Each object, whether a simple carved figure or an intricately woven tapestry, was a testament to the lives and tales of those who dwelled there. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village, Lila and Oliver ventured to the brook, now bustling with children playing and elders recounting their own tales of yore. The brook's gentle babbling seemed to harmonize with the laughter and chatter, creating a melody unique to Bramblewood. "Lila," Oliver said, his voice thoughtful, "do you think the night drifter will visit again?" "Perhaps," she replied, her eyes reflecting the twilight. "But even if it doesn't, we've learned so much. The bridge, the stories, everything. It connects us all." Oliver smiled, his heart full. "I guess that's the real magic, isn't it? Finding connections in the most unexpected places." As they watched the villagers engage with one another, a sense of peace enveloped them. They understood that the stories they shared were not just for the drifter, but for each other, a way to strengthen their bonds and celebrate the unique tapestry of their lives. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient forest, Bramblewood thrived, its people united by the stories they told and the bridges they built, both tangible and unseen. As the seasons changed, Bramblewood continued to flourish, with the forest embracing it like a guardian. Lila and Oliver's adventures had become legendary, inspiring the young and old alike to find magic in the mundane. On a particularly crisp winter's morning, the first snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky, dusting the village in a blanket of white. The villagers, bundled in their warmest clothes, gathered once more by the brook, now partially frozen and glistening in the early sunlight. It was here that Lila and Oliver unveiled their latest creation, a large, intricately carved wooden sculpture that depicted the village's history. It stood proudly beside the bridge, every detail lovingly etched into the wood, from the swirling patterns of the windswept trees to the delicate features of the night drifter. The sculpture was a testament to their adventure and the bonds they had forged. It was their way of ensuring that the story of the disappearing bridge would be passed down through generations. As the villagers admired the sculpture, Lila and Oliver stood side by side, their hearts full. They had discovered that the greatest stories were not just about solving mysteries, but about the connections made along the way. And so, with the village gathered in unity, they began to sing, their voices carrying through the forest, a chorus of hope and wonder that echoed into the vastness of the skies above. In that moment, Bramblewood was not just a village. It was a living tapestry, woven together by the stories of its people, each thread a testament to the enduring power of friendship, creativity, and the magic of listening to the world. As the snow continued to fall, the village felt like a scene from a fairy tale, each flake a tiny blessing from the heavens. Lila and Oliver stood quietly, absorbing the serene beauty of the moment, feeling a profound connection to their home and each other. Their eyes met, and without words, they knew they had embarked on a journey that would last a lifetime, a journey of stories, of friendship, and of a world filled with wonder waiting to be explored. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was as crisp as freshly fallen snowflakes, and the earth exhaled the scent of moss and pine, there existed a world few humans ever glimpsed, a world where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical danced like sunbeams through the canopy. This forest was a sanctuary, a tapestry woven from the threads of nature's most enchanting secrets. Here, the song of the wind through the trees carried tales older than time itself, and the babbling brooks whispered stories of the creatures that called this place home. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and textures, the emerald sheen of ferns unfurling in the morning light, the silvery glisten of dew-dropped spider webs, and the fiery autumn leaves that carpeted the ground in a patchwork quilt of ochre and scarlet. Among these creatures lived a wise old fox named Bramble. His fur was a tapestry of russet and gold, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of 1,000 sunrises. Bramble had seen many seasons come and go, and he understood the delicate balance that held the forest in harmony. His movements were a graceful dance, each step deliberate and measured, as if he were in tune with the very heartbeat of the forest. Bramble's days were spent in quiet observation, for he was a guardian of sorts. He knew the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. He understood the rhythm of the seasons and the gentle magic that flowed through the forest like an invisible river. He had learned these secrets from his mother, who had told him stories of ancestors who had once walked the same paths and listened to the same winds. One crisp morning, as frost clung to the leaves like a dusting of powdered sugar, Bramble set out on his daily rounds. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the rustle of leaves as deer moved silently through the underbrush. The scent of damp earth rose to meet him, a comforting reminder of the cycle of life. As Bramble walked, he marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the mist, casting an ethereal glow upon the forest floor. As he trotted along a well-worn path, Bramble encountered Luna, a graceful doe with eyes as deep and brown as the forest itself. Luna had a gentle soul, and she often sought Bramble's counsel when the forest seemed to shift in ways she didn't understand. Her coat shimmered in the morning light, a soft blend of tawny shades that seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest around her. "Bramble," Luna began, her voice soft and musical. "The air feels different today, as if the wind carries a new song. Have you noticed?" Bramble paused, his ears twitching as he listened to the forest. Indeed, there was a change in the air, a subtle shift that spoke of something stirring. "I have felt it too, dear Luna," he replied, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "It is the magic of the turning seasons, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all." Luna nodded thoughtfully. "But what if the balance is disturbed? How do we keep our world as it should be?" Bramble smiled, a wise and knowing smile. "We must remember the lessons of those who came before us. The forest thrives on balance, on the understanding that every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain has its place. We must care for one another, for in caring, we preserve the magic." As the two friends continued their walk, the forest revealed its wonders. They passed a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals reaching for the sun. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, a perfume that spoke of renewal and life. A breeze stirred the flowers, sending ripples across the meadow like waves on a gentle sea. They came upon a grove of ancient oaks, their branches stretched out like welcoming arms. Here, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the forest floor, a mosaic of light and shadow that danced with every breath of wind. The oaks stood as silent sentinels, their trunks etched with the passage of time, each knot and scar a testament to the generations that had come before. Bramble and Luna stopped to rest beneath the oaks, their roots like gnarled fingers cradling the earth. As they sat in companionable silence, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a note in a symphony that only the forest could play. The rain was a blessing, a reminder of the cycle of life. It washed over the forest, leaving behind a world refreshed and renewed. The scent of rain mingled with the earth, a fragrance that spoke of beginnings and endings, of a world in perfect balance. Bramble turned to Luna, his gaze warm and reassuring. "Remember, my friend, that we are part of something greater. Our lives are threads in the tapestry of this forest. By living in harmony with the world around us, we honor those who came before and those who will come after." Luna nodded, her heart filled with gratitude for the wisdom of her friend and the beauty of the world they shared. As the rain continued to fall, they sat together beneath the ancient oaks, content in the knowledge that they were part of a world that thrived on love, friendship, and the gentle magic of nature. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of indigo and violet, Bramble and Luna remained side by side. The forest began to hum with the nocturnal symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Stars began to peek through the canopy, each twinkle a reminder of the vast universe beyond their sanctuary. With nightfall, the forest took on a new life. Fireflies emerged, their lights flickering like tiny lanterns, guiding the way for the creatures of the night. Bramble observed this transformation with quiet admiration, aware that the magic of the forest never truly rested. In the distance, the faint sound of a familiar melody drifted through the trees, a song that Bramble recognized as the ancient lullaby of the forest, a tune that had cradled him to sleep since he was a young cub. It was the forest's way of reminding its inhabitants that they were never alone, that they were cherished threads in the grand tapestry of life. As they sat beneath the stars, Luna turned to Bramble, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. "Bramble," she asked softly, "have you ever wondered what lies beyond our forest, beyond the trees and the hills?" Bramble chuckled, a low and comforting sound. "Ah, Luna, the world beyond is vast and varied. My mother used to tell me of places where the land meets the sea, where the horizon stretches endlessly. But she also taught me that every place, no matter how far, holds its own magic just like ours." Luna's eyes widened, reflecting the starlight. "Do you think we could ever journey there, to see it for ourselves?" Bramble considered this, his mind turning over thoughts like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. "Perhaps one day, Luna, but for now our place is here, where the magic of the forest needs us. Our journeys within these woods are just as important, each step a thread in the tapestry of time." The night deepened, the air growing cooler as they lingered in the grove. The forest, wrapped in its cloak of darkness, felt alive with secrets and stories untold. Bramble's heart swelled with a sense of belonging, of being a vital part of this enchanted world. He knew that his role as a guardian was not just about protecting, but also about cherishing and nurturing the delicate balance of life around him. As dawn began to paint the horizon with strokes of pink and gold, Bramble and Luna rose from their resting place. The forest awoke with them. A symphony of sounds, as birds took flight and the first light touched the leaves. The promise of a new day beckoned them forward, a reminder that each moment was a gift, a chance to weave new stories into the fabric of the forest. With a shared glance, Bramble and Luna set off once more, their hearts filled with the quiet promise of harmony, a promise that would echo through the ages like the timeless song of the forest itself. Together, they would walk the paths of their sanctuary, guardians of a world where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees, forever reaching toward the sky. As they continued their journey, the forest began to buzz with the energy of the morning. The sunlight, now brighter and warmer, streamed through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating the intricate dance of pollen and tiny insects that flitted through the air. The forest was alive with the chatter of creatures awaking to the new day and the rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove its way through the branches. Bramble and Luna paused by a bubbling brook, its water clear and cool, reflecting the sky above like a ribbon of liquid sapphire. They watched as a kingfisher swooped down, its vibrant plumage flashing in the light as it caught a small fish and flew off to its nest. The sight filled them with a quiet joy, a reminder of the simple yet profound beauty of their world. As they resumed their walk, a sudden rustle of leaves caught their attention. From the underbrush emerged a young fox with fur as bright as a copper penny. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Bramble recognized him as Russell, a spirited cub from a nearby den. "Where are you two going?" Russell chirped, bounding up to them with youthful exuberance. Bramble chuckled, recalling his own youthful days of exploration. "We are wandering, Russell, listening to the stories the forest shares with those who are willing to hear." Russell tilted his head, intrigued. "Stories? Like the ones my mother tells me about the great oak or the moonlit pond?" "Exactly," Luna said, her voice gentle and inviting. "Every part of the forest has a tale, and every creature is a part of that story." Russell's eyes widened with wonder. "Can I come with you? I want to hear the stories too." Bramble nodded, seeing the potential for growth and understanding in the young fox. "Of course, Russell. There is much to learn about our home and the magic that surrounds us." As the trio moved through the forest, Bramble shared tales of the ancient trees that stood as guardians long before any of them were born, and Luna spoke of the season's dances, each one a unique performance in the grand theater of nature. Russell listened intently, his heart and mind open to the wisdom of his elders. As the sun climbed higher, casting its warm light upon them, they reached the moonlit pond, a place where the water mirrored the sky, capturing both sun and stars. Here, Russell paused, captivated by the way the water shimmered with life. Bramble watched Russell's awe with a knowing smile. "This pond is a reflection of our world, Russell. It shows us that there is beauty in every moment, whether by day or night." Russell nodded, a new understanding dawning. "It's like the stories. They show us the beauty of the forest, even when we can't see it." Luna nuzzled the young cub affectionately. "Exactly, Russell. The stories remind us of who we are and where we belong." As they sat by the pond, the gentle lapping of water against the shore provided a soothing backdrop to their thoughts. Bramble felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that the legacy of the forest's wisdom would continue through Russell. Here, in this sanctuary of magic and wonder, they were all part of a story that would endure, a timeless tale written among the trees, shared under the starlit sky, and whispered in the rustling leaves. As the shadows lengthened and the day began to wane, a new sound reached their ears, a distant melody, soft and haunting, carried by the wind. It was a flute, woven from reeds and played by a creature unseen. The notes rose and fell, blending with the symphony of the forest, creating a harmony that resonated deep within their souls. Intrigued, Bramble, Luna, and Russell followed the music, their footsteps light and eager. The path led them to a clearing where a small group of animals had gathered. At the center sat an ancient badger named Thistle, his fur grizzled with age, his eyes bright with the wisdom of countless seasons. In his paws he held the flute, his breath bringing forth a melody that spoke of the forest's history, its joys, and its sorrows. Bramble approached with respect, acknowledging the elder with a nod. "Thistle," he greeted warmly, "your music is a gift to us all." Thistle smiled, setting the flute aside. "Music is the soul of the forest, Bramble. It connects us to our past and guides us into the future." Russell, eyes wide with admiration, edged closer. "Can you teach me to play, Thistle? I want to learn the songs of the forest." The old badger chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. "Of course, young one. The forest's music is for everyone willing to listen and learn." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and lavender, Thistle began to teach Russell the flute's secrets. The young fox's attempts were halting at first, but with each breath he grew more confident, the notes flowing smoother, weaving their own magic into the evening air. Bramble and Luna watched the scene with contentment, aware that the forest's legacy was being passed on, its stories and songs living on in the hearts of the young. As the first stars appeared, Thistle's flute joined the chorus of the night, a melody of hope and continuity. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and timeless beauty, stood as a testament to the enduring power of nature's harmony, a sanctuary where the mundane and the magical would forever dance in unity. Stories. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies with the wind and the brook babbled secrets to the flowers, there was a little village named Willow Hollow. Willow Hollow was a quaint place, snugly nestled between verdant hills and shimmering streams, where the air always smelled of fresh pine and sweet wildflowers. Each cottage was built with love, their chimneys puffing tendrils of smoke that mingled with the morning mist like old friends meeting for tea. The villagers were gentle folk, known for their kindness and the warm glow of their lanterns that always seemed to invite you in from the chill of the night. Among them lived a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as bright as her auburn hair. Lila was known for her keen sense of adventure and her unwavering curiosity about the world around her. She loved exploring the woods with her companion, a wise old owl named Hoot, who had feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that twinkled with centuries of wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, a peculiar event stirred the quiet of Willow Hollow. The villagers awoke to find that the sparkling dewdrops, which kissed the flowers and glistened on the grass each dawn, had vanished. In their place were tiny, shimmery footprints that glowed faintly in the early light. The prints wove intricate patterns across the village, leading from cottage to brook to meadow, leaving everyone puzzled and a little curious. Lila, her eyes wide with wonder, quickly set out to unravel the mystery. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the color of ripe berries, and tucked a small notebook into her pocket to jot down her observations. With Hoot perched gracefully on her shoulder, they ventured into the heart of the whispering woods. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled light. As they followed the shimmering footprints, Lila noticed how they seemed to avoid the patches of shadow, always seeking the warmth of the sun. Hoot hooted softly, as if in agreement with her unspoken thoughts. Their first stop was the meadow, where the grass swayed gently in the breeze. Here, the footprints circled around a ring of mushrooms, known by the villagers as a fairy ring. Lila crouched down, her fingers brushing the cool, soft earth. She could feel a gentle hum beneath her fingertips, a whisper of magic that tickled her skin. "What do you think, Hoot?" she asked, looking up at her feathered friend. Hoot blinked slowly, his head swiveling to take in the surroundings. "The fairies," he hooted softly. "They must be involved." Lila nodded thoughtfully. Stories of the fairies' playful antics were well known in Willow Hollow. They were gentle creatures, mischievous yet kind-hearted, often leaving gifts of wildflowers or helping to guide lost travelers home. But why would they leave such a trail, and where had the dew gone? Determined to uncover the truth, Lila and Hoot continued to follow the trail, which led them deeper into the woods, to a glen where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Here they found Elder Moss, an ancient tree who served as the wise guardian of the forest. His bark was thick and gnarled, and his branches stretched wide, offering shelter to countless creatures. "Elder Moss," Lila greeted respectfully, "we seek your wisdom. The village awoke to a strange sight this morning, and we wish to understand its meaning." The old tree creaked and groaned as he stirred, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young Lila," he said, "the fairies are indeed at play. They have borrowed the morning dew to weave a cloak of shimmering light, a gift for the moon who has been hiding behind clouds." Lila's eyes widened with understanding. "A gift for the moon," she repeated softly. "But why now?" "The moon has been shy of late," Elder Moss explained, "hidden by the thick clouds that have lingered. The fairies wish to coax her back into the night sky, for her light brings balance to our world." Hoot ruffled his feathers, pleased with this revelation. "And the footprints?" he asked, his voice a soft coo. "The footprints are merely their path," Elder Moss chuckled, "a reminder of their presence and a promise that the dew will return by tomorrow's dawn." Relieved and filled with newfound knowledge, Lila thanked Elder Moss and, with Hoot still perched beside her, made her way back to the village. As they walked, she thought about the fairies' kindness and how their actions, though mysterious, were meant to bring joy and balance. That evening, the villagers gathered under the twinkling stars, their hearts light with the promise of the fairies' gift. As the moon began to peek from behind the clouds, her soft glow illuminated Willow Hollow, casting a gentle silver light over all. The villagers marveled at the moon's beauty, her radiance a soothing balm to their spirits. Lila, wrapped in her berry-red cloak, stood with Hoot by her side, watching as the village bathed in the moon's glow. She felt a warm contentment settle over her, knowing that the mystery of the morning had brought them all closer together. As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their cozy cottages, the comforting flicker of their hearths welcoming them home. Lila lay beneath her patchwork quilt, her heart full of the day's adventures, and her mind alight with dreams of fairies and moonlight. And so, the village of Willow Hollow returned to its peaceful slumber, the gentle lull of the whispering woods cradling them in its embrace. The moon's soft light danced across the sleeping faces of the villagers, a tender reminder of the magic that wove through their lives, binding them together in harmony and warmth. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among misty hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with wonder and curiosity, for she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to talk to trees. As Willow wandered through the verdant forest that surrounded her home, she would gently caress the rough bark of the ancient oaks and whisper her thoughts to them. In return, the trees would rustle their leaves, sharing their secrets with the wind. It was a bond unlike any other, a friendship that defied the boundaries of the natural world. One day, as Willow sat beneath her favorite willow tree, its graceful branches swaying in the breeze, she heard a faint whisper carried on the wind. "Willow, dear Willow, we have a secret to share with you," the trees seemed to say. "Deep within the heart of the forest lies a hidden world, a place of magic and wonder." Intrigued, Willow followed the gentle guidance of the trees, her bare feet treading lightly on the mossy ground. She climbed over fallen logs and ducked under low-hanging branches, the scent of damp earth and wildflowers filling her senses. After what seemed like an eternity, Willow found herself standing before a towering oak, its gnarled roots stretching out like grasping fingers. The trees around her grew silent, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Willow placed her palm against the rough bark, and the tree shuddered, its branches trembling. Suddenly, a hidden door appeared in the trunk, glowing with a soft, golden light. Without hesitation, Willow stepped through the doorway and found herself in a world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The hidden glade, as the trees called it, was a realm of eternal spring, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the sound of trickling streams. Vibrant butterflies danced among the petals, and tiny sprites darted from blossom to blossom, their laughter like tinkling bells. As Willow explored this wondrous place, she discovered that the trees here were different. Their bark shimmered with iridescent hues, and their leaves whispered secrets of ancient magic. She learned of the heartwood, a sacred tree at the center of the glade, whose roots were intertwined with the very fabric of this enchanted realm. Over time, Willow befriended the sprites and learned the ways of their world. They taught her how to weave spells from the petals of enchanted flowers and how to speak the language of the wind. In return, Willow shared her knowledge of the trees in the world beyond the glade, forging a bond that transcended the boundaries of their realms. One day, as Willow sat beneath the heartwood, she sensed a disturbance in the energy of the glade. The sprites gathered around her, their faces etched with worry. "The heartwood is fading," they whispered. "Its roots are withering, and our world is in peril." Willow knew that she had to act quickly. She consulted the ancient trees, who revealed that the heartwood drew its strength from the beliefs and dreams of those who inhabited the glade. As the sprites grew older and their sense of wonder faded, so too did the heartwood's power. With determination burning in her heart, Willow set out on a quest to rekindle the sprites' belief in magic. She wove intricate tales of adventure and enchantment, her words painting vivid pictures of worlds beyond their wildest dreams. She led them on joyous dances through the meadows, their laughter ringing out like music in the air. Slowly but surely, the sprites began to regain their childlike sense of wonder. Their eyes sparkled with delight as they listened to Willow's stories, and their hearts swelled with joy as they played among the wildflowers. As the sprites' belief in magic grew stronger, the heartwood's roots began to revive, its leaves unfurling with renewed vigor. The glade was once again bathed in a warm, golden glow, and the air hummed with the energy of life. Willow's journey had not only saved the hidden glade, but had also transformed her own understanding of the world. She had learned that magic was not something to be found in spells or potions, but rather in the simple act of believing, in oneself, in the beauty of nature, and in the power of friendship to transcend all boundaries. As she stood beneath the heartwood, its branches reaching towards the endless sky, Willow knew that her bond with the trees and the sprites would endure forever. For in that moment, she had become a part of the magic itself, a guardian of the hidden glade, and a keeper of the wonder that lived within all living things. And so, whenever the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of wildflowers, Willow would smile, knowing that the magic of the hidden glade lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, belief, and the enduring beauty of nature. Story 8. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the lush, whispering woods of Evergrove, there existed a quaint village called Willowbrook. This was a place where the morning sun painted the skies in hues of warm gold and soft pink, and where the gentle rustle of leaves played a symphony for those who listened closely. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to vibrant gardens and sharing bountiful harvests. Yet, few knew of the hidden wonders that lay in the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy and shadows played games with the light. Our tale begins with a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright as the dappled sunlight that filtered through the towering oaks. Lila was a curious soul with twinkling eyes of emerald green and hair the color of autumn leaves. She had a knack for noticing the little things, like the way dew clung to spider webs, turning them into shimmering tapestries, or how the wind carried secrets from faraway lands. Her most cherished possession was a small, worn leather satchel that she carried everywhere, filled with treasures she found on her wanderings: a smooth river stone, a feather from a blue jay, and a mysterious star-shaped seed. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke, Lila set off on one of her many adventures into the forest. Today, however, she felt a pull toward a part of the woods she had never explored, a place where the trees stood taller and the underbrush grew denser. With each step, the path became less distinct, until it disappeared altogether, leaving only Lila and the rustling whispers of the forest. As she ventured deeper, the air grew cooler and carried a faint, sweet fragrance that Lila couldn't quite place. She followed the scent, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of trepidation. Soon, she found herself in a clearing bathed in ethereal light, where a small, sparkling pond lay cradled among moss-covered rocks. At the water's edge sat a peculiar wooden chest, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves that seemed to shift and sway. Lila approached the chest with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Gently, she traced the patterns with her fingers, feeling the warmth of the wood beneath her touch. As if responding to her presence, the chest emitted a soft hum, and the lid slowly creaked open. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft green moss, was a delicate golden key, gleaming as though it had captured sunlight itself. Entranced, Lila picked up the key, its cool surface tingling in her palm. She felt an inexplicable connection to it, as if it were meant for her alone. As she pondered the key's purpose, a voice, as soft as a breeze through willow branches, echoed in her mind. Seek the door that time forgot, where dreams and reality entwine. With these words, a sense of purpose and wonder filled Lila. She knew she must uncover the mystery of the key and the door it opened. Her journey had truly begun. Returning to Willowbrook with the key safely nestled in her satchel, Lila found herself drawn to an elderly woman named Mirabelle, who was known for her wisdom and tales of the olden days. Mirabelle lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village, where the scent of lavender and honey always lingered. As Lila recounted her encounter in the woods, Mirabelle listened intently, her eyes, deep as twilight, twinkling with intrigue. "The key you hold, dear Lila, is a rare and wondrous thing," Mirabelle said, her voice as soothing as the murmur of a brook. "It is said to open a gateway to the hidden world, a place where the magic of nature and time converge. Few have seen it, and fewer still have returned to tell the tale. But the path is not without its trials, and you must tread with both courage and kindness." With Mirabelle's words echoing in her heart, Lila felt a surge of determination. She knew she would need help, and there was no one she trusted more than her best friend, Finn. Finn was a spirited boy with a mop of unruly hair and a ready smile. He had an adventurous spirit that matched Lila's own, and a knack for finding the silver lining in any cloud. When Lila shared her story and showed Finn the key, his eyes widened with excitement. "A hidden world? That's incredible, Lila. We have to find this door." And so, under a canopy of twinkling stars, their adventure truly began. The next morning, with the sun casting long shadows across the village, Lila and Finn set off into the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the promise of hidden wonders. Their journey took them through groves where the trees whispered ancient secrets and past streams that sang in crystalline tones. Along the way, they encountered creatures both familiar and strange, a fox whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, and a pair of sparrows who flitted about, chattering like old friends. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew thick with enchantment, and time seemed to slow. The path led them to a grove unlike any they had seen before, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Beyond the arch lay a shimmering veil, as if the very fabric of reality had been woven from moonlight and dreams. With a nod of encouragement from Finn, Lila took a deep breath and stepped through the veil, clutching the golden key tightly. Finn followed, his heart racing with anticipation. They emerged into a world bathed in soft luminescence, where colors seemed brighter and the air hummed with magic. Towering trees with leaves of silver and gold stretched toward the sky, their trunks adorned with luminescent moss. The ground beneath their feet was carpeted in soft, shimmering grass, and the air was filled with the gentle song of unseen creatures. In this hidden world, time flowed differently, and the very essence of the forest seemed alive with possibility. Lila and Finn marveled at their surroundings, their hearts brimming with wonder. Yet, as they ventured further, they encountered their first challenge. A vast crystal-clear river lay before them, its waters flowing with a serene yet unyielding current. On the opposite bank stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with blossoms of every hue. Beneath the tree, a wooden door, framed by twisting vines, beckoned to them. "We need to cross the river," Lila mused, her brow furrowed in thought. "But how?" As they pondered, a gentle voice drifted to them from the river's edge. It was a turtle, its shell a mosaic of iridescent colors, and its eyes wise and kind. "To cross the river," the turtle spoke, "you must first listen to the water's song and find the harmony within." Intrigued, Lila and Finn knelt by the water's edge, closing their eyes and listening intently. At first all they could hear was the rush of water, but slowly a melody emerged, a gentle, lulling tune that seemed to weave through the air like a whisper. Together, they began to hum the melody, their voices blending with the river's song. As they did, stepping stones of smooth, polished stone rose from the riverbed, forming a path across the water. With gratitude in their hearts, Lila and Finn crossed the river, each step accompanied by the harmonious melody. Once on the other side, they approached the door, its wooden surface warm and inviting. Lila took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the golden key in her hand. She inserted it into the lock and turned it with a soft click. The door swung open, revealing a radiant garden beyond, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the air was perfumed with their sweet fragrance. In the center of the garden stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, a figure awaited them, a creature of ethereal beauty, with wings that shimmered like the finest gossamer and eyes that held the secrets of the universe. "Welcome, travelers," the figure spoke, their voice a melody unto itself. "I am the guardian of this realm, and you have shown the courage and kindness needed to enter. Here, the past and future converge, and dreams become reality." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, awestruck by the guardian's presence and the beauty of the garden. "The journey you have undertaken is one of discovery, not only of this realm but of yourselves," the guardian continued. "You have learned to listen, to find harmony, and to trust in the magic that lies within and around you." As the guardian spoke, a gentle warmth spread through Lila and Finn, filling them with a sense of peace and understanding. They realized that the journey had indeed changed them, teaching them the value of friendship, courage, and the unseen wonders of the world. With a graceful gesture, the guardian presented Lila with a gift, a small, intricately carved box made of wood, its surface adorned with designs that mirrored those on the chest by the pond. "This is a token of your journey," the guardian explained. "It holds the essence of this realm, a reminder that magic is always within reach, waiting to be found." As Lila accepted the box, she felt a sense of connection, not only to the hidden world, but to the forest and village she called home. With their hearts full and spirits uplifted, Lila and Finn thanked the guardian and prepared to return to their world. The guardian guided them back to the shimmering vale, where the path home awaited. As they stepped through the vale, the familiar sights and sounds of the forest greeted them, yet everything seemed imbued with a new light. The trees whispered their welcome, and the wind carried the scent of fresh possibilities. When Lila and Finn returned to Willowbrook, they shared their adventure with Mirabelle, who listened with a knowing smile. She could see the change in them, the newfound wisdom and joy that radiated from their very beings. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth and light wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. Lila placed the carved box on the hearth, a symbol of the magic that lay within and beyond their world. And so, as the village of Willowbrook slumbered under a blanket of stars, Lila and Finn dreamed of the hidden wonders that awaited in the heart of the forest. They knew that the magic of their journey would stay with them always, a reminder of the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the unknown. In this way, their story became a part of the village's own tapestry of tales, whispered among the leaves and carried on the wind, a testament to the enduring power of adventure, discovery, and the magic that dwells in every heart. And as the fire's glow flickered softly, the village, the forest, and the hidden world beyond settled into peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams and stars. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little shop known as the Emporium of Whispers. This shop, with its creaky wooden beams and ivy-covered roof, was unlike any other. It held the most curious collection of items, each with its own tale to tell. The villagers often spoke of its owner, a kind-hearted woman named Maribel, who had an uncanny knack for understanding the secrets of objects. On a crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Emporium. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder and her heart open to the mysteries of the world. As she perused the shelves, her gaze fell upon a peculiar item, a small, unassuming mirror with an intricately carved wooden frame. The mirror seemed to call out to her, though it reflected nothing of the shop around it. Instead, its surface shimmered with a soft, inviting glow. Intrigued, Lila reached out and gently picked it up. As her fingers brushed against the cool glass, a gentle warmth spread through her, filling her with a comforting sense of belonging. Maribel, who had been observing from behind the counter, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, the mirror of memories," she said softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It chooses its bearer wisely, revealing the wisdom of the past to guide the present." Confused yet fascinated, Lila asked, "What do you mean?" Maribel explained that the mirror held the memories of those who had once gazed into it, offering glimpses of their lives and the lessons they had learned. "But remember, dear Lila," she cautioned, "the mirror shows not just the grand tales of adventure, but also the quiet moments of kindness and courage that often go unnoticed." With the mirror carefully wrapped in a velvet cloth, Lila set off on her journey home. The path wound through the heart of the village, past the bubbling brook and the meadow where wildflowers bloomed in riotous color. As she walked, she couldn't resist the urge to peek into the mirror. To her surprise, the glass did not reflect her own image, but instead showed a scene from long ago. It was a bustling marketplace, filled with the sounds of laughter and the scent of fresh-baked bread. She saw a young boy, no older than herself, sharing his meal with a stray dog. The simple act of kindness warmed Lila's heart, and she tucked the mirror back into her satchel with a newfound sense of purpose. As days turned into weeks, Layla found herself returning to the mirror often, each time witnessing a different story. There was the tale of an elderly woman who planted a garden for future generations, and the story of a brave sailor who navigated treacherous waters to bring his crew safely home. Each memory was a thread, weaving a tapestry of wisdom that gently guided Lila in her own life. One day, as Lila sat by the edge of the forest, she noticed a commotion among the villagers. A large oak tree, ancient and wise, had fallen across the main road, blocking the way. The villagers were in a flurry, unsure how to proceed, as the tree was too mighty to move by sheer force. Lila felt a tug at her heart and reached for her mirror, hoping it might offer insight. The glass shimmered and revealed a scene of a small community coming together to overcome adversity. They worked in harmony, each contributing their unique skills and strengths, finding a solution that none could achieve alone. Inspired, Lila approached the gathered villagers and shared her vision. "Perhaps we can find a way to redirect the path," she suggested, working together to create a new route around the tree. Her gentle voice and the wisdom gleaned from the mirror resonated with the villagers. They set aside their initial frustration and, guided by Lila's calm leadership, began to clear a new path. The task, once daunting, became a joyful labor of unity, with laughter and camaraderie echoing through the trees. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over their work, the path was complete. The villagers gathered around Lila, thanking her for her insight and courage. Maribel, who had joined the effort, placed a hand on Lila's shoulder, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You've learned well from the mirror, Lila," she said softly. "Its true magic lies not in what it shows, but in how it inspires the heart." With the mirror nestled safely once more in her satchel, Lila returned home, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She knew she would continue to cherish the stories it revealed, using them to guide her on her journey through life. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willow Bend, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the night sky, Lila fell into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the countless possibilities that lay before her. The mirror's glow flickered softly from within her satchel, a silent promise of the wisdom and wonder yet to come. Story 10. In the quaint cobblestone village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and the whispering woods, stories of magic were as common as the sweet scent of lavender that perfumed the air. Yet, even in this enchanted little hamlet, few knew of the secrets held within the old, creaky, antique shop at the end of Lantern Lane. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and windows fogged with age, was the domain of an elderly gentleman named Mr. Penderwick. He was known for his gentle smile and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of stories. Among the villagers, it was said that he could find the perfect item for anyone who entered his store, and that each item had a tale of its own. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Lily wandered into Mr. Penderwick's shop. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky just after a storm, and hair as wild and free as the wind that danced through the fields. Lily had heard the whispers about the shop and was eager to uncover its mysteries. As she entered, the doorbell tinkled softly, announcing her presence. The aroma of old paper, polished wood, and a hint of cinnamon enveloped her like a warm embrace. Mr. Penderwick greeted her with a nod from behind the counter, where he was polishing a set of ancient-looking brass candlesticks. "Welcome, young Lily," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my little corner of wonder today?" "I'm not sure, Mr. Penderwick," Lily replied thoughtfully. "I just felt drawn here, like there's something waiting for me." Mr. Penderwick chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling. "The shop often calls to those in need of something special. Feel free to explore." Lily meandered through the aisles, her fingers trailing over the myriad of items that seemed to whisper their histories. There were clocks that ticked in time with the heart, mirrors that reflected more than just an image, and books whose pages rustled with secrets untold. But it was a small, unassuming music box that caught her eye. Its wood was worn, and its intricate carvings of stars and moons seemed to shimmer in the dim light. "Ah, the celestial music box," Mr. Penderwick mused, appearing at her side. "A truly remarkable piece. It's said to play the song of the stars." Lily was entranced. "May I try it?" "Of course," he replied, gently handing it to her. Lily turned the tiny key, and the music box began to play a melody so exquisite and ethereal that it seemed to fill the entire room with starlight. As the notes danced around her, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the music were calling her on a journey. "What is happening?" Lily asked, her voice a mix of awe and wonder. "Music has a way of revealing hidden truths and guiding us," Mr. Penderwick explained. "Perhaps it's time for you to discover something about yourself." Emboldened by the music, Lily decided to embark on a journey through the Whispering Woods, a place she had always been curious about but never dared to explore alone. The villagers told tales of the wood's magical creatures and forgotten paths, and Lily felt certain there was something waiting for her there. As she stepped into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and earth wrapped around her like an old friend. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. Birds sang a gentle chorus, and the rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the ages. Not far along her path, Lily encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were as soft as the twilight sky, and his eyes glowed with ancient wisdom. "Good day, young traveler," the owl hooted, tilting his head with curiosity. "What brings you to the heart of the woods?" "I'm following the song of the stars," Lily replied, holding up the music box. "Ah, a rare journey indeed," the owl nodded. "The stars guide those who listen, but beware, the path is not always clear." With a nod of understanding, Lily continued deeper into the woods, the music box's melody guiding her steps. Soon she reached a serene glade where a gentle brook babbled over stones, its song harmonizing with the melody of the stars. There she met a family of rabbits, their coats as soft as clouds, and eyes filled with kindness. The eldest of the rabbits, with fur as silver as moonlight, approached her with a welcoming nod. "Greetings, dear one," the rabbit said, her voice as soft as a sigh. "We've been expecting you." Lily's heart skipped a beat. "Expecting me? How could you know I'd come?" "The stars whispered your arrival," the rabbit explained, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. "You seek something, do you not?" Lily nodded, feeling the truth in the rabbit's words. "Then listen closely, for the stars speak not just in music, but in the silence between," the rabbit continued. "Close your eyes and open your heart." Obeying the rabbit's gentle guidance, Lily closed her eyes. The world around her faded away, leaving only the melody of the music box and the soft, rhythmic beat of her own heart. In that moment of stillness, she felt a warmth blossoming within her, a quiet strength that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. When she opened her eyes, the glade seemed brighter, as if the very air shimmered with possibility. The rabbit smiled knowingly, and Lily realized that the journey had been not just through the woods, but within herself. "Thank you," she whispered to the rabbits and the wise old owl who watched from afar. "I understand now. The magic was inside me all along. With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose, Lily made her way back through the woods, the path now clear and welcoming. The music box continued to play its celestial tune, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the wisdom she had gained. As she emerged from the whispering woods, the village of Willowbrook lay before her, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Lily felt different, changed in a way that was both profound and comforting. She carried the music box back to Mr. Penderwick's shop, eager to share her story. Mr. Penderwick listened with a smile, his eyes twinkling with pride. "The greatest magic is the one that lies within us, waiting to be discovered," he said softly. "You have found your song, dear Lily." Lily nodded, feeling the truth of his words echoing in her heart. She left the shop that day, the music box in her hands and a melody in her soul, knowing that the journey had only just begun. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under a sky filled with stars, Lily's story became one of many that whispered through the cobblestone streets, a tale of wonder and self-discovery, of magic found and cherished. It was a story that would be told by the firelight, shared in the gentle murmur of bedtime, weaving dreams as bright and endless as the night sky. Story 11. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a peculiar legend that whispered through the eaves of every cottage and flickered in the candlelight of tavern tales. It was the legend of the Luminescent lantern, an ancient artifact said to reveal hidden worlds to those pure of heart. Many sought it, but none had returned with proof of its existence. In the heart of this village lived a gentle soul named Aiden, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a smile that could melt the frostiest of mornings. Aiden was known for his kindness and curiosity. He spent his days tending to gardens and helping neighbors with tasks, always accompanied by his loyal companion, a small, clever fox named Bramble. Together, they were inseparable, exploring every nook and cranny of Elderglen and its surrounding forests. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the horizon with hues of gold and lavender, Aiden found a peculiar object buried beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. It was a tarnished lantern, its glass etched with intricate patterns resembling constellations. As Aiden held it up, the lantern shimmered faintly in the morning light, as if acknowledging his presence. Intrigued, Aiden took the lantern back to his cottage, where he and Bramble examined it closely. "What do you think, Bramble?" Aiden mused, his voice soft and thoughtful. The fox tilted its head, eyes gleaming with curiosity, and nudged the lantern gently with its nose. That evening, as the stars pricked the velvet sky and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Aiden decided to light the lantern. He placed a small candle inside, and as the flame flickered to life, the room was filled with a warm, ethereal glow. Shadows danced along the walls, and the etched constellations in the glass began to twinkle, as if alive. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the cottage seemed to dissolve around them. Aiden blinked in astonishment as he found himself standing at the edge of a hidden world, a realm untouched by time and filled with wonders beyond imagination. Towering trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed in a gentle breeze, and streams of crystalline water sang as they wound through the emerald grass. Bramble bounded forward, tail wagging with excitement, and Aiden followed, heart pounding with awe and anticipation. They wandered through the enchanted landscape, marveling at the vibrant flora and the creatures that danced and played in the moonlit glades. Birds with feathers like jewels flitted from branch to branch, and gentle deer with eyes like starlit pools watched them with serene curiosity. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood sentinel. In the center of the circle was an old, gnarled tree, its bark twisted and worn by centuries. A soft, melodic voice drifted from its branches, and Aiden realized it was speaking to him. "Welcome, gentle heart," the tree intoned, its voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "You have found the luminescent lantern, a gift from the ancients to those who seek wisdom and truth. What is it you desire?" Aiden paused, considering the question. His life in Elderglen was simple and content, yet he had always been drawn to the mysteries of the world, to understanding and exploring the unknown. "I wish to learn," he replied earnestly, "to see the beauty and wonders that lie hidden beneath the surface of the everyday, and to share that wonder with others. The tree's branches swayed gently, as if nodding in approval. "Your heart is true, and your wish noble," it said. "The lantern will guide you to the hidden realms, but remember, true understanding comes from within and is best shared through acts of kindness and love." With those words, a soft light enveloped Aiden and Bramble, and they found themselves back in their cozy cottage, the lantern's glow gently fading. Though the hidden world had vanished, its memory lingered, like a sweet melody echoing in their hearts. Over the following weeks, Aiden and Bramble explored the hidden realms whenever they lit the lantern, each journey revealing new wonders and mysteries. They met wise creatures who shared tales of long-forgotten times and witnessed landscapes that seemed to be painted by dreams. Each adventure filled Aiden with a deeper understanding of the world and his place within it. As the seasons turned, Aiden began to weave the stories of his journeys into his everyday life in Elderglen. He shared tales of the hidden realms with the villagers, enchanting them with his words and inspiring them to look beyond the ordinary. He helped them see the magic in the mundane, the beauty in the overlooked, and the joy in simple acts of kindness. Through his stories, Aiden brought the village together, fostering a spirit of friendship and community that warmed even the coldest winter days. The legend of the luminescent lantern grew, not as a tale of a magical object, but as a testament to the power of curiosity, kindness, and the enduring beauty of the world. And so, in the cozy glow of candlelight, with Bramble curled up at his feet, Aiden continued to share the wonders he had discovered, his heart forever touched by the hidden realms and the gentle wisdom of the ancient tree. The lantern sat on his mantle, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be uncovered, its light a beacon of hope and wonder for all who believed in the magic of the world. In the end, Aiden learned that the true magic of the luminescent lantern was not in the realms it revealed, but in the way it opened his heart and mind to the beauty and connections that surrounded him every day. And as he drifted to sleep each night, the lantern's soft glow a comforting presence, he knew that his journey of discovery and sharing had only just begun. Story 12. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a charming cottage with ivy-clad walls and windows that framed the verdant tapestry of the surrounding meadows. Lyra was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of amber honey and a heart that brimmed with curiosity about the world beyond her village. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in a gentle symphony of gold and crimson, Lyra sat by the hearth with her grandmother, a woman whose stories were as vibrant as the flames that crackled and popped in the fireplace. Her grandmother's voice was soft and melodic, weaving tales of old that wrapped around Lyra like a comforting blanket. "Did you know," her grandmother began with a twinkle in her eye, "that our family has a legacy as ancient as the forest itself?" Lyra leaned in closer, her interest piqued. "Tell me more, Grandma," she urged, her voice a gentle whisper. With a nod, her grandmother continued, "Long ago our ancestors were the keepers of a remarkable artifact, a pendant that holds the wisdom of our lineage. It is said to be imbued with the magic of the earth and sky, guiding those who wear it to understand the strength and beauty of their heritage." Lyra's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. She imagined the pendant, glowing softly, a beacon of history and hope. "Where is it now?" she asked eagerly. Her grandmother smiled, a secretive smile that hinted at mysteries yet to be uncovered. "It is hidden in a place only the worthy can find," she replied. "But the path to it is marked by symbols and stories passed down through generations. If you truly seek it, the forest will guide you." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the cottage, Lyra lay awake, her mind adrift on waves of possibility. She could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors in the rustling leaves outside her window, calling her to embark on a journey of discovery. The following morning, with a heart full of determination, Lyra set off into the forest. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, she listened to the birds' gentle songs and the babbling of a nearby brook, each sound a note in the forest's harmonious symphony. As she ventured deeper, Lyra noticed symbols carved into the bark of ancient trees, spirals and stars that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. She followed these signs, her steps guided by an invisible thread woven through time. At last she arrived at a glade bathed in golden light, where a stone altar stood amidst a circle of towering oaks. Upon the altar lay the pendant, its surface glimmering with the hues of twilight. Lyra approached reverently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and awe. As her fingers closed around the pendant, a warmth spread through her, as if the love and wisdom of her ancestors were embracing her. In that moment, she understood the true legacy of her heritage, not just the artifact itself, but the values and stories that connected her to her past. With the pendant resting against her heart, Lyra returned to the village, her spirit renewed, and her mind alight with the lessons she had learned. She had discovered not only an ancient treasure, but also the enduring strength and beauty of her roots. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra shared her journey with her grandmother by the fireside. Together, they wove new stories into the tapestry of their family's legacy, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire, a melody of love and understanding that would echo through generations to come. As Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, the pendant glowed softly, a gentle reminder of the journey that had brought her home. Story 13. The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a serene valley, nestled among rolling hills draped in emerald cloaks, there lay a village named Elderglen. This village was unlike any other, for it held a secret whispered only among the oldest trees of the Whispering Grove. These trees, ancient and wise, stood sentinel around a hidden pond that shimmered with an ethereal light. The villagers said that the pond was a gateway to a world where dreams and reality intertwined. In Elderglen there lived a young girl named Lyra. With her curious eyes the color of sunlit honey and hair as dark as the midnight sky, she was known for her boundless imagination and gentle heart. Lyra spent her days exploring the fields and forests, always eager to uncover the mysteries of the world around her. She often found herself drawn to the Whispering Grove, where the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the whispers of the trees seemed to carry secrets from another time. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced through the air, Lyra set out for the grove with a basket in hand, intending to collect fallen leaves for her mother's autumn wreath. As she wandered deeper into the grove, she noticed a peculiar sound, a soft melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the heart of the grove. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As Lyra approached the source of the hum, she found herself before the fabled pond, its surface glistening like liquid silver. She had heard stories of the pond's magic, tales told by her grandmother of wishes granted and dreams fulfilled. But today, there was something different. Resting on the pond's edge was a small, ornate box, intricately carved from a wood that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Unable to resist her curiosity, Lyra knelt down and carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny, crystal-clear stone. It sparkled like a fragment of the morning sky, and as Lyra held it in her hand, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers. A voice, soft and soothing, echoed in her mind. With a heart pure and true, the world beyond awaits you. Startled, Lyra glanced around, but saw no one. She looked back at the stone, and in that moment, she understood that it was a gift, a key to the hidden world within the grove. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and held the stone to her heart. When she opened her eyes, the grove had transformed. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of bees echoed through the grove. Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if she had stepped into a dream. As she wandered through this enchanted world, she encountered a host of wondrous creatures. There were talking squirrels that chattered with amusement, butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, and deer with coats that glowed softly in the dappled sunlight. Each creature greeted her warmly, their eyes filled with a knowing kindness. Among them was a fox named Finn, with fur as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Finn approached Lyra with a graceful nod. "Welcome, dear traveler. It's not often we have visitors from your world." Lyra smiled, feeling an immediate connection to the fox. Thank you, Finn. This place is more beautiful than I ever imagined. Finn chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Beauty lies not just in the eyes, but in the heart, and your heart has brought you here. He gestured towards a path lined with glowing mushrooms. Come, there's much to see. Together, Lyra and Finn explored the hidden wonders of the grove. They visited the meadow of singing flowers, whose petals swayed to a melody only they could hear. They climbed the ancient oak, whose branches held stories etched into its bark. And they gazed upon the waterfall of stars, where water cascaded in a shimmering arc, as if the night sky had melted into the earth. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the grove, Lyra knew it was time to return. Yet her heart ached at the thought of leaving this magical world behind. Sensing her hesitation, Finn spoke softly. Remember, the magic of the grove lives within you. It is not the stone that holds the power, but your own heart and the kindness you carry. With a grateful smile, Lyra hugged Finn, promising to return. She closed her eyes, holding the crystal stone once more. When she opened them, she was back beside the pond, the grove quiet and still, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Lyra returned home, her heart filled with the warmth of her journey and the friendships she had forged. She shared her story with her family, her eyes alight with wonder. As she spoke, she realized the true gift of the grove, the knowledge that magic existed not only in hidden worlds, but in the love and dreams that connected them all. And so, as the stars twinkled above Elderglen, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams a tapestry of enchanted groves, wise creatures, and the magic of a heart open to wonder. The whispering trees stood watch over the village, their secrets safe and their magic ever present, waiting for the next soul to wander into their embrace. Story 14. In the heart of the ancient emerald wood, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky and the air shimmered with the breath of magic, there lay a village known as Sylvan Grove. Unlike any ordinary place, Sylvan Grove was home to creatures both familiar and fantastical, each carrying the essence of the forest within them. As dawn caressed the edges of the forest with its golden light, a gentle rustling awoke the grove. The leaves, kissed by the morning dew, glistened like tiny jewels. Here, the squirrels were not just squirrels. They were the caretakers of the forest's memory, their bushy tails weaving through the branches like threads of history. One such squirrel, a wise elder named Thistle, had fur that shimmered with silver streaks, a testament to his many seasons. Thistle was known throughout the grove for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through countless generations. His eyes, bright yet soft, held the quiet wisdom of ages. It was under the boughs of an ancient oak that Thistle found himself that morning, sitting alongside Willow, a young rabbit whose ears twitched with curiosity. Willow's fur was the soft brown of freshly turned soil, and her eyes sparkled with the eagerness to learn. "Why do the seasons change, Thistle?" Willow asked, her voice as light as the breeze that danced through the leaves. Thistle smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the seasons are the forest's way of breathing, dear Willow. Each one brings its own magic and balance. It is a dance as old as time." As they spoke, a gentle mist rolled through the grove, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. The mist was the forest's veil, a mystical presence that connected the creatures of Sylvan Grove with the world beyond. Within this mist, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as the gossamer threads of a spider's web. Together, Thistle and Willow watched as the mist parted to reveal a spectacle of nature's artistry. The vibrant hues of autumn leaves painted the forest with strokes of scarlet and gold, while the crisp air hinted at the coming chill of winter. Above them, the sky was a canvas of soft blues and gentle pinks, the sun a warm orb that promised comfort amidst the changing world. As they sat in companionable silence, a gentle rustle announced the arrival of Luna, an owl with feathers as soft as the night sky. Luna was the keeper of stories, her wings carrying the whispers of the forest far and wide. She perched on a low branch, her presence as serene as the moonlit nights she adored. "Good morning, Thistle, Willow," Luna hooted softly. "I bring news from the northern winds." "Ah, Luna," Thistle greeted, nodding his wise head. "What tales do the winds carry today?" Luna's eyes were pools of deep amber, reflecting the light of the rising sun. The winds speak of a storm approaching, one that will test our harmony. But fear not, for with wisdom and unity we shall weather it. Willow's ears perked up, a hint of concern in her gaze. A storm, Luna? What should we do? Prepare, Thistle replied gently, placing a reassuring paw on Willow's. The forest has faced many storms, and each has taught us resilience. Together, we will ensure that balance is maintained. With Luna's guidance and Thistle's wisdom, the creatures of Sylvan Grove set about their preparations. The birds gathered twigs and leaves to reinforce their nests, while the squirrels stored acorns and seeds in secret caches. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil and ensuring the roots of the great trees remained strong. As the day wore on, the sky darkened, the air thickening with anticipation. The once gentle breeze turned brisk, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of transformation. Yet within this brewing storm, there was a palpable sense of unity. The creatures of the forest were bound together by an invisible thread of shared purpose and trust. Under the watchful eyes of Thistle and Luna, Willow learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She understood that the storm was not an enemy, but a necessary chapter in the story of the forest. It was a chance to grow stronger, to deepen the connections that wove the tapestry of Sylvan Grove. As night fell, the storm arrived with a symphony of rain and wind. The trees swayed, their branches dancing in the gale, while the raindrops sang a lullaby against the leaves. Within the safety of their burrows and nests, the creatures huddled close, comforted by the warmth of companionship. Thistle, nestled beside Willow, whispered softly, "Remember, dear one, that after every storm, the sun will shine brighter. It is the nature of balance, the promise of renewal." Willow nodded, her heart filled with a newfound understanding. As the storm raged outside, she felt a deep sense of peace within, knowing that she was part of something greater than herself, a community bound by respect for the natural world and each other. When morning came, the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape refreshed and renewed. The air was crisp, the sky a brilliant blue, and the forest glistened with the sparkle of raindrops catching the sun's first rays. Emerging from their shelters, the creatures of Sylvan Grove were greeted by a world transformed. The ground was soft beneath their feet, the scents of earth and pine mingling in the cool air. Laughter and joy filled the grove as they celebrated their resilience, their spirits as vibrant as the glistening leaves above. In the days that followed, Willow often sat with Thistle and Luna beneath the ancient oak, their conversations weaving new stories into the fabric of the forest. She learned to see the beauty in change, to embrace the lessons each season brought. The wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, was not just in surviving the storms, but in cherishing the calm that followed. It was in the understanding that harmony was not a constant, but a dance, a delicate balance that required the care and cooperation of all its inhabitants. And so as the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, Sylvan Grove thrived. The creatures lived in harmony, each contributing to the balance that sustained their magical home. Through Thistle's guidance, Luna's stories, and Willow's youthful curiosity, the legacy of wisdom and friendship flourished, ensuring that the heart of the Emerald Wood would beat strong for generations to come. In this way, the gentle creatures of Sylvan Grove reminded all who entered their enchanted forest that the true magic of the world lay not in the extraordinary, but in the quiet, enduring beauty of nature and the bonds that unite us all. And as the last glow of the setting sun kissed the treetops, the forest settled into a peaceful twilight, ready to welcome another day of wonder and harmony. Story 15. In a quaint little village nestled between verdant hills and whispering streams, there lived a gentle old watchmaker named Emery. His shop, a cozy nook with a sign that read, "Time's Tinkerer," was tucked away on a cobblestone street lined with ivy-clad cottages and fragrant blooms. Emery had spent years crafting and repairing clocks of every kind, from grandfathers with deep resonant ticks to delicate pocket watches that chimed like songbirds. His workbench, covered with tiny gears and springs, was a testament to his lifelong dedication to the art of timekeeping. But there was one clock that stood apart from the rest, a peculiar, antique timepiece with an azure face and hands that glimmered like moonlight. This clock had been given to him by his mentor long ago, with the cryptic advice to never part with it. One brisk autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the scent of apple cider lingered in the air, Emery sat by the hearth in his shop, polishing the azure clock. As he worked, he noticed something he had never seen before. The hands of the clock were not only moving in their usual clockwise rhythm, but also flickering with a faint, cerulean glow. Intrigued, Emery leaned closer, adjusting his spectacles. As his fingers brushed the clock's surface, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, like the comforting embrace of a long-lost friend. Suddenly, the room around him shimmered and wavered, and he found himself standing on the edge of a vast, misty forest, the village far behind him. In this enchanted realm, the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The path before him was lined with twinkling lanterns that seemed to hover of their own accord, casting soft pools of light onto the ground. Emery took a deep breath, feeling both anxious and curious about this unfamiliar world. It wasn't long before he encountered a pair of companions who would join him on his journey. The first was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Pip greeted Emery with a friendly chatter, his small paws gesturing animatedly as if to say, "Come along, there's much to see." The second was an eloquent owl named Oren, with feathers that shimmered like starlit skies and a voice as soothing as a lullaby. Oren perched on a low-hanging branch and nodded sagely. "Welcome, dear Emery," he hooted. "This forest holds secrets that will guide you, but only if you seek with an open heart." Together they embarked on a journey through the forest, where the trees whispered ancient stories and the streams sang gentle lullabies. Pip led the way with boundless energy, occasionally stopping to share a delightful morsel of knowledge about the forest's flora and fauna. Oren, on the other hand, provided quiet wisdom, offering insights that unfolded like petals under the sun. As they wandered deeper, Emery found himself drawn to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with fragrant wildflowers. In the center stood a majestic oak with a trunk wide enough to shelter the three of them beneath its sprawling branches. It was here that Emery noticed a peculiar sight, a small, ornate box nestled among the roots, gleaming with the same azure glow as his clock. With Pip and Oren at his side, Emery approached the box. It opened with a gentle click, revealing a shimmering hourglass filled with sand that sparkled like diamonds. Emery understood instinctively that this hourglass was the key to understanding the mysteries of the azure clock. As he held it, the world around him seemed to pause, the gentle rustle of leaves and the songs of birds fading into a serene stillness. Oren's voice broke the silence, soft and reassuring. "This hourglass grants the gift of reflection, dear Emery," he explained. "It allows you to see moments in time with clarity and compassion, to learn from the past and guide the future." Pip nodded enthusiastically, adding in his chattering way, "It's like seeing the world through the eyes of a friend, isn't it?" Emery smiled, feeling a warmth spreading through his heart. He realized that the journey through this enchanted forest had been more than just a physical trek. It had been a journey of discovery, of understanding the power of friendship and the wisdom of reflecting on one's own life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a tapestry of colors across the sky, Emery felt a gentle tug, as if the forest itself was guiding him back. He bid farewell to Pip and Oren, promising to carry their friendship and wisdom with him always. With a final nod of gratitude to the majestic oak, Emery closed his eyes and felt a familiar warmth envelop him once more. When he opened them again, he found himself back in his shop, the azure clock before him, its hands now moving with a serene and steady grace. From that day forward, Emery continued his work with renewed passion and insight. He crafted clocks that not only measured time but also captured the essence of moments, the beauty of reflection, and the gentle reminder that true wisdom often comes from the heart. And in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Emery would sit by the hearth, the azure clock softly ticking, a testament to the journey that had changed him forever. And so, the gentle tick-tock of time continued, weaving stories of discovery and wonder, of friendship and wisdom, through the fabric of each new day. Story 16. In the quaint village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Oliver. He was a curious young lad with a heart as big as the sky and a mind full of dreams that danced like fireflies on a summer's eve. Oliver's home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with vibrant colors and sweet fragrances, a testament to his mother's loving care. Every night, the sound of rustling leaves and the distant call of an owl would lull him to sleep, weaving dreams of distant lands and untold mysteries. One morning, as the first golden rays of the sun peeked over the horizon, Oliver awoke with a tingling sense of adventure. Today, he decided, was the day he would explore the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in bedtime stories, where the trees sang with the voices of the wind and the streams sparkled like liquid diamonds. With a satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a bottle of sweet elderflower cordial, Oliver set off on his journey. The path to the glade was a winding trail, lined with towering oaks whose leaves shimmered in hues of emerald and gold. As he walked, the air was filled with the scent of fresh pine and wildflowers, a bouquet that wrapped around him like a warm embrace. As Oliver ventured deeper into the forest, the light grew softer, filtered through a canopy of leaves that seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. It was here, in this mystical half-light, that he first encountered the forest's whimsical inhabitants. A flutter of wings announced the arrival of the first creature, a tiny, luminescent sprite, no larger than a hummingbird. It hovered before Oliver, its wings a blur of iridescent colors. With a gentle chime like a distant bell, the sprite beckoned him to follow. Led by the sprite, Oliver soon found himself in a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood an ancient stone, weathered by time, its surface etched with runes that glowed softly in the dim light. Around the stone danced a band of creatures, squirrels with bushy tails that sparkled with stardust, rabbits with fur as white as clouds, and foxes whose eyes gleamed with wisdom. The clearing was alive with a sense of joy and wonder, a feeling that warmed Oliver from the inside out. As he watched, a great owl, its feathers a tapestry of browns and creams, swooped down to perch upon the stone. With a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, the owl spoke. "Welcome, dear traveler, to the enchanted glade. Here the curious heart finds its true path, and in the dance of shadows and light, we learn the courage to dream." Oliver felt a thrill run through him, a recognition that had nothing to do with words, but everything to do with understanding. Here in this magical place, he found a reflection of the courage he had carried within him all along. The creatures, sensing his wonder, began to share their stories, tales of adventures and mischief, of friendships forged and lessons learned. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of the forest, and as Oliver listened, he found his own story weaving into theirs. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the glade. It was time to return home, but Oliver knew he would never quite leave this place. He had discovered not just a hidden corner of the forest, but also the strength within himself to venture into the unknown with an open heart. As he retraced his steps, the sprite flitted beside him, a loyal companion until the edge of the forest. There it paused, giving a final, melodic chime before disappearing into the trees. Oliver returned to Meadowbrook with a spring in his step and a lightness in his heart. That evening, as he sat by the fire, wrapped in a quilt and sipping hot cocoa, he recounted his adventure to his family. His eyes glowed with the magic of the day, and his voice was a gentle reminder that courage often lies in the willingness to explore the unknown. As the flames crackled softly and the room filled with the comforting scent of burning wood, Oliver's mother smiled and tucked him into bed. "Remember, my dear," she whispered, "the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream." With those words, Oliver drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming of the enchanted glade and all the adventures yet to come. And in the quiet of the night, the forest stood watch, a guardian of secrets, always ready to welcome those who sought its mysteries with an open heart. Story 17. In the heart of whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden sprites and the air was sweetened with the scent of blooming moonflowers, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place of gentle charms and whimsical wonders, where the ordinary and the magical lived side by side in peaceful harmony. In this serene village, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed violets. Lila was known for her curious mind and gentle spirit, often found wandering through the woods, befriending creatures great and small. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of amber and crimson began to paint the treetops, Lila awoke to a peculiar sight. Her small window, usually framed by the soft glow of the rising sun, was instead obscured by a swirling mist of shimmering silver. It seemed to whisper secrets of the forest as it curled and coiled, casting whimsical shadows upon her bedroom walls. Intrigued, Lila donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted with threads of forest green, and stepped outside. The village square was abuzz with murmurs and curious glances, as the mist lingered, weaving through cobblestone paths and curling around the trunks of ancient trees. "Whatever could it be?" pondered the villagers, their voices a melody of wonder and concern. Lila's heart, however, thrummed with excitement, for she sensed an adventure unfolding. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lila set off towards the heart of the forest, where the mist seemed most concentrated. Along her journey, she was joined by her dear friend Finn, a wise yet playful fox, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes as bright as polished amber. "Do you think it's magic, Lila?" Finn asked, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "It must be," Lila replied, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the willows. "The forest always has its reasons." Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a cathedral of rustling leaves. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the sound of their footfalls was muffled upon a carpet of fallen leaves. As they walked, they came upon a small clearing bathed in the mist's silvery glow. At its center stood Elder Alder, the venerable tree spirit of Whispering Woods. His bark was rugged and wise, etched with the swirling patterns of countless seasons, and his eyes glimmered with the knowledge of ages. "Elder Alder," Lila greeted respectfully, "we seek the source of this mysterious mist." The ancient tree spirit regarded them with a gentle smile, his voice a deep, resonant echo. "The mist you see is the breath of the silver willows," he explained, awakened by a disturbance in the heart of the forest. "A disturbance?" Finn echoed, his ears perked with interest. "Indeed," continued Elder Alder, "something has caused the silver willows to stir, and their whispers fill the air. To find the cause, you must follow the trail of the silver leaves." With a nod of gratitude, Lila and Finn set off once more, guided by the soft trail of shimmering leaves that glimmered like stars against the forest floor. The path led them through groves of birch and oak, across babbling brooks that sang of days long past, and into a secluded glen where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center of the glen stood a circle of silver willows, their trunks slender and graceful, their leaves shimmering like moonlight upon water. Beneath their boughs lay a small, slumbering creature, covered in a soft, silvery down. "It's a moon moth," whispered Finn, recognizing the delicate creature. "They are rare and shy, only appearing when the moon is full." "But why is it here?" Lila wondered, kneeling beside the sleeping moth. "And why does it seem so troubled?" As if in answer, the mist around them swirled gently, carrying with it the memories of the forest. Through the haze, Lila saw visions of the moth fluttering through the night, searching for the comfort of the silver willows, drawn by their soothing presence. It must have lost its way, Lila realized, her heart filling with empathy. The mist is the willow's way of guiding it back home. With a soft, comforting touch, Lila cradled the moon moth in her hands, her warmth awakening the delicate creature. Slowly, its wings unfurled, their silvery patterns catching the light as it fluttered gently, testing the air. With a grateful glance at Lila and Finn, the moon moth lifted into the air, its flight guided by the whispers of the silver willows. The mist began to dissipate, unraveling like a silken thread, as the moth found its way back to the safety of the forest canopy. As the last tendrils of mist vanished into the morning light, Lila and Finn returned to the village, where the air now shimmered with the promise of a bright new day. The villagers, relieved and curious, gathered to hear of the adventure that had unfolded in the heart of their beloved woods. Sometimes, Lila shared with a gentle smile, all it takes is a little kindness and understanding to solve the mysteries around us. And so the village of Willowbrook settled back into its peaceful rhythm, the forest once again a tapestry of harmony and wonder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, the gentle song of the silver willows could be heard, a lullaby of gratitude and peace. In the warmth of her snug little room, Lila drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the whispering woods and the gentle flutter of silvery wings, knowing that the magic of friendship and kindness would always light her path. Story 18. Once upon a twilight dream, nestled deep within the embrace of an ancient forest, there thrived a world where the veil between the natural and the mystical was gossamer thin. Here, every leaf whispered secrets of ages past, and the creatures that dwelled beneath the canopy's verdant boughs were guardians of an ancient harmony. As the first breath of spring caressed the slumbering woodland, a symphony of awakening would commence. The delicate trill of birds heralded the arrival of warmth, coaxing the earth to shed its frosty mantle. Beneath the fallen leaves, a tapestry of vibrant emerald unfurled, as tender shoots emerged from their earthen cradles, reaching towards the dappled sunlight. It was during this season of renewal that the hidden lives of the forest's denizens were woven into the very fabric of the land. Tiny field mice, their whiskers a-quiver, would scurry among the wildflowers, gathering nature's bounty to fortify their humble homes. Overhead, squirrels danced from branch to branch, their bushy tails trailing like banners in the breeze, as they harvested the first offerings of the oak and chestnut trees. Yet, it was the sprites who truly embodied the spirit of spring's gentle awakening. Diminutive beings, no larger than a child's thumb, they would emerge from the hollows of ancient trees, their gossamer wings catching the golden rays of the sun. With each flutter, they cast a shimmering veil of pollen over the budding blossoms, ensuring the cycle of life continued unbroken. As the months drifted by, summer's zenith would drape the forest in a vibrant tapestry of verdant hues. The canopy above became an emerald cathedral, filtering the golden light into a dreamlike haze that danced across the mossy floors. It was in this realm of eternal twilight that the creatures of the woodland held court, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the ancient boughs. The sprites, now resplendent in their summer garb of woven petals and dewdrops, would flit among the branches, tending to the forest's needs with an ethereal grace. They coaxed the shy tendrils of ivy to climb ever higher, ensuring the mighty oaks and elms remained cloaked in living tapestries of green. And when the rains came, beating their percussive melodies upon the leaves, the sprites would gather in whirling formations, their wings creating intricate patterns that guided the life-giving droplets to the thirsty roots below. Beneath the watchful boughs, the wise denizens of the woodland went about their secret lives, ever mindful of the delicate balance that sustained their verdant sanctuary. Families of rabbits tended to their warrens, teaching their young the ancient ways of the forest, while herds of majestic deer grazed upon the forest's offerings, their gentle footfalls leaving no lasting imprint upon the mossy glades. It was during the long golden days of summer that the magic of the forest truly came alive. As the warmth of the sun caressed the ancient boughs, the very air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal energy. Sparkling motes of light, born from the union of sunbeam and dewdrop, would dance among the shadowed glades, leading those open to wonder along paths untrodden. For those gifted with the sight, these will-o'-the-wisps revealed glimpses into the living tapestry of the woodland realm. Creatures thought to be mere fable, unicorns grazing in moon-dappled clearings, or lizard-like dragons basking upon sun-warmed rocks, would reveal themselves to the pure of heart. It was a world where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and magic danced upon the very tongue of the wind. As summer's embrace gave way to the crimson splendor of autumn, the forest underwent a transformation more profound than any mere shedding of leaves. The very essence of the woodland became imbued with the spirit of transition, of letting go and preparing for the long slumber to come. It was during this season of change that the ancient wisdom of the forest found its truest expression. The elders, be they the wise matriarchs of the deer herds, or the most gnarled and weathered oaks, would impart their knowledge to the young and newly born. Fables and tales, spun from centuries of experience, would be woven into the very fiber of the woodland, ensuring that even as one generation passed, the next would carry the sacred trust of maintaining the balance. As the leaves took on their fiery mantle, the sprites too would undergo a metamorphosis. Their gossamer wings, once iridescent in the summer sun, would become tinged with the brilliant hues of amber and crimson. In great swirling clouds they would gather, their movements coaxing the leaves to relinquish their grip upon the branches and take to the winds. It was a breathtaking spectacle. As the forest became awash in a kaleidoscope of color, the very air alive with the dancing leaves. Yet even in this moment of letting go, there was an underlying promise, a reassurance that this transition was but a temporary respite before the cycle would begin anew. And so, as the last leaves fluttered to the ground and the forest stood silent and bare against the gray skies, the creatures of the woodland would make their preparations for the long winter slumber. The sprite folk would return to their hollows, cocooned in dreamless repose until the first stirrings of spring roused them once more. The deer would lead their herds to the sheltered glades, where they would huddle together and await the return of the sun's warmth. Yet even in the depths of winter's frozen embrace, the magic of the forest persisted. For it was during these quiet months that the very essence of the woodland was renewed, the unseen tendrils of life replenishing the wellspring from which all magic flowed. On nights when the moon was at its fullest, those gifted with the sight might bear witness to ethereal lights dancing among the barren branches. The spirits of the forest made manifest. Woven from the dreams of slumbering creatures and the gentle whispers of the wind, these ephemeral forms would flit and swirl, leaving in their wake a shimmering trail of frost that glistened like diamonds in the pale moonlight. It was a breathtaking display, a reminder that even in the depths of winter's chill, the forest lived and dreamed, awaiting the inevitable rebirth that would come with the next turning of the wheel. And so the cycle continued, year upon year, season after season, as the forest bore silent witness to the ebb and flow of life itself. The creatures that called this verdant realm their home understood that they were mere threads in a living tapestry, their lives inextricably woven into the rhythms of the ancient boughs. It was a world where magic and nature danced in perfect harmony, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred into a realm of endless wonder. And at the heart of it all was a single transcendent truth. That true wisdom came not from mastery over the forest, but from living in reverence of its eternal rhythms and embracing one's own place within the great circle of life. Story 19. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where sunlight kissed the leaves in a golden dance, there lay a small, quaint village named Mistwood. Mistwood was a place where time seemed to linger, where the air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and where the gentle whispers of the wind carried secrets of the forest. In this enchanted village lived a young woman named Leora. Leora had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that shimmered like dew on a spring morning. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded her, Leora felt a deep unease within her heart. She often found herself sitting by the edge of the forest, her thoughts tangled like the roots of the great oaks, yearning for something she could not quite name. The villagers were fond of Leora, for she was kind and always ready with a smile, but they sensed her restlessness. The elders, wise and gentle, often spoke to her about the cycles of life and the natural flow of change, but Leora's heart resisted, fearing the unknown paths that change might carve. One twilight evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her feet carried her along a narrow, winding path until she reached a serene, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying softly as if in greeting. As Leora approached, she noticed something unusual about the willow. Its bark shimmered with a silvery glow, and its leaves whispered secrets with each gentle breeze. Drawn by the tree's mysterious allure, she placed a hand upon its trunk. Instantly, a warmth spread from the tree into her fingertips, weaving through her veins like liquid sunlight. Suddenly, a soft voice, as gentle as a lullaby, filled the glade. "Do not fear the changes that come, dear child," it said, "for within them lies your true self, waiting to be discovered." Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who speaks to me?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper. "I am the spirit of the willow," the voice replied, "and I have watched over this forest for countless seasons. I have seen the growth that comes from embracing change, and I am here to help you find your path." Leora felt a strange calmness settle over her. "But how?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "How do I embrace something I do not understand?" The willow's leaves rustled like a gentle laugh. "Close your eyes, dear one, and let the forest be your guide." Trusting the spirit's words, Leora closed her eyes. She felt a tingling sensation spread from her toes to the top of her head, as if the very essence of the forest was wrapping her in its embrace. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a world transformed. The glade was now filled with soft, glowing lights that floated like stars, casting a warm, gentle glow. The air was alive with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh rain, soothing her senses. Around her, creatures of the forest gathered, deer with antlers like branches, foxes with fur that shimmered like the moon, and birds whose feathers glowed with iridescence. From among them stepped an old, wise owl, its eyes like amber jewels. "Greetings, Leora," it hooted softly. "We are the guardians of this forest, and we are here to help you see the beauty of transformation." Over the next few days, Leora spent her time in the glade, learning from the creatures and the willow spirit. The fox taught her about adaptability, showing her how it changed its coat with the seasons. The deer spoke of trust, explaining how it navigated the forest by following its instincts. The birds sang of courage, their melodies weaving tales of journeys that spanned vast horizons. As Leora listened and learned, she began to feel a shift within herself. The fear that once clung to her like a shadow began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle curiosity and a growing sense of wonder. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but rather a dance to be embraced, a dance that was both delicate and powerful. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the willow spirit spoke to her once more. "You have grown, dear Leora," it said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have seen the magic within you, and you are ready to return to your village, to share the light you have found." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora thanked the creatures and the willow spirit for their guidance. As she made her way back to Mistwood, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the path before her aglow with the promise of new beginnings. When she returned to the village, the elders and villagers noticed the change in her immediately. Leora's eyes shone with a newfound clarity, and her presence was like a gentle breeze, bringing comfort and inspiration to those around her. She shared her experiences, speaking of the wisdom of the forest and the beauty of embracing change. In time, Leora became known as a healer of hearts, guiding others through their own journeys of transformation with kindness and understanding. And though the willow's glade remained a secret to most, its magic lived on in Leora, a testament to the power of personal growth and the gentle beauty of discovering one's true self. And so, under the ever-watchful eyes of the forest, Mistwood thrived, its people learning to dance with the rhythms of life, just as Leora had. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the village continued to be a place of peace and wonder, where the whispers of the wind still carried the secrets of the forest, and where hearts were forever open to the magic of change. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves swayed in rhythm with the gentle breeze, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and wild flowers, there was a small village called Misty Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled within the embrace of an ancient forest, known to be filled with magic and wonder. The villagers of Misty Hollow lived peacefully, their days marked by the simple joys of tending to their gardens, sharing stories by the fireside, and gathering for communal feasts under the starlit sky. Yet recently, a series of peculiar events had stirred a gentle ripple of curiosity and concern among them. It all began one morning when a soft, tinkling sound, like the chime of tiny bells, echoed through the village. The sound was pleasant, almost like a lullaby carried by the wind. At first, the villagers thought it was merely the playful whisper of the forest. However, As the days passed, the sound grew more frequent and seemed to be guiding them towards the heart of the woods. Among the villagers was a wise old herbalist named Nola. Her eyes, deep and wise as the forest itself, had seen many seasons of the woodland's mysteries. She lived in a cozy cottage adorned with colorful herbs and wildflowers, their scents mingling with the aroma of her freshly baked pies. Nola was known for her kindness and her knack for understanding the language of the forest. One day, as the sun kissed the treetops with its golden glow, Nola decided to follow the melodious chime. With a wicker basket in hand, filled with a selection of her herbal remedies and a warm cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders, she ventured into the depths of the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her steps. Along the way she was joined by a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Pippin was known for his quick wit and was always eager to embark on an adventure. As they walked deeper into the woods, the chime grew louder, leading them to a glen bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its branches wide and welcoming, and nestled within its roots was a small, shimmering pond. The surface of the pond rippled with the melody of the chimes, as if the water itself were singing. Nola knelt by the pond, her fingers lightly brushing the surface, feeling the magic thrumming beneath. "This is no ordinary pond, Pippin," she murmured, her voice as soft as the breeze. "There is magic here, an old magic that wishes to be heard." Pippin nodded, his tiny paws playing with an acorn. "But why now? Why has it chosen to reveal itself?" he wondered aloud. His voice filled with wonder. As if in response, a gentle voice, soft and soothing, echoed through the glen. "I am the guardian of the whispering woods," it said. "Long have I watched over these lands, but I need your help, wise Nola and clever Pippin." Nola's heart fluttered with a mixture of awe and respect. "How can we assist you, dear guardian?" she asked, her voice filled with warmth and sincerity. "The balance of magic has been disturbed," the guardian explained. "A playful sprite, in its mischief, has hidden a precious gem that is key to maintaining harmony in the woods. Without it, the magic will fade." Nola nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We will find this gem," she promised, determination shining in her eyes. With the guardian's blessing, Nola and Pippin embarked on their quest, guided by the chimes that sang from the pond. They followed the sound through the forest, using their keen senses and knowledge of the woods. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of life, the flutter of wings, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the soft sigh of the wind weaving through the branches. As they journeyed, they encountered a wise old owl named Alder, perched high in the branches of a silver birch. Alder had watched over the forest for many years and was known for his deep wisdom and keen eyesight. "What brings you here, Nola and Pippin?" Alder hooted, his voice deep and resonant. "We seek a gem that holds the balance of the forest's magic," Nola explained, her voice filled with hope and trust. Alder blinked his large golden eyes thoughtfully. "I have seen a glimmering light in the meadow beyond the Elderwood," he said. "Perhaps it is the gem you seek." Thanking Alder for his guidance, Nola and Pippin made their way to the meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emeralds beneath the gentle caress of the wind. There they found a tiny sprite, its wings shimmering like gossamer in the sunlight, playing with a radiant gem that sparkled with every color of the rainbow. "Oh, I meant no harm," the sprite chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I only wanted to see the colors dance." Nola smiled kindly at the sprite. "The gem is beautiful indeed," she said, her voice warm and understanding. "But it holds the magic that keeps our woods alive and vibrant. Would you help us return it to its rightful place?" The sprite nodded, its eyes wide with realization and a touch of remorse. "I will help," it promised, handing the gem to Nola. Together, they returned to the ancient oak, where Nola gently placed the gem in the pond. As it touched the water, a brilliant light enveloped the glen, and the melody of the chimes filled the air once more, richer and more harmonious than before. "Thank you, dear friends," the guardian's voice echoed with gratitude. "The balance is restored, and the magic will flourish once more." With their task complete, Nola, Pippin, and the sprite returned to Misty Hollow, where the villagers welcomed them with open arms and hearts full of gratitude. The gentle mystery of the chimes had been solved, leaving the village and the woods bathed in a renewed sense of peace and harmony. As the villagers gathered around the fire that night, sharing stories and laughter, Nola felt a deep contentment settle over her. The forest, with its ancient magic and boundless wonders, would always be a haven for those who walked its paths with respect and love. And so, under the soft glow of the moon and the twinkling stars, the village of Misty Hollow drifted into slumber, cradled by the whispering woods and the gentle song of its guardian, forever entwined in the tapestry of magic and friendship that bound them together. Story 21. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Oliver. With hair like spun gold and eyes as clear as the morning sky, Oliver was known for his kindness and curiosity. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched cottages, was a place of simple beauty, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp, earthy aroma of pine. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of russets and golds, Oliver wandered along a path less traveled. His journey led him to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place both revered and rarely ventured into by the villagers. The woods were said to hold secrets untold, where the trees spoke in hushed tones and the streams sang lullabies. As Oliver approached the woods, a peculiar glint caught his eye. Nestled beneath a cluster of ferns was a small, ornate box, no bigger than his hand. The box was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves, worn by time but still shimmering with a strange allure. Gently, Oliver lifted the box, feeling a warmth emanate from it, as if it were alive with stories waiting to be told. Curiosity piqued. Oliver carried the box back to his favorite spot by the babbling brook, where the water's gentle murmur was a soothing companion. Settling down on a moss-covered stone, he examined the box more closely. It seemed to pulse softly with a light of its own, inviting him to discover its secrets. With a deep breath, Oliver opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft, silken fabric, lay a delicate, shimmering leaf. As he lifted it, the leaf glowed with an ethereal light, casting a warm, golden hue over his surroundings. To Oliver's amazement, the leaf began to speak, its voice gentle like the breeze through the trees. "I am the leaf of whispers," it said, "a keeper of the forest's wisdom. I have chosen you, dear Oliver, for your heart is pure and your mind open." Oliver listened, captivated by the leaf's soothing tones. The leaf of whispers explained that it had the power to reveal the hidden stories of the forest, to share the wisdom of the ages with those willing to listen and learn. Eager to uncover the mysteries of the Whispering Woods, Oliver eagerly embarked on a journey of discovery. The leaf guided him deeper into the forest, its glow illuminating the path with a gentle golden light. Along the way, Oliver encountered creatures of the woods, each with a tale to tell and wisdom to impart. First, he met Fern, the wise old turtle who moved with the grace of a river's flow. Fern shared stories of the forest's ancient past, of times when the trees were mere saplings and the world was young. From Fern, Oliver learned the value of patience and the importance of honoring one's roots. Next, Oliver encountered Luna, the playful squirrel with fur like silver moonlight. Luna taught Oliver the joy of living in the moment, of finding delight in the simple pleasures of life. She showed him how laughter and play could lighten the heaviest of hearts. As Oliver journeyed deeper, he came upon Bramble, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the forest itself. Bramble spoke of the interconnectedness of all living things, of how each creature and plant played a role in the great tapestry of life. From Bramble, Oliver learned the importance of empathy and understanding, of seeing the world through the eyes of others. With each encounter, the leaf of whispers glowed brighter, its warmth a reassuring presence. But the journey was not without its challenges. As twilight fell and the forest grew dim, Oliver faced a path obscured by shadows. It was here that he encountered the shadow of doubt, a misty figure that whispered of fears and uncertainties, trying to dissuade him from his journey. But Oliver, with wisdom gleaned from his new friends, knew that the way forward required not force, but courage and trust. He closed his eyes and listened to the gentle voice of the leaf, which reminded him of the light that dwelled within. With renewed determination, Oliver stepped forward, his heart a beacon that dispersed the shadows with its unwavering glow. Emerging from the woods, Oliver found himself back at the edge of the village, the sun rising to greet him with its warm embrace. The leaf of whispers, its purpose fulfilled, shimmered one last time before gently transforming into a radiant burst of light that settled into Oliver's heart, leaving behind a warmth that would guide him always. Oliver returned to Willowbrook, his spirit aglow with the wisdom of the forest. He shared his stories with the villagers, enriching their lives with the lessons he had learned. And though the leaf of whispers had vanished, its legacy lived on in Oliver's gentle deeds and kind words. As the days turned to years, Oliver grew into a wise and compassionate young man, the stories of the Whispering Woods forever etched in his heart. And though the villagers never ventured far into the woods, they knew that within the heart of a young boy, the secrets of the forest had found a home. And so in the cozy embrace of Willowbrook, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and the gentle songs of the brook, Oliver's journey became a cherished tale, a reminder of the magic that lies in kindness, curiosity, and the wisdom of the natural world. And as the stars twinkled above, like tiny lanterns in the night sky, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the warmth of stories and dreams. Story 22. In a land where the whispering winds carried secrets and the night sky twinkled with the tales of old, there existed a village nestled in the arms of towering emerald hills. This village, named Glimmerbrook, was known for its serene beauty and the gentle river that danced through its heart, weaving tales of enchantment as it flowed. The people of Glimmerbrook lived simple, harmonious lives, finding joy in the rustle of the leaves, the songs of the sparrows, and the sweet scent of wildflowers that bloomed in abundance. But what set this quaint village apart was a secret known only to its children, a secret that lay hidden beyond the lush meadows and the whispering woods. It was said that on the night of the crescent moon, when the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, a mysterious path appeared at the edge of the woods. This path led to a world unseen by adult eyes, a world where magic breathed life into every branch and wonder flowed like the river itself. Among the children of Glimmerbrook, there was a boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as vast as the sky and a curiosity that knew no bounds. His eyes, the color of a sunlit forest, sparkled with dreams yet to be realized. He often spent his days by the river, crafting little boats out of leaves and twigs, dreaming of adventures that awaited him beyond the horizon. Finn had heard the stories of the hidden world from his elder sister, Lila. She had once glimpsed the path, shimmering under the moonlight, but fear had kept her from venturing further. Lila, with her gentle smile and wise eyes, always encouraged Finn to seek the wonders of the world, teaching him the value of courage and kindness. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and the sky donned a cloak of twilight, Finn sat by the riverbank. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves. Lila joined him, her presence a comforting warmth in the growing chill. "Finn," she began, her voice soft as the breeze, "tonight is the night of the crescent moon. Have you thought about finding the hidden path?" Finn looked at her, his heart fluttering with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. "But what if it's just a story, Lila? What if there's nothing there?" Lila chuckled, her laughter a gentle melody. "Every story holds a seed of truth, dear brother. Sometimes we must have faith in what we cannot see." As the evening deepened, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to discover the truth for himself. When the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow upon the land, Finn's resolve hardened. He hugged Lila, whispering a promise to return with tales of wonder, and set off toward the woods. The path was easy to find, just as the stories had said. It shimmered under the moonlight, a ribbon of stardust leading into the heart of the forest. Finn's steps were cautious at first, but with each stride, he felt a growing sense of belonging, as if the path welcomed him. The woods were alive with a symphony of night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves underfoot, and the distant murmur of the river. Finn's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the forest, and he felt a strange, comforting energy enveloping him. As he journeyed deeper, the path led him to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, a guardian of this hidden realm. At the base of the tree lay a small, ornate box, glimmering with an ethereal light. Finn knelt beside the box, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into its surface. With a gentle breath, he opened the lid. Inside lay a small, translucent stone, glowing with a soft inner light. It was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, a magical object that pulsed with warmth, filling him with a sense of peace and purpose. As he held the stone, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, as if the forest itself was speaking. "This is the Heartstone," the voice murmured, "a gift of magic and wisdom. It will guide you on your journey and reveal the hidden wonders of this world." Finn felt a rush of gratitude, his heart swelling with the promise of adventure and discovery. He carefully placed the Heartstone in his pocket and set off down the path once more, eager to explore what lay beyond. The forest transformed around him, the trees shimmering with a soft luminescence, their leaves whispering secrets to the stars above. Finn felt a connection to the world around him, a bond that transcended the boundaries of reality and imagination. As he wandered, he encountered creatures of wonder and whimsy, a fox with eyes like liquid amber, a family of rabbits who danced in the moonlight, and a wise old turtle who shared stories of the ages. Each encounter was a lesson in itself, teaching Finn about friendship, bravery, and the importance of listening to the world around him. In this enchanted realm, time seemed to lose its meaning. Finn felt himself changing, growing wiser and more attuned to the magic within and around him. He learned to see the beauty in every moment, to find joy in the simplest of things, a dewdrop glistening on a leaf, the song of a nightingale, the gentle breeze that caressed his cheek. But as the night wore on, Finn knew it was time to return to Glimmerbrook. He retraced his steps, the Heartstone glowing warmly in his pocket, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken. When he emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. Finn felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that he carried the magic of the hidden world within him. Back in the village, Lila awaited his return, her eyes filled with love and curiosity. Finn embraced her, regaling her with tales of the wonders he had witnessed and the lessons he had learned. "You were right, Lila," he said, his voice filled with awe. "There is magic in the world, if only we have the courage to seek it." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with pride and joy. "And now you carry that magic with you, dear brother. Remember, it is the kindness in your heart and the wisdom in your soul that makes you truly magical." As the sun rose higher, casting its golden light over Glimmerbrook, Finn and Lila sat by the river, their hearts intertwined with the magic of the hidden world. They knew that the journey had only just begun, and that the wonders of the world awaited them, shimmering like stardust on the horizon. And so, in the gentle embrace of morning, the village of Glimmerbrook awoke to a new day, its air filled with the promise of adventure and the comforting warmth of friendship, a place where magic lived in every heart and dreams danced upon the wings of possibility. Story 23. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering woodlands, there lay a small, sun-dappled cottage. It was a quaint abode, surrounded by a garden wild with blooms of lavender and chamomile. In this cottage lived a kind-hearted young girl named Marin, known for her gentle spirit and curious mind. Marin had always been a collector of peculiar things. Her shelves were lined with smooth river stones, feathers of every hue, and jars of fragrant herbs. But among her treasures, one item stood out, a delicate silver pocket watch that had belonged to her grandmother. It was a beautifully intricate piece, with swirling engravings and a face that glimmered in the light like a pool of liquid moonlight. One breezy autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Marin sat by the fireplace, cradling the watch in her hands. As she turned it over, she noticed something unusual, a tiny, hidden latch she had never seen before. With a gentle press, the watch popped open to reveal not just its familiar ticking hands, but a hidden compartment housing a shimmering crystal, nestled like a secret. The moment Marin touched the crystal, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. Suddenly, the room around her shimmered and swayed, as if the very air had become enchanted. She blinked, and to her amazement, found herself standing not in her cozy cottage, but in the heart of a vibrant, bustling market square. The market was unlike any Marin had ever seen, filled with stalls brimming with wares from every corner of imagination. There were fruits that glowed with inner light, fabrics that shimmered like the night sky, and vendors with twinkling eyes and friendly smiles. It was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary mingled freely, and Marin felt a thrill of wonder at the sight of it. As she wandered through the stalls, Marin met a kindly old man named Thistle, who sold peculiar instruments that hummed with their own melodies. Thistle, with his wiry beard and eyes that sparkled like stars, explained that the market was a place of discovery, where those who found it were meant to learn something valuable about themselves. Encouraged by Thistle's words, Marin continued her exploration. She encountered Leora, a gentle woman with a voice as soothing as a gentle brook, who sold enchanted teas that could reveal hidden truths. Leora, with her warm smile and calming presence, became an instant friend, guiding Marin to the stall of an artist who painted with colors that seemed to dance off the canvas. Each encounter filled Marin with a sense of connection and joy, but it was not long before she discovered the challenge she was destined to face. At the edge of the market, she found a stall tended by a thoughtful young man named Ewan, who crafted intricate puzzles from wood and stone. His creations were beautiful and complex, each one seeming to hold a secret of its own. Ewan, with his gentle hands and patient demeanor, sensed Marin's curiosity. He offered her a puzzle, explaining that it was a test of wisdom, not strength. The puzzle was a delicate sphere, carved with intertwining patterns and symbols that seemed to shift under her gaze. The challenge was to align the patterns, revealing the heart of the sphere. Marin spent hours turning the sphere in her hands, her mind weaving through the possibilities as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. As she worked, she remembered the lessons she had learned from her grandmother, lessons of patience, observation, and the understanding that sometimes the answers lay not in force, but in gentle persistence and trust in oneself. With a deep breath, Marin closed her eyes, allowing her intuition to guide her fingers. Slowly, the patterns began to align, and with a soft click, the sphere opened to reveal a tiny glowing seed. Ewan smiled warmly, explaining that the seed was a symbol of growth and potential, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. Feeling a sense of accomplishment and peace, Marin thanked Ewan and her new friends, who had taught her so much. She understood now that the true magic lay not just in the objects and places, but in the connections made and the wisdom gained. As the market began to fade, Marin felt herself being gently drawn back to the comfort of her own home. She found herself once more in her cozy cottage, the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth, the crystal from the watch now softly glowing beside her. With a contented sigh, Marin placed the seed in a small pot by her windowsill, knowing that it would grow into something beautiful, just as she had grown from her adventure. She nestled into her favorite chair, her heart full of gratitude and wonder, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. And so, as the world outside her window was hushed to sleep by the lullaby of the wind through the trees, Marin drifted into slumber, her dreams filled with the enchanting melodies of the market and the gentle wisdom she had found there. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering green meadows and the gentle murmurs of a babbling brook, lived a young woman named Myra. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow with the same tranquility as the stream that embraced its edges, and the air was always filled with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of distant pine forests. Myra had always been a creature of habit, her days a series of comforting routines. Each morning she would rise with the sun, its golden fingers weaving through the lace curtains of her modest cottage, and set about her daily tasks with quiet diligence. Her life was as predictable as the seasons, and she found solace in that predictability. Yet beneath her calm exterior, Myra harbored a secret longing for something more, an unspoken yearning for change that whispered to her like the wind through the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of russet and gold, Myra decided to take a walk to the edge of the forest. The path was familiar, bordered by the cheerful chatter of sparrows and the occasional rustle of a curious squirrel. But as she reached the forest's edge, something unusual caught her eye. A peculiar, shimmering light that seemed to beckon her deeper into the woods. Curiosity piqued. Myra followed the light, which flickered like a playful firefly just beyond her reach. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest transformed around her. The air grew cooler, laced with the refreshing scent of moss and earth, and the trees stood taller, their branches arching overhead like ancient guardians. It was as if the forest itself was alive, watching and waiting. As Myra walked, she stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide, adorned with leaves that shimmered like gold under the sun. It was here that Myra met the gentle spirit of the forest, a wise, old fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, dear one," the fox greeted, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have been drawn here for a reason." Myra felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling of being seen and understood. "I don't know why I'm here," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. The fox chuckled, a sound like the breeze through the pines. "Change is afoot in your heart, Myra. It is a sign of growth, and the forest has chosen you for a journey of transformation." Myra's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "But I'm afraid," she admitted. "I don't know how to change." The fox nodded knowingly. "Fear is natural, but remember, dear one, growth often begins with a single step into the unknown. You are not alone on this journey." With that, the fox gestured with its paw, and from the shadows stepped 3 more companions, a wise old owl, an energetic squirrel, and a gentle doe. Each offered their own gifts: the owl, knowledge; the squirrel, enthusiasm; and the doe, patience and grace. Together, they embarked on a series of small adventures within the forest, each designed to teach Myra a lesson about herself and the world. In the company of her new friends, she learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the signs in the stars, and to find strength in the gentle rhythm of her own heart. Each day brought new challenges, but with each challenge came growth. Myra learned to embrace change as a friend, rather than a foe, and discovered the beauty of allowing herself to evolve. The forest, with its magical light and whispering trees, mirrored her inner transformation, showing her that just as the seasons change, so too could she. As the days turned into weeks, Myra's heart grew lighter, and she found herself laughing more, her voice ringing out like a melody among the trees. Her once familiar routines were now woven with threads of adventure and discovery, and she realized she was no longer afraid of change. Instead, she welcomed it, knowing it was a path to becoming her true self. When the time came to leave the forest, Myra felt a pang of sadness but also a deep sense of gratitude. The fox, the owl, the squirrel, and the doe gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with pride and affection. "Remember, dear one," the fox said, "the magic of the forest is always with you, in every leaf and breeze. Trust in yourself and in the journey ahead." With a heart full of newfound wisdom and friendships that would last a lifetime, Myra returned to Willowbrook. The village was unchanged, yet she saw it with fresh eyes, each moment a gift, each day an opportunity for growth and joy. And so, under the wide, star-filled sky of Willowbrook, Myra learned the greatest lesson of all, that true magic lies not in the forest or the stars, but within her own heart, waiting to be discovered. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber each night, she knew she would never be the same again. Thus, in the tranquil embrace of Willowbrook, amidst the gentle rustle of leaves and the song of the brook, Myra's story of personal growth and magical transformation unfolded, leaving a legacy of hope and possibility for all who dared to dream. Story 25. The Whispering Grove and the Luminescent Feather. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling emerald hills and the serene azure of a grand lake, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was a place where stories of enchantment were woven into everyday life, from the gentle rustle of the wind through the towering oak trees to the shimmering glow of the fireflies that danced in the moonlight. Leora, with her bright eyes and curious spirit, often wandered the village's outskirts, where the wildwoods stretched into the unknown. Her favorite place was an old, moss-covered stone bridge that arched gracefully over a babbling brook. It was here, in the embrace of nature, that Leora felt a profound connection to the world around her. One breezy autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Leora set out on her usual wanderings. She wore a simple cloak of deep green, and her footsteps were soft against the carpet of fallen leaves. As she approached the bridge, a strange glimmer caught her eye, a soft, ethereal light emanating from beneath its arch. Curiosity sparked within her. Leora knelt by the brook. To her astonishment, she found a feather unlike any she had ever seen before. It was a luminescent blue, glowing gently with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heartbeat. As she held the feather in her hand, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of wonder and awe. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the feather tucked safely under her pillow, she dreamed of a vast forest bathed in moonlight. In her dream, the trees whispered secrets, their leaves rustling with tales of old, and in the heart of this magical forest stood an ancient tree, its branches woven with silver light. From its highest bough hung a single, glowing feather, identical to the one she had found. When Leora awoke the next morning, the dream lingered in her mind like a gentle melody. She knew she had to find the forest from her dream, for she felt a calling as clear as the song of a nightingale at dawn. The journey began with the first light of day. Leora packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a woolen blanket. She set off with a heart full of hope, and the feather tucked safely in her cloak's pocket, its glow a comforting presence. As she traveled deeper into the woods, the familiar path under her feet gave way to wild, untamed trails. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to close around her, the trees standing like silent sentinels. Yet, Leora was not afraid. The feather's warmth guided her, a beacon in the dim undergrowth. Days passed, marked by the rising and setting sun. Leora encountered many wonders and challenges. She befriended a wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's history, and a mischievous squirrel who helped her find food when her provisions ran low. Each encounter taught her something new, deepening her understanding of the world and herself. On the seventh day, as twilight cast its gentle glow over the land, Leora stumbled upon a hidden glen. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. At the center of the glen stood the ancient tree from her dream, its branches shimmering with silver light. As she approached the tree, the feather in her pocket began to glow brighter, resonating with the tree's luminescence. Leora reached out and placed the feather against the tree's trunk. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The tree spoke, its voice like the rustling of leaves and the sighing of the wind. "Welcome, Leora," it said. "You have journeyed far and shown great courage and kindness. The feather you bear is a token of the forest's magic, a link to the wisdom of the ages." Leora listened, her heart swelling with emotion. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Restore the balance," the tree replied. "The feather's glow is fading, for the world beyond has forgotten the old ways. Carry its light back to your village. Share the stories, the magic, and remind them of the harmony between nature and man." With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora nodded. She understood that her journey was not just about finding the forest, but also about bringing its lessons back to her people. As she turned to leave, the tree gifted her a new feather, one that glowed with an even brighter light. It was a symbol of her mission, a reminder of the connection she had forged with the magical world. Leora's journey home was swift, her steps light with anticipation. When she returned to the village, she gathered the people under the starlit sky and shared her tale. She spoke of the whispering trees, the wise owl, and the shimmering glen. And as she held up the glowing feather, the villagers gazed in awe, their hearts touched by the wonder of her story. In the days that followed, the village changed. The people began to see the magic in the everyday, the beauty in the sunrise, the song in the wind, and the stories in the stars. They planted new trees, tended to the land with care, and remembered the lessons of the forest. And so the balance was restored, the feather's glow a symbol of the harmony between man and nature. Leora, with her kind heart and gentle spirit, had woven a tale of wonder and wisdom, teaching her village to cherish the magic that lay hidden in the world around them. Thus, in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a canopy of twinkling stars, the luminescent feather continued to shine, a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of a single journey and the enduring bond between a girl and the whispering grove. Story 26. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where shimmering stars dotted the velvet sky like scattered diamonds, lay a peculiar little planet named Lysara. It was a world of gentle azure rivers and emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind. From afar, the planet seemed to hum a lullaby to the universe, a place of peace and tranquility. On this serene planet, in a quaint, sun-dappled glade, lived a creature named Lyra. Lyra was a Lysarian, a species known for their soft, iridescent fur and large, expressive eyes that captured the warmth of every sunbeam. She had an innate ability to sense the emotions of others, a talent that made her both a cherished friend and a wise confidant among her kind. One day, while wandering through the forest in search of the rare moon blossom, a flower that only bloomed under the light of a full moon, Lyra encountered something she had never seen before. It was an odd metallic object, half buried in the soft, mossy earth. As she approached, the object hummed gently, and to her surprise, a hatch slowly opened with a soft hiss. Out stumbled a creature unlike any she had ever imagined. It was a trillion named Zeke, hailing from a far-flung world of towering crystalline structures and swirling skies of silver. Zeke was small, with a body that shimmered like liquid metal and eyes that gleamed like polished onyx. He had been on an exploratory mission when an unexpected solar flare sent his ship spiraling out of control, crash-landing him onto Lysara. Startled but unafraid, Lyra approached Zeke with cautious curiosity. Her gentle nature urged her to help the bewildered stranger. Zeke, in turn, regarded Lyra with a mixture of awe and apprehension, his antennae quivering with uncertainty. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding between them that transcended words. Their initial interactions were fraught with misunderstandings. Zeke's attempts at communication were a series of chirps and clicks that left Lyra puzzled. She tried to convey her thoughts through gestures and soothing hums, hoping to bridge the gap between their worlds. It was a challenge, but Lyra's patience and Zeke's determination forged a fragile connection. As days turned into weeks, the unlikely companions embarked on a journey to find the materials needed to repair Zeke's ship. They traversed the enchanting landscapes of Lysara, from the shimmering sapphire lake to the towering whispering pines. Each step of the way, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. There was the time they stumbled upon the Caverna of Echoes, a labyrinthine network of tunnels that played tricks on their senses. The echoes distorted their voices, creating a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm them. It was in this moment of disorientation that Zeke, using his advanced sensory abilities, managed to decipher the true path. Lyra, trusting in his guidance, followed without hesitation, her heart buoyed by newfound trust. In another instance, as they sought to cross the misty marshes, a sudden storm turned the tranquil waters into a swirling maelstrom. Lyra, with her knowledge of the land, found a sheltered cove where they could wait out the tempest. There, huddled together under the protective canopy of a weeping willow, they shared stories of their worlds, their voices mingling with the rhythm of the rain. It was a moment of profound connection, where the barriers of language and species melted away, leaving only the warmth of companionship. With each challenge, Lyra and Zeke learned more about each other and themselves. They discovered that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but celebrating them. Lyra's empathy taught Zeke about the power of understanding, while Zeke's resilience showed Lyra the strength found in courage. Finally, after many adventures, they gathered the necessary components to repair Zeke's ship. As they worked side by side, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony, they realized that their journey had been more than a quest for materials. It had been a journey of the heart, one that taught them the true essence of friendship. With the ship restored, the moment came for Zeke to return to his world. Standing at the edge of the glade, under the silvery light of a full moon, Zeke and Lyra faced each other. Words were unnecessary. Their bond was written in the stars above them and the earth beneath their feet. As Zeke prepared to depart, he reached out, his metallic hand shimmering in the moonlight. Lyra placed her paw gently in his, a silent promise that their friendship would endure, no matter the distance between their worlds. With a final, lingering look, Zeke boarded his ship, the hatch closing with a soft click. The ship ascended slowly, a gleaming beacon against the night sky. Lyra watched until it became a twinkling star, a reminder of their shared journey and the friendship that had blossomed against all odds. Returning to the heart of the forest, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that no matter where they were, their hearts would always be connected across the vastness of space. For in the gentle glow of the moonlit night, Lyra understood that true friendship was a bond that transcended time, space, and even the stars themselves. And so, with a contented sigh, Lyra nestled into the soft moss of the forest floor, the whispers of the trees lulling her into a gentle slumber. She dreamed of adventures yet to come and the promise of reunions, her heart light with the warmth of a friendship that had illuminated her world. In the comforting embrace of the night, the forest sang a lullaby of friendship and hope, a melody that would echo across the universe, uniting all who dared to listen. Story 27. In the heart of the ever-sparkling Glimmerwood forest, where the trees twinkled with fairy lights, and the air was always scented with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle and fresh rain, there lived a collection of the quirkiest creatures you could ever imagine. Among them was Wobble the whimsical owl, whose feathers shimmered in every shade of blue and gold, changing with his mood, and Gigglenook the gnome, who had the most contagious laugh that could tickle the very leaves off the trees. One fine morning, Wobble was perched on his favorite branch, peering through his trusty pair of upside-down spectacles, when he noticed something peculiar. The great moonflower, which bloomed only under the light of the full moon, had begun to shrink rather than blossom. This was a magical problem indeed, for the moonflower was the source of all Glimmerwood's enchantment, spreading joy and light throughout the forest. "Dear me," hooted Wobble, his feathers flickering a worried shade of teal. "We must find a way to help the moonflower before the next full moon, or else our forest will lose its sparkle." Gigglenook, who was nearby attempting to teach a squirrel how to juggle acorns, paused and stroked his wild, bushy beard. "Perhaps it's a matter of too much moonlight? Or not enough singing?" he pondered aloud, a twinkle in his eyes as bright as the morning dew. Deciding to gather their friends for a council of creativity, Wobble and Gigglenook called upon Flofla, the bubble-blowing butterfly whose wings were made of iridescent glass, and Tinkertop, the tinkering turtle known for his curious contraptions and tinkly shell. As they gathered around the moonflower, Wobble explained the predicament. "We need to think outside the toadstool," he declared, tapping his beak with a feather. "What can we do to help our dear flower bloom?" Flofla fluttered about, leaving trails of bubbles that danced in the sunlight. "What if we each give it a gift of laughter or a sprinkle of our happiest memories?" she suggested, her voice like tinkling chimes. "Maybe it needs a hearty dose of cheer." Tinkertop, ever practical, adjusted his tiny spectacles and said, "Perhaps we can invent something to magnify the moonlight, just the right amount, so the moonflower gets exactly what it needs." Inspired by their ideas, the friends set to work. Flofla flitted from petal to petal, whispering tales of joy and blowing giggly bubbles, while Gigglenook shared the silliest stories he could muster, his laughter ringing through the trees. Tinkertop, meanwhile, rummaged through his shell and began assembling a contraption of mirrors and glass shards. As the day gave way to night, and the silver moon climbed high into the sky, Wobble led the group in a gentle, harmonious hum, a melody that twined with the rustling leaves and bubbling brook. The moonflower, touched by the warmth of their efforts, began to glow with a faint, hopeful light. When the full moon finally bathed Glimmerwood in its soft glow, Tinkertop's invention caught the lunar beams and directed them gently onto the moonflower. The flower quivered and then, in a burst of sparkling light, unfurled its petals wide, showering the forest with shimmering moon dust that danced like tiny fireflies. The friends cheered, their hearts light with triumph. The forest once again sparkled with magic, its critters and creatures basking in the restored enchantment. And so, under the moonlit canopy of Glimmerwood, Wobble the whimsical owl, Gigglenook the gnome, Flofla the butterfly, and Tinkertop the turtle learned that sometimes the greatest magic comes from the simplest acts of friendship and joy. As they settled into their cozy nests and burrows, the moonflower's light swaying gently above them, they drifted into dreams filled with laughter and wonder, knowing that as long as they had each other, no magical problem was too great to solve. And somewhere, in the heart of the forest, the trees whispered of their adventure, a story to be told for many moons to come. Story 28. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies and the flowers glowed with a soft, luminescent light, there lived a peculiar group of friends known as the Merry Mirth Brigade. They were a delightful mix of creatures, each with their own quirky charm and a knack for finding joy in the ordinary. There was Bixby, the tiny gnome with a leaf-green hat that always seemed to be slightly askew. His laughter was as infectious as a tickling breeze, and he had a habit of collecting the most peculiar trinkets, like the pebble that sang when it was rolled, or the feather that tickled anyone who dared to hold it for too long. Then there was Fizzle, a wispy little sprite with wings that shimmered like a rainbow after a soft rain. Fizzle had the unique ability to change colors with her mood, which made her both a delightful and comical companion. Her giggles sounded like the tinkling of tiny bells, and she loved to flit about, leaving trails of sparkling dust in her wake. And lastly, there was Whiskers, the wise old rabbit whose fur was as white as the first snow of winter. Whiskers had a penchant for riddles and a twinkle in his eye that suggested he knew secrets older than the stones themselves. His ears twitched with each step he took, and he had a gentle way of calming even the most frayed of nerves. One sunny morning, as the golden light filtered through the emerald canopy above, Bixby, Fizzle, and Whiskers gathered by the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the wood. They were discussing the upcoming Festival of Fireflies, an event that filled the forest with thousands of twinkling lights each year. "I can't wait to see the dance of the fireflies," Bixby chirped, balancing on a smooth stone as he inspected a particularly shiny pebble. "It's going to be magical." Fizzle, who was currently a cheerful shade of pink, fluttered her wings and sprinkled a bit of sparkle on the brook. "And the music! Oh, how I love the music! It makes my wings flutter with happiness." Whiskers nodded, his ears swaying gently. "Indeed, it is a night of wonder," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "But I have heard whispers that this year there's a bit of a magical conundrum." The other two paused, curiosity piqued. "What sort of conundrum?" Bixby asked, tilting his head. Whiskers twitched his nose. "It seems the fireflies have lost their glow." Gasps filled the air. For the Festival of Fireflies to proceed without the glow of the fireflies was unthinkable. It was as if the stars themselves had decided to hide away. "We must help," Fizzle declared, turning a determined shade of green. "But how?" Whiskers stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe this calls for a bit of creative thinking and perhaps a touch of magic." And so the Merry Mirth Brigade set off on their adventure. They decided to visit the wise old owl, Octavia, who resided in the tallest tree in the forest. Octavia's wisdom was renowned, and her knowledge of magical matters was unmatched. As they approached Octavia's tree, the friends could see her bright eyes peering down at them from her perch. "Ah, visitors! And my favorite kind, too." She hooted warmly. "What brings you to my neck of the woods?" Bixby explained the predicament, his words tumbling over each other in his eagerness. Octavia listened intently, nodding her feathery head sagely. "I have just the thing," she said, a hint of mischief in her voice. "But first you must solve a riddle. Only then will I reveal the secret." The friends exchanged excited glances. They loved a good riddle, especially when it came from Octavia. "Here it is," Octavia began. "I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am?" Story 29. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with the simple joys of running through meadows, chasing butterflies, and listening to the wind whispering secrets through the trees. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old, weathered trunk half buried in the leaf litter. Curiosity piqued. She pried open the rusted latch and discovered a treasure trove of wonders within. Nestled among the faded garments and tarnished trinkets lay a peculiar object, a golden pocket watch with an intricate design etched into its surface. As Willow's fingers traced the delicate carvings, the watch began to glow with a warm, inviting light. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from the watch. "Willow, you have unlocked a great secret. This watch holds the power to transport you through time and space, but only those with a pure heart and an adventurous spirit can wield its magic." Willow's eyes widened with excitement and disbelief. She had always dreamed of exploring new realms, but never imagined such a fantastical opportunity would present itself. The voice continued, "Your journey will not be without challenges, but fear not. You will meet kind companions along the way who will guide and support you." With a deep breath and a flutter of anticipation in her chest, Willow wound the watch and uttered the words that would set her adventure in motion. In an instant, the world around her dissolved into a swirl of color and light, and she found herself transported to a lush, vibrant forest, unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees stretched up toward a canopy of emerald leaves, filtering the golden sunlight into a verdant glow. As Willow marveled at her new surroundings, a rustling in the bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like stars. "Welcome, Willow," the rabbit spoke in a gentle, lyrical voice. "I am Thistle, and I will be your guide in this wondrous realm." Willow's jaw dropped in astonishment, but before she could respond, Thistle continued, "Our first task is to seek out the wise old oak tree at the heart of this forest. He holds the knowledge we need to navigate the challenges ahead." With Thistle leading the way, Willow embarked on a journey through the enchanted forest, her senses enchanted by the sights, sounds, and scents that surrounded her. Along the way, they encountered a mischievous squirrel named Chitter, whose quick wit and playful banter kept their spirits high. After many twists and turns, they finally reached the ancient oak tree, whose gnarled branches seemed to stretch up toward the heavens. As they approached, a deep, rumbling voice resonated from the trunk. "Welcome, travelers. I sense you have come seeking wisdom," the oak tree intoned. "To continue your journey, you must solve a riddle that will test your understanding of the natural world." The tree then posed a series of intricate riddles, each more perplexing than the last. Willow's mind whirred as she pondered the clues, but it was Thistle and Chitter's insights, combined with her own observations of the forest, that ultimately unlocked the solutions. With each riddle solved, the oak tree imparted a profound lesson about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. As their quest neared its end, Willow realized that the true treasure of her journey was not the magic watch, but the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She had grown from a wide-eyed dreamer into a compassionate and understanding young woman, ready to carry the lessons of her adventure back to her own world. With a bittersweet farewell to her newfound companions, Willow wound the watch once more, and in a swirl of light she found herself back in the familiar woods near her home. But her perspective had shifted, and she now saw the world around her with fresh eyes, filled with wonder and appreciation for the magic that lives in even the most ordinary of places. From that day forward, Willow carried the watch as a reminder of her extraordinary journey and the invaluable lessons she had learned. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would wind the watch and let its gentle ticking transport her back to that enchanted forest, where the wisdom of nature and the bonds of friendship would forever guide her path. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight drapes itself like a golden shawl over emerald moss, and the air carries the crisp scent of pine and damp earth, there thrived a community of creatures whose lives intertwined like the vines that wound around the towering trunks. The forest was a realm where magic lingered in every rustling leaf and bubbling brook, and where the secrets of nature were whispered by the winds to those who took the time to listen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted woodland were gentle deer with eyes like polished amber, wise owls perched silently in the canopy, and industrious squirrels whose bushy tails flicked like brushes against the bark of oak and birch. Yet, Perhaps the most revered of all were the elder turtles, whose shells bore the patterns of time itself, etched in swirling whorls and ancient symbols. At the center of this vibrant community lay the Glade of Seasons, a sacred space where the forest's magic was strongest. Here, the cycle of seasons was not merely observed, but deeply felt, each transition marked by a gentle shift in the air and a chorus of changes in the natural world. Spring's arrival was heralded by a burst of blossoms that painted the forest floor in a riot of colors, while summer's warmth wrapped the land in a cloak of vibrant greens. Autumn brushed the leaves with hues of amber and gold, and winter's breath laid a quilt of snow that sparkled like a million tiny stars. Each season brought with it a unique kind of magic. In spring, the Glade of Seasons would shimmer with the delicate glow of fairy lights, tiny orbs of luminescence that danced in the twilight, igniting the imagination of those who gazed upon them. In summer, the air thrummed with the harmonious hum of cicadas, their song weaving a symphony that spoke of life and abundance. Autumn's magic was found in the swirling dance of leaves, carried on the wind in a choreography of nature's design. And in winter, the forest would fall silent under a blanket of snow, the quietude broken only by the soft crunch beneath the paws and hooves of those who dared to tread upon it. In this forest, balance was more than a concept. It was a way of life. Each creature understood its role in maintaining harmony, from the bees that pollinated the flowers to the fungi that broke down fallen leaves, returning their nutrients to the soil. This understanding was passed down through generations, a wisdom woven into the very fabric of their existence. Among the creatures of the forest was a young fox named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Bramble was known for his inquisitive nature and his knack for finding beauty in the smallest of things, a dew-kissed spider's web glistening in the morning sun, or the way a stream's murmur harmonized with the rustle of leaves. One brisk autumn day, as the forest prepared for its slumber beneath winter's cloak, Bramble noticed something amiss. The air carried a hint of unease, a whisper of something not quite right. The usual swirl of leaves seemed more frantic, as if they were dancing to a tune of distress rather than delight. Concerned, Bramble decided to seek the counsel of the elder turtles, those wise custodians of the forest's lore. With the sun casting long shadows through the trees, Bramble padded softly to the turtles' grove, a secluded spot where sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground in patches of light and shadow. There he found the eldest turtle, Mossback, resting beneath a gnarled oak whose branches stretched skyward like the arms of an ancient giant. "Greetings, Bramble," rumbled Mossback, his voice as deep and resonant as the forest itself. "What brings you to our grove on this fine autumn day?" Bramble explained the strange unease he felt, describing the frantic dance of the leaves and the unsettling whisper carried by the wind. Mossback listened intently, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless seasons. "You have a keen sense, young Bramble," Mossback said after a pause. "What you perceive is an imbalance within our forest. It is rare, but it does occur when the harmony is disrupted." "But what could cause such a disruption?" Bramble asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "Sometimes the imbalance comes from within, and other times from beyond our borders," Mossback explained. "To restore harmony, we must first understand the source." With Mossback's guidance, Bramble embarked on a journey through the forest, seeking clues to the imbalance. As he padded through the underbrush, the scents of earth and decaying leaves filled his senses, the forest alive with the sound of rustling branches and the distant call of a woodpecker. Along his journey, Bramble encountered a gathering of birds chattering animatedly in the branches of a towering spruce. The birds, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, spoke of a peculiar gust of wind that had swept through the forest, carrying with it a chill that did not belong to autumn. It was a wind that whispered of haste and disorder, unsettling the creatures of the forest. Intrigued by this revelation, Bramble continued his quest, his path leading him to the banks of the Silver Stream, a river that wound its way through the forest, its surface shimmering like liquid silver under the sun. Here he met Willow, an otter with sleek fur and a playful demeanor, who was known for her ability to read the river's moods. The river tells its tale in ripples and currents, Willow said, her eyes twinkling with the reflection of the water. It speaks of a disturbance upstream, something that has caused the waters to churn and froth, unsettling the balance of the entire forest. With each piece of the puzzle coming together, Bramble realized that the source of the imbalance lay beyond the boundaries of their home. Determined to restore harmony, he gathered a group of friends to accompany him on his journey. Willow the otter, a wise old owl named Sage, and a pair of mischievous squirrels, Pip and Nutmeg, whose nimble antics brought laughter even in times of worry. Together, they ventured beyond the familiar paths of the forest, following the river upstream to a place where the trees grew sparse and the land open to the sky. The air here was charged with a different kind of energy, a reminder that they were treading on the edge of their known world. As they journeyed, the chill in the air grew more pronounced, and the wind carried the scent of snow and ice. They arrived at the source of the disturbance, a clearing where an ancient stone stood, surrounded by swirling mists that glowed with an ethereal light. The stone was known as the Sentinel, a guardian of the seasons, and it was here that they discovered the cause of the imbalance, a crack marring its surface, through which the winds of winter had begun to spill prematurely. Understanding dawned upon the group. The Sentinel was weakened, its magic disrupted, and with it the balance of the forest. To mend the crack and restore the harmony, they needed the combined wisdom and magic of their forest. Returning to their home, they gathered the creatures of the forest in the Glade of Seasons, each bringing their unique gifts to the task. The bees buzzed a melody of unity, the deer offered the strength of their spirit, and the owls shared their ancient wisdom. Together, they formed a circle around the Sentinel, their voices rising in a harmonious chant that wove through the trees like a silken thread. Bramble, standing at the center, felt the magic coursing through him, a warmth that spread from his heart to the tips of his ears, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As their voices joined in a crescendo, the crack in the Sentinel began to mend, the light within it pulsing with life as the balance was restored. With the forest's harmony renewed, the winds of winter retreated, allowing autumn to complete its graceful dance. The leaves fell in gentle spirals, settling upon the forest floor in a tapestry of colors, and the creatures felt a deep sense of peace settle within their hearts. As the sun set behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Bramble and his friends gathered by the silver stream, their reflections dancing upon the water's surface. They spoke of the journey they had undertaken, the lessons learned, and the bonds of friendship that had strengthened along the way. In the quiet that followed, Bramble gazed at the stars beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky, a reminder of the vastness of the world and the magic that lay within it. With a contented sigh, he nestled into the soft grass, surrounded by his friends, the gentle murmur of the river lulling them into a peaceful slumber. And so the forest continued its timeless cycle, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of life, forever bound by the magic of the seasons and the wisdom passed down through generations. For in the heart of this ancient forest, where reality and magic danced together, harmony was not just a goal, it was the very essence of existence. And as the night deepened, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of balance, peace, and the unending wonder of the natural world. Story 31. In the starlit expanse of the universe where shimmering nebulae cast their colorful veils across the cosmos, there existed a small silver spaceship named the Star Whisper. On board were two unlikely companions, Torin, a gentle botanist from the verdant planet of Lyra, and Zyla, a spirited engineer from the arid, sand-swept world of Kaltara. Torin, with his emerald skin that glowed faintly in the dark, had eyes the color of freshly sprouted leaves. His voice was as soft as a whispering breeze, and his heart was filled with a love for all things that grew. He had embarked on this journey to collect rare plant specimens that could thrive in diverse environments, hoping to bring new life to his home planet. Zyla, in contrast, was all energy and motion, her metallic blue skin shimmering like moonlit water. Her mind buzzed with the hum of machinery and invention. She had joined the voyage to test a new propulsion system she had designed, eager to prove her engineering prowess and bring pride to her clan of inventors. Their journey began with a certain tension, the kind that often arises between those who see the world through different lenses. Torin found Xyla's penchant for dismantling and rebuilding things disconcerting, while Xyla thought Torin's obsession with plants was quaint, if not entirely perplexing. Their conversations often sparked like flint against steel, each keeping their distance in the small confines of the Star Whisper. One evening, as the ship glided silently through a sea of stars, a sudden jolt shook them from their separate tasks. The Star Whisper's systems flickered, causing Xyla to leap into action, her fingers flying over the control panels with precision. Torin, though startled, quickly moved to secure his precious plant specimens. The ship's navigation system had malfunctioned, casting them off course into an uncharted sector of space. As Xyla worked tirelessly to stabilize their trajectory, Torin noticed something peculiar on the view screen, a cluster of planets, each orbiting a sun that glowed with an unusual purple hue. "We should investigate," Torin suggested, his curiosity piqued by the possibility of discovering new flora. Xyla hesitated, her practical mind weighing the risks, but seeing the spark of wonder in Torin's eyes, she nodded. "All right, but let's be prepared for anything." As they landed on the first planet, they were greeted by a landscape that was both alien and breathtaking. Towering trees with silver bark reached for the sky, their leaves shimmering like spun glass. The air was filled with a sweet floral scent that made Torin's heart swell with joy. Yet as they explored further, they encountered creatures unlike any they had seen before. One such creature, resembling a swirling mass of luminescent vines, approached them with cautious curiosity. Torin, seeing its gentle nature, extended a hand in greeting. The creature responded by entwining a tendril around his wrist, its touch warm and reassuring. Xyla watched with a mixture of awe and concern. "Are you sure that's safe?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Torin smiled, the connection between him and the creature palpable. "I believe it means no harm. It's like us, curious and seeking to understand." As the days passed, Torin and Xyla found themselves adapting to the rhythm of this strange world. They learned to communicate with the vine creatures, who shared their knowledge of the land and its hidden dangers. In return, Torin taught them about the plants he cherished, while Xyla demonstrated her engineering skills by repairing a broken water filtration system that had long lain dormant. Through these shared experiences, Torin and Xyla's initial misunderstandings began to dissolve. Torin came to appreciate Xyla's ingenuity and the way her mind could transform problems into solutions. Xyla, in turn, found herself enchanted by the delicate balance of ecosystems Torin so passionately protected. One day, as they sat together beneath the shade of a colossal tree, Xyla turned to Torin. "I never thought I'd say this, but I've learned a lot from you and your plants." Torin chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "And I've learned that sometimes the best way to nurture growth is to build something new." Their friendship, forged through adversity and understanding, had become a bond as strong as the roots of the mighty trees that surrounded them. As they prepared to leave the planet, their hearts were light, filled with the knowledge that they had not only survived, but had also grown together in ways they never expected. Back aboard the Star Whisper, with their course set for home, they sat side by side in the cockpit, their differences now a source of strength rather than division. The stars stretched out before them, a tapestry of endless possibilities, and they knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. As the ship sailed into the vast, welcoming night, Torin and Xyla shared a quiet moment of reflection. They had discovered not only the wonders of a new world, but also the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended planets and species, rooted in mutual respect and the simple, profound joy of companionship. Story 32. Once, in a realm not so far from our own, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the Whispering Forest. This forest, known for its rustling leaves that sang gentle lullabies, was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary coexisted in perfect harmony. The villagers from nearby often spoke of the forest's enchanted heart, where magic thrived in the form of a rare, luminous flower known as the moon petal. It was said that whoever found the moon petal could unlock a hidden ability within themselves, one that mirrored their truest heart. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was unlike her peers, for she possessed a curiosity that was insatiable and a heart that was as gentle as the morning breeze. Her days were filled with learning from the village elders, listening to their tales of olden times, and helping her mother with chores. But as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and gold, Lyra would often find herself gazing towards the whispering forest, her mind dancing with dreams of adventure and discovery. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lyra's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes like twinkling stars, called her over. "Lyra, my child," she began, her voice as soft as a lullaby, "the time has come for you to seek the moon petal. But remember, the journey is not just about finding the flower. It is about discovering yourself." Lyra's heart fluttered with anticipation. She had heard tales of the moon petal's magic, but never dared to dream she would be the one to seek it. With a small satchel packed with essentials and her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Lyra set out at dawn, the forest beckoning her with its whispering leaves. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to shift around her. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves murmuring secrets only the wind could understand. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where mushrooms and wildflowers danced in the breeze. Lyra walked with purpose, her senses attuned to the forest's gentle rhythms. She listened to the birds' melodious songs, watched squirrels playfully chase each other, and marveled at the intricate patterns of spider webs glistening with dew. Each step she took felt like a heartbeat, connecting her to the ancient magic that pulsed through the land. As the day wore on, Lyra met a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. The fox observed her with curiosity before speaking, its voice as smooth as silk. "Greetings, young traveler. I am Niv, guardian of the Whispering Forest. What brings you to these enchanted woods?" Lyra, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she sensed kindness in Niv's gaze. "I seek the moon petal," she replied, her voice steady. "I wish to discover the magic within myself." Niv nodded, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Very well, but know this, the path to the moon petal is not a straight one. It will test your heart and spirit. Are you ready for such a journey?" With a resolute nod, Lyra accepted the challenge. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, their path illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi. The forest was alive with wonders, trees that hummed with ancient songs, streams that chuckled with mirth, and meadows that glowed under the starlit sky. Along the way, Lyra and Niv encountered various creatures, each with their own trials and tribulations. They helped a family of rabbits find their lost burrow, assisted a wise old owl in deciphering a forgotten prophecy, and comforted a weeping willow tree mourning the loss of a fallen branch. With each act of kindness, Lyra felt a warmth blossom within her, a light that grew brighter with every step. As they traveled, Niv shared stories of the forest's history, tales of bravery, friendship, and love. Lyra listened intently, her heart swelling with newfound appreciation for the world around her. She learned that true magic was not found in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the simple acts of compassion and understanding. Days turned into weeks as Lyra's journey continued. She faced moments of doubt and fear, yet with Niv's guidance and the strength of her own heart, she persevered. Each challenge she overcame revealed a piece of her true self, a tapestry of courage, empathy, and resilience. One moonlit night, as they rested by a tranquil pond, Niv turned to Lyra, his voice gentle yet firm. "You have grown much, dear Lyra. The moon petal awaits you, but remember, the magic you seek is already within you." With Niv's words echoing in her mind, Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her. She realized that the journey had been as much about self-discovery as it was about finding the elusive flower. Her heart, once filled with uncertainty, now brimmed with confidence and hope. The following morning, as dawn's first light kissed the forest, Lyra and Niv reached a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a single moon petal, its petals shimmering like silver in the morning sun. Lyra approached it with reverence, her heart alight with wonder. She gently touched the flower, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers and into her very soul. In that moment, Lyra understood the true essence of the moon petal's magic. It was not a gift to be taken, but a reflection of the magic she had nurtured within herself. With a heart full of gratitude, she turned to Niv, who watched her with pride. "You have found your magic, Lyra," Niv said, his voice a gentle caress. "May it guide you always." As they made their way back to the village, Lyra carried with her the lessons of the forest, the beauty of friendship, the power of kindness, and the strength found in self-belief. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, and her grandmother, eyes twinkling with joy, embraced her tightly. Lyra's journey had changed her, but it had also changed the village. She shared her stories, inspiring others to seek their own paths and discover the magic within. The Whispering Forest, once a place of mystery, became a sanctuary of hope and wonder for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra's tale became a cherished legend, woven into the fabric of the village's history, a testament to the power of a journey, the magic of a hidden world, and the enduring bonds of friendship. As Lyra closed her eyes each night, she heard the gentle rustle of leaves, a lullaby of the forest, reminding her of the magic that lay within and all around her. And in her heart, she knew that no matter where her path led, she would always carry the Whispering Forest's magic with her. The end. Story 33. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and thick, whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her kind eyes and gentle smile, yet Leora felt a restlessness in her heart, a quiet yearning for something more, though she could not name it. The villagers loved their routines, and Leora was no different. Every morning, she would weave delicate tapestries in her sunlit cottage, her fingers dancing over the loom as the morning light filtered through the window, casting golden patterns on the wooden floor. Her tapestries were sought after in Willowbrook, each a masterpiece of vibrant colors and intricate designs, telling tales of the land and its people. Yet, as each day unfolded like the last, Leora felt a stirring inside her, a desire for change, though it frightened her. "Why must I feel this way?" she would whisper to herself, her voice a mere breath among the rustling leaves. The comfort of the familiar was like a warm blanket, and the thought of stepping beyond it sent shivers through her soul. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Leora decided to wander into the nearby enchanted woods, a place of legend and mystery. The villagers often spoke of the woods with reverence and a hint of fear. It was said that the trees themselves were alive with magic, and those who entered with a pure heart might find what they truly sought. As Leora stepped into the woods, a hush fell over the forest, as if the very trees were holding their breath. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting a soft, dappled glow on the forest floor, where golden leaves lay like a plush carpet. The air was cool, carrying the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like a melody, soothing and inviting. Deeper into the woods she walked, until she came upon a clearing where a small, shimmering pond lay nestled like a jewel. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the cloudless sky and the surrounding trees in perfect symmetry. Leora felt drawn to it, her heart quickening with an emotion she couldn't quite name. As she knelt by the pond, she noticed a delicate creature perched on a nearby stone, a small, iridescent dragonfly with wings that shimmered in every color of the rainbow. It hovered lightly, its wings a blur of motion, yet somehow serene and graceful. "Hello, little one," Leora whispered, her voice gentle, as if not to disturb the tranquil beauty that surrounded her. To her surprise, the dragonfly landed on her outstretched hand, its tiny body warm against her skin. In that moment, Leora felt a strange, warm sensation spreading from her hand, coursing up her arm and into her very being. It was as though the dragonfly's touch had awakened something deep within her, a spark of magic that had been lying dormant, waiting for this very moment. The dragonfly took flight, circling her head once before darting off into the woods. Leora watched it go, a newfound sense of wonder and possibility blooming within her chest. As she rose to her feet, Leora noticed something extraordinary. The air around her seemed to shimmer with a soft, golden light, and the trees appeared to lean in, their branches whispering secrets only the woods could know. she felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted, and the restlessness that had once plagued her now transformed into a gentle curiosity. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the woods often, feeling the magic within her grow stronger with each visit. She discovered she could coax flowers to bloom with a mere touch, and that the birds sang more sweetly when she was near. The villagers began to notice the change in her, sensing a new vitality in her presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora sat by the pond once more, her heart full of gratitude for the transformation she had undergone. She thought of her friends in the village, those who had supported her through her journey of change. There was old Marlowe, the village baker, who had always encouraged her to explore beyond her comfort zone. "Life is an adventure, my dear," he would say with a twinkle in his eye, as he kneaded dough with strong, capable hands. "Don't be afraid to step into the unknown." And there was Nia, the wise herbalist who had taught Leora the healing power of nature. "The earth holds many secrets," Nia had said, her voice as soothing as the herbs she brewed into teas and tinctures. "Listen to its whispers, and you will find your path." With each visit to the woods, Leora learned to embrace the changes within her, understanding that growth was as natural as the turning of the seasons. She realized that the fear of change was simply the fear of the unknown, and by embracing it, she had found a new harmony within herself. One day, as she sat weaving in her cottage, her hands moved with a newfound grace, creating patterns more intricate and beautiful than she had ever imagined. Her tapestries began to tell new stories, of transformation, of magic, and of the beauty found in embracing change. The villagers marveled at her creations, sensing the magic woven into every thread. Leora's tapestries became symbols of hope and inspiration, reminding all who beheld them of the power of transformation and the beauty of discovering one's true self. As the years passed, Leora became a beloved figure in Willowbrook, her gentle wisdom and magical gifts touching the hearts of all who knew her. The village flourished, its people inspired by her journey and the lessons she had shared. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and thick, whispering woods, Leora found her place. She had embraced the magic within her, discovering that true transformation comes not from fear, but from the courage to embrace change and the beauty that lies beyond it. And so, under the watchful gaze of the enchanted woods, Leora lived a life of wonder and joy, her heart forever open to the magic of the world, a testament to the power of personal growth and the beauty of magical transformation. As the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village, Leora would sit by her window, the warm light dancing upon her face, and she would smile, content in the knowledge that she had found her true self, and that her journey, once filled with uncertainty, had led her to a place of peace and fulfillment. And so, dear listener, may you too find the courage to embrace the changes that come your way, for within them lies the magic of self-discovery and the joy of becoming who you were always meant to be. Story 34. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and the gentle embrace of a whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora's home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden where wildflowers swayed like dancers in the soft golden light of the morning sun. The air was always filled with the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread, a comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a beloved old quilt. Leora was known in the village for her delicate touch with plants. Her garden was a haven of vibrant colors and fragrant blossoms, each one thriving under her care. Yet despite her talent, Leora felt a restlessness deep within her heart, an unspoken yearning for something more, something she could not quite name. It was as if she were a butterfly, trapped in the cocoon of her own making, afraid to break free and spread her wings. One brisk autumn morning, as the leaves painted themselves in hues of amber and crimson, Leora set out to explore the nearby forest. The forest was a place of mystery and quiet magic, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the streams sang lullabies to the stones. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Leora approached, she noticed a peculiar shimmer around the tree, as if it were cloaked in the softest veil of moonlight, even in the full light of day. Intrigued, she placed her hand upon its bark and felt a gentle warmth seep into her fingertips. Suddenly, the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle energy, and she found herself enveloped in a vision. In this vision, Leora saw herself as a small seed, buried deep within the earth, surrounded by darkness and uncertainty. Yet she sensed the presence of the oak tree above her, its roots extending down to offer strength and guidance. With every passing moment, the seed began to grow, nourished by the warmth of the sun and the nurturing embrace of the earth. It pushed through the soil with determination, reaching for the light, until it transformed into a magnificent flower, blooming in radiant colors that sparkled like 1,000 tiny stars. As the vision faded, Leora realized the oak tree had shared with her its ancient wisdom, that true growth often requires embracing the unknown and allowing oneself to change. She felt a newfound sense of peace settle within her heart, as if the whispers of the forest had quieted the storm of uncertainty that had once raged within her. Determined to embrace the changes she felt stirring within, Leora returned to her village with a renewed sense of purpose. She began to experiment with her garden, planting new varieties of flowers and herbs, each one a testament to her willingness to try something different. Her neighbors marveled at the new blooms, vibrant and full of life, much like Leora herself. As the seasons passed, Leora found strength and support in her friends, who encouraged her to pursue her dreams and explore the depths of her creativity. There was Harlan, the wise blacksmith, who shared stories of his own journey and reminded Leora that even the strongest metal must first endure the heat of the forge. And dear Maya, the gentle baker, who taught Leora the art of patience and the beauty of allowing things to rise in their own time. With each passing day, Leora discovered more about herself and the world around her. She learned that change, though daunting at times, was a natural and necessary part of life. It was through change that she found her true self, much like the caterpillar that transforms into a butterfly, shedding its old skin to reveal wings of unimaginable beauty. In the end, Leora's journey was one of quiet transformation. She had grown into a woman who embraced life's uncertainties with grace and courage, her heart as open and welcoming as the forest that had shown her the way. And though she still tended her garden with the same loving care, it was now a reflection of her own inner growth, a tapestry of colors and scents that spoke of a soul unafraid to bloom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leora sat by her garden, a gentle smile upon her lips. She knew that while her journey was far from over, she was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. For she had learned the most important lesson of all, that the magic of transformation was not in the destination, but in the journey itself. And so, beneath the twinkling stars and the soft glow of the moon, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart full and content, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 35. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Cor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Cor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Cor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Cor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Cor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Cor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Cor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Cor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Cor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Cor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Cor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Cor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terok. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terok, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terok. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 36. In a quaint village bordered by lush, whispering woods and rolling hills dotted with wildflowers, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, where the smell of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp, earthy air. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn would sit by the hearth and listen to his grandmother's tales of the enchanted glade, a mystical place said to lie beyond the old oak forest. The stories spoke of shimmering streams that sang with the voices of the wind, trees whose leaves glowed like embers at twilight, and creatures that danced in the moonlight, their laughter as light as the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells. Finn's heart swelled with longing and curiosity at each tale, and one starry night he decided that he would find this wondrous place. Before the first light of dawn, Finn set out with a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and his grandmother's favorite woolen scarf. The morning mist lay like a silvery veil over the village as he made his way to the edge of the old oak forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that seemed to whisper secrets of old. With a deep breath, Finn stepped onto the forest path, his heart thumping like the gentle patter of rain. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler and filled with the sweet scent of pine and moss. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught his attention. Turning, he saw a family of rabbits, their fur as white as snow, bounding through the underbrush. One paused, its nose twitching with curiosity, and Finn couldn't help but smile at the sight. Continuing on, Finn entered a clearing where the ground was carpeted with delicate bluebells. It was here that he encountered his first challenge. A narrow stream, its waters sparkling like liquid silver, lay in his path. There was no bridge or stepping stones, just the gentle babbling of the brook inviting him to cross. Remembering his grandmother's tales, Finn knelt by the stream and noticed tiny sprites, their wings shimmering like dragonfly wings, darting playfully above the water. With a nod and a whispered "thank you," Finn cupped his hands to form a bridge for the sprites, who in turn created a path of bubbles for him to step across. The forest began to change, the trees now adorned with leaves of gold and crimson, their bark etched with intricate patterns that glowed faintly in the dimming light. As Finn walked, he heard a soft melody, a blend of flute and harp that seemed to guide his steps. Following the music, he soon found himself at the edge of a vast meadow where the enchanted glade lay. The glade was a vision of beauty and wonder. Fireflies danced in the air, their gentle light weaving a tapestry against the night sky. In the center stood a tree unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its trunk was silver, and its branches stretched wide, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a soft, pearly luminescence. Beneath the tree, creatures of all kinds gathered, foxes with tails like flowing silk, deer with antlers that shimmered like moonbeams, and birds whose songs were sweeter than any melody ever heard. As Finn approached, a wise old owl perched on a low branch opened its eyes, which sparkled like twin stars. "Welcome, young adventurer," the owl hooted softly. "You have journeyed far with courage and kindness. The glade is a place of peace for those who seek it with an open heart." Finn felt warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and joy. Here, in the heart of the enchanted glade, he understood that the journey itself was a gift, a testament to the courage it takes to step into the unknown, guided by curiosity and the promise of discovery. As the night wore on, Finn rested under the silver tree, lulled by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft lullaby of the forest. When the first light of dawn kissed the sky, he knew it was time to return. The creatures of the glade gathered to bid him farewell, their eyes shining with a gentle glow. With a heart full of memories and a spirit renewed by wonder, Finn retraced his steps through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As he emerged into the morning light of his village, he knew that the enchanted glade would always be a part of him, a reminder of the beauty that awaits those who dare to explore the unknown. Back at home, Finn shared his adventure with his grandmother by the fireside, her eyes twinkling with pride and understanding. The village went about its day, unaware that a boy had ventured into a world of magic and returned with stories that would warm hearts for generations. And so, the tales of the enchanted glade lived on, whispered among the villagers, inspiring others to tread the path of wonder, where courage and kindness pave the way to the heart of the unknown. Story 37. In the heart of a serene valley, cradled between gently rolling hills and shimmering in the soft light of dawn, lay the village of Larkspur. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was always sweet with the fragrance of wildflowers, and the laughter of children echoed like a gentle melody through the cobblestone streets. Nestled within this tranquil haven was a small cottage, its walls draped in ivy, and its windows adorned with flower boxes brimming with marigolds and lavender. In this cottage lived a young woman named Mira, whose eyes mirrored the deep blue of the sky after a summer rain. Mira had grown up listening to the stories of her grandmother, tales woven from threads of history and myth, speaking of the ancient legacy of their family. These stories spoke of a lineage of caretakers, keepers of a magical artifact known as the Starlight Compass, said to guide its bearer with wisdom and clarity. Mira's grandmother, with her silvery hair and voice like the rustling of leaves, often spoke of the compass, hidden somewhere by ancestors long past. "It is a beacon of our heritage," she would say, her eyes twinkling with the light of countless stars. "It whispers the truths of who we are and where we come from." One breezy autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of their cottage, a place she rarely ventured. The dust motes floated in the sunlight like tiny, glimmering fairies. Amongst the forgotten treasures and time-worn trunks, she discovered a chest marked with her family's crest, a soaring lark beneath a crescent moon. With a heart full of curiosity and a touch of reverence, Mira opened the chest. Inside, nestled within layers of velvet, was a beautifully crafted compass. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns of stars and constellations, and in its center a single luminous stone pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. As she held it in her hands, warmth spread through her fingers, and a sense of calm washed over her, as though the compass was greeting her, recognizing her as its rightful keeper. Mira's journey began that very day, guided by the whispers of the Starlight Compass. It led her through the lush, dew-kissed meadows and into the heart of the ancient forest that bordered her village. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the distant call of a lone owl. As she walked, Mira felt the presence of her ancestors beside her. She could almost hear their soft footsteps, their gentle murmurs in the rustling leaves. The compass guided her to a clearing where sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting a warm, dappled glow upon the earth. There she found a circle of stones, each engraved with symbols she recognized from her grandmother's stories. Kneeling within the circle, Mira placed the compass at its center. The air around her shimmered with a gentle luminosity, and she felt a profound connection to the earth beneath her, to the sky above, and to the generations that had come before. The compass began to glow more brightly, and Mira closed her eyes, letting its warmth envelop her. In that moment, she understood the legacy of her family, not just as keepers of a magical artifact, but as stewards of wisdom and compassion. The compass was a symbol of guidance, reminding her that true direction in life came from within, from understanding and embracing her roots. As the light from the compass faded, Mira felt a deep sense of belonging. She knew she was part of something much larger than herself, a thread in the intricate tapestry of her ancestry. With newfound clarity, she returned to Larkspur, carrying the lessons of the past into her present. Back in her cozy cottage, Mira placed the compass on the mantelpiece, where it continued to glow softly, a comforting presence in the quiet evenings. She often found herself sharing stories with the children of the village, passing down the tales her grandmother had told, and weaving her own journeys into the tapestry of their heritage. In the gentle flicker of candlelight, surrounded by the warmth of the hearth and the soft hum of the night, Mira understood that while artifacts like the starlight compass held great power, the true magic lay in the connections they fostered, the ties of family, the wisdom of the past, and the promise of the future. And so, as the stars twinkled brightly over Larkspur, Mira drifted into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of her heritage, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 38. In the heart of the tranquil village of Elderglen, nestled amidst lush meadows and whispering woods, life moved at a gentle pace, like the soothing flow of a stream under a starlit sky. The village, with its cobbled streets and thatched cottages, seemed to belong to a time where the world was less hurried, less burdened by the clamor of modernity. It was here that the tale of a magical object, a journey of transformation, and a friendship that defied expectations began. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, where the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, a young girl named Leora wandered through the fields. She was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning grass and hair the color of autumn leaves. Leora had always felt a longing, a gentle tug at her heart, as though the world held secrets just waiting to be discovered. This particular evening, as the village settled into the lull of twilight, Leora found herself drawn towards the ancient oak that stood at the edge of the forest. It was a tree known to the villagers as the Elder Oak, revered for its timeless presence and whispered to hold secrets of the ages. As she approached, the air around her seemed to hum with a quiet magic, a melody only she could hear. Nestled among the roots of the Elder Oak, Leora's keen eyes spotted something glinting in the fading light. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer like moonlit reflections on water. With a careful hand, she picked up the box and felt a warmth emanate from it, as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Curiosity piqued, Leora gently opened the lid. Inside lay a delicate, translucent stone, pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. As her fingers brushed against it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of calm and a whisper of ancient wisdom. She knew instinctively that this was no ordinary stone. It was a gift from the earth, imbued with a magic that held the promise of adventure and discovery. The next morning, as the village woke to the sweet song of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves, Leora set out to learn more about the mysterious stone. She wrapped it carefully in a cloth and tucked it into her satchel, determined to seek the counsel of the village elder, Old Bran, who was known for his knowledge of the arcane and the mysterious. Old Bran lived in a quaint cottage on the outskirts of Elderglen, surrounded by a garden that bloomed in a riot of colors and scents, a reflection of the wisdom and kindness that dwelled within him. As Leora approached, she found him tending to his herbs, his weathered hands moving with the grace and care of a lifetime spent in harmony with nature. "Ah, Leora!" Old Bran greeted her with a warm smile, his voice as comforting as a grandfather's embrace. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" With reverence, Leora unfolded the cloth to reveal the stone. Old Bran's eyes widened with recognition and wonder. "This is indeed a rare find," he murmured, gently taking the stone into his hands. "It is known as the Tear of the Earth, a gem said to hold the power to reveal the hidden truths of the world and to guide those who are lost." He paused, his gaze meeting hers with a depth of understanding. "But the stone's magic is not to be taken lightly. It will guide you, yes, but it will also test you. Its true power lies in the journey it inspires, in the challenges you will face, and the friendships you will forge." Leora listened, her heart filled with a mix of anticipation and resolve. She thanked Old Bran and promised to heed his wisdom. As she left his cottage, the path before her seemed to shimmer with possibilities, the world alive with a promise of adventure. With the Tear of the Earth as her compass, Leora embarked on a journey through the forest, where the trees whispered secrets in the wind and the light danced upon the leaves in a symphony of shadows and sunlight. It was here, in the heart of the woods, that she encountered a creature unlike any she had seen before, a fox with fur as white as snow, eyes as bright as stars, and a presence that radiated both mystery and kindness. The fox watched her with a curious tilt of its head, as if sensing the magic that lay within her satchel. Leora felt an inexplicable bond with the creature, a silent understanding that transcended words. She named him Frost, for the chill of his coat and the warmth of his spirit. Together, Leora and Frost ventured deeper into the forest, the air around them thick with enchantment and the scent of pine and earth. They discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors and streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones. And as they journeyed, the tear of the earth revealed its magic in unexpected ways. The stone guided them to a clearing bathed in golden light, where a circle of standing stones stood like sentinels from an ancient time. In the center lay a mirror-like pool, its surface reflecting the sky and the secrets it held. Leora felt a pull towards the water, as if it called to her with a voice as soft as a whisper. Kneeling by the edge, she gazed into the depths, and as she did, the world around her seemed to shift. The water rippled, and in its reflection, she saw visions of the past, glimpses of forgotten stories woven into the tapestry of time. She saw the village of Elderglen, its people living in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the magic of the forest. And she saw herself, a part of this ancient story, her journey a continuation of the tales that had come before. The realization filled her with a sense of connection and purpose, a reminder that her actions were a part of something greater than herself. As the visions faded, Leora looked up to find Frost by her side, his eyes reflecting the understanding she felt. The tear of the earth had shown her the hidden world within her own, a world where magic and reality intertwined, and where the bonds of friendship and the strength of wisdom held the power to change the world. Their journey continued, each step bringing new discoveries and deeper understanding. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to trust in the magic that lay within her heart. And through it all, Frost remained her steadfast companion, a guardian and a guide, their friendship a testament to the unexpected bonds that could form in the most unlikely of circumstances. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a grand oak, Leora felt a stirring within her, a whisper of change that spoke of new beginnings and the promise of transformation. The tear of the earth glowed with a gentle light, its magic a beacon of hope and possibility. In that moment, Leora understood the true gift of the stone. It was not the power to see into the past or to uncover hidden truths, but the ability to see the world with new eyes, to embrace the beauty of the journey and the strength that lay within her. With a newfound sense of purpose and a heart filled with gratitude, Leora returned to the village of Elderglen, her journey a story to be shared with those she loved. The tear of the earth had guided her to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her, and in doing so, it had transformed her life in ways she could never have imagined. And so, with the warmth of the sun on her face and the gentle touch of Frost's fur at her side, Leora stepped into her future, knowing that the magic of the journey would forever be a part of her, and that the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the heart would guide her always. In the end, the tear of the earth found its place once more beneath the roots of the elder oak, a gift to the world, and a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself, and in the love and wisdom we find along the way. As the sun set over Elderglen, casting its golden light upon the village, Leora stood beneath the ancient oak, her heart filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The journey had changed her, yes, but it had also revealed the beauty and magic that had always been within her reach. And in that moment of quiet reflection, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, her future as bright and boundless as the stars that began to twinkle in the sky above. Story 39. In the heart of the enchanted woods, where the trees whispered tales of old and the moonlight danced on the leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Here, the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle and the gentle hum of the brook that wove its way through the village like a silver ribbon. The cottages, with their moss-covered roofs and warmly glowing windows, seemed to nestle into the landscape like sleepy woodland creatures. One crisp autumn evening, as the village settled into its nightly slumber, a peculiar event unfolded. The beloved bell of the village clock tower, which had faithfully chimed every hour for generations, suddenly fell silent. The villagers, wrapped in their quilts and dreams, were initially unaware of this absence. But as dawn's light crept across the sky, the unwelcome quiet was noticed, and a gentle wave of concern rippled through Willowbrook. The bell was not just a timekeeper, it was a symbol of unity, its melodious toll weaving a comforting rhythm into the fabric of daily life. Its silence felt like a missing heartbeat. The villagers gathered at the square, their faces painted with curiosity and mild concern. Among them was a young girl named Lyra, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Lyra was known for her keen observations and gentle spirit, attributes that had endeared her to both the villagers and the forest creatures alike. As the villagers murmured softly amongst themselves, wondering what could have hushed their beloved bell, the wise and gentle Elder Rowan stepped forward. With his silver hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, and a voice that resonated like the warmest of fires, he calmed the assembly. "Fear not, dear ones," he said. "This is not a calamity, but a mystery that seeks our attention. Perhaps it is a sign that we must look beyond what we see." Lyra, feeling a flutter of excitement, approached Elder Rowan. "May I help find out what has silenced the bell?" she asked with a hopeful smile. The elder, seeing the determination in her eyes, nodded warmly. "Yes, dear Lyra, your heart is as open as the sky, and your mind as sharp as the winter wind. You will need those gifts to unravel this mystery." And so, with the blessings of the village, Lyra set off towards the clock tower. As she walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet was accompanied by the gentle rustle of the forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The towering trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches arching overhead to form a cathedral of golden light. Upon reaching the clock tower, Lyra paused to admire its old stone facade, vines trailing like delicate lace across its surface. She pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a welcoming creak echoed in the quiet. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that slipped through the narrow windows, and the air was filled with the scent of aged wood and history. As Lyra climbed the spiral staircase, each step seemed to resonate with the whispers of time itself. At the top, she found the bell, large and silent, resting in its place. It appeared untouched, yet its silence spoke volumes. Lyra circled it thoughtfully, her fingers brushing against its cool, smooth surface. Suddenly, from a shadowed corner emerged a small, luminescent creature with wings that shimmered like dew-drenched cobwebs in the morning sun. It was a willow wisp, known for their gentle nature and ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young Lyra," the wisp chimed in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have come to solve the mystery of the silent bell." Lyra nodded, her heart fluttering with the thrill of discovery. "Can you help me, dear wisp?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. The will-o'-wisp twirled gracefully in the air, casting a soft glow over the room. "Indeed I shall," it replied. "There is more to this silence than meets the eye. The bell itself is unharmed, but the magic that binds it to the rhythm of the village has been disrupted." Lyra pondered this revelation, her brow furrowed in thought. What could disrupt such magic? She wondered aloud. The wisp hovered closer, its glow intensifying. "The forest has been restless," it whispered. "There is an old enchantment woven into the roots in the soil that ensures harmony, but something has shifted, and the balance must be restored." With newfound understanding, Lyra thanked the will-o'-wisp and descended the stairs, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew she must seek the counsel of the forest itself, for it held the secrets of the land and the wisdom of ages. Venturing deeper into the woods, Lyra followed a hidden path known only to those who walked with purpose and heart. The forest enveloped her in its verdant embrace, the canopy filtering the sunlight into a soft emerald glow. Birds sang sweetly in the trees, their melodies weaving a gentle tapestry of sound. At last she reached an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled with time. This was the heartwood, the oldest and wisest of the trees, and a revered guardian of the forest's secrets. Lyra approached with reverence, placing a hand on the rough bark. "Great heartwood," she whispered, "I seek your guidance. The bell of Willowbrook has fallen silent, and I am told the forest's enchantment has been disturbed." A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and the heartwood's deep resonant voice filled the air. Ah, dear child, it rumbled, the balance of our world is delicate. The roots beneath your feet connect all things. Recently, a young fox, playful and curious, has unearthed a stone of great significance, one that anchors the enchantment in place. Lyra listened intently, her heart full of understanding. What must I do to restore the balance? She asked. The stone must be returned to its resting place, the heartwood replied. Seek the fox and speak with kindness. It is through friendship and understanding that harmony will be restored. With a grateful heart, Lyra set out to find the fox. She followed a trail of paw prints through the forest, her footsteps light and careful. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, casting a gentle glow over the world. At the edge of a tranquil clearing, she spotted the young fox, its fur like a flame against the autumn leaves. It was playfully batting at the very stone that had caused the disruption, its eyes bright with mischief and innocence. Lyra approached slowly, speaking in a soothing tone. "Hello, little one," she called softly. The fox paused, regarding her with curiosity. "I see you found a special stone. It's very important to the harmony of our woods." The fox tilted its head, ears perked as if understanding her words. Lyra knelt and extended her hand, offering a small treat she had brought from the village, a sweet berry pie, still warm and fragrant. The fox sniffed the air, enticed by the delicious aroma, and cautiously approached. As it nibbled on the treat, Lyra gently picked up the stone and smiled. "Thank you for playing with me," she said warmly. "Shall we return this stone to its home together?" With a flick of its bushy tail, the fox pranced beside her, as if in agreement. Together, they retraced their steps to the heartwood, where Lyra carefully placed the stone back into the earth. A gentle hum resonated through the ground, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief. As they returned to the village, the fox trotted happily beside her, and Lyra felt a deep sense of peace. The moon had risen, casting a silver glow over Willowbrook, and as they approached the square, the bell tolled once more, its sound rich and melodious, echoing through the night. The villagers gathered again, their faces alight with joy and wonder. Elder Rowan, standing at the heart of the crowd, smiled knowingly as Lyra and her new friend appeared. "You have restored more than just the bell's song," he said with warmth. "You have reminded us all of the power of kindness and the strength of our bonds with nature." That night, as the village returned to their cozy homes, the air was filled with a renewed sense of harmony. Lyra sat by her window, gazing at the stars, her heart full of gratitude. The fox, curled up beside her, was a reminder of the gentle magic that connected them all. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook slept soundly. Its dreams, woven with the soft chimes of the bell and the whispers of the enchanted woods, where mysteries were solved through friendship and the quiet wisdom of the heart. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart as warm as the summer sun and an insatiable curiosity that often led her on small adventures through the meadows and forests surrounding her home. Her village was a peaceful place, where the days were marked by the gentle chime of the church bells and the evenings were filled with the soft hum of crickets. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced through the air, Lily decided to explore the attic of her grandmother's cottage, a place she had rarely ventured. Dust motes floated like tiny stars in the sunbeams that pierced through the small window. As she rummaged through old trinkets and forgotten books, her hand brushed against something cool and metallic. Pulling it out, she discovered a peculiar, ornate key, unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface was engraved with tiny, intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Intrigued by her find, Lily tucked the key into her pocket and descended the creaky stairs to show her grandmother. The old woman, with her kind eyes and gentle smile, took the key in her hands and examined it closely. "Ah, Lily," she said, her voice soft and full of nostalgia. "I haven't seen this in years. It belonged to my grandmother, and she always said it held a secret, a special power, but only for those who truly needed it." That night, as Lily lay in bed, the key resting on her nightstand, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for her. Her dreams were filled with whispers of a hidden door, a place where magic and reality blurred. The following day, driven by an inexplicable sense of purpose, Lily set out to discover what the key might unlock. She wandered through the village, asking for tales and legends, and it wasn't long before she found herself at the edge of the ancient forest, where the trees stood tall like silent sentinels. As she stepped beneath their boughs, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. With each step, Lily felt as though the forest was guiding her, urging her onward. Soon she came across a clearing where the light was softer, and the air seemed to hum with a gentle energy. In the center stood an old, weathered door, half hidden by ivy and thyme. Lily's heart quickened as she approached, the key in her hand feeling warm and alive. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open, revealing a garden unlike any she had ever imagined. Flowers of every hue bloomed in abundance, their sweet fragrance mingling with the song of a nearby brook. The air was filled with a golden glow, and the world seemed to pause, caught in a moment of perfect peace. As Lily stepped into this enchanted realm, she was greeted by a pair of curious eyes peering from behind a vibrant rose bush. Out stepped a small, furry creature with the softest, silkiest fur of deep midnight blue. It had large, expressive eyes and a mischievous grin that immediately put Lily at ease. "Welcome, welcome," it chirped, its voice as melodic as the tinkling of a bell. "I am Nimbus, the guardian of this garden. It seems the key has finally found the right hands." Nimbus explained that the garden was a place where wishes and dreams took root, where the heart's truest desires could blossom into reality. However, there was a challenge that lay ahead, one that required wisdom and kindness above all else. In the heart of the garden stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with stories of old. It was said that those who could understand the language of the tree would unlock the garden's true magic. But the tree spoke not in words, but in feelings and memories, in the quiet understanding of nature's song. Lily spent many days in the garden, learning from Nimbus and the gentle creatures who called the place home. There was Whisk, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume of smoke, who taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind. There was also Puddle, a wise old turtle with a shell as smooth as polished stone, who spoke of patience and the passage of time. As the sun set one evening, casting the garden in hues of pink and gold, Lily sat beneath the ancient tree, her heart open and her mind still. She closed her eyes and let the sounds of the garden wash over her, the rustle of leaves, the trickle of water, the soft laughter of her new friends. In that moment of quiet reflection, Lily began to understand the language of the tree. It spoke not of grand gestures or heroic deeds, but of the simple beauty of kindness and the power of a gentle heart. She realized that the key had opened more than just a door. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world around her. With newfound wisdom, Lily returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit bright. She carried with her the lessons of the garden, sharing them with those she met, spreading kindness and warmth wherever she went. And though she often returned to the enchanted garden, it was the memories and friendships she had made that stayed with her always, a reminder that true magic lies in understanding and love. As the years passed, the key became a cherished family heirloom, passed down with the stories of Lily's adventures. And in the quiet corners of the village, beneath the gentle gaze of the ancient forest, the garden remained, a secret haven of magic and dreams, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its wonders. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the soft glow of the moon, Lily's story became a lullaby, whispered through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of curiosity, friendship, and the magic that resides within us all. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the verdant folds of an ancient forest, there lay a village untouched by the rush of time. This place, where the whispering winds carried tales of old, was known as Elderglen. Elderglen was a tapestry of quaint cottages, each with thatched roofs thick with moss, surrounded by gardens where vibrant wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, creating a cocoon of tranquility that wrapped around the village and its inhabitants. In this village lived a young girl named Isolde. She was known for her bright hazel eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the woods, and a laugh that rang like the tinkling of 1,000 bells. Isolde had an insatiable curiosity, always asking questions about the world beyond the towering trees that circled Elderglen like ancient sentinels. Her days were spent exploring the forest's edge, listening to the stories carried on the wind, and dreaming of adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, Isolde set out on one of her explorations. The forest was alive with the colors of fall. Leaves of amber, crimson, and gold fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade. It was as if the earth itself was dressed in a quilt of warmth and wonder. The crunch of leaves underfoot was a melody to Isolde's ears, and she hummed along as she wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. As the morning wore on, Isolde stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center of this glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The tree was magnificent, its branches stretching towards the sky as if in supplication. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a peculiar sight, a small, silver locket that gleamed in the dappled sunlight. It looked out of place amidst the natural beauty, as if it had been carefully placed there by unseen hands. Isolde's heart raced with excitement as she approached the locket. It was intricately crafted, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as the light played across its surface. Tentatively, she reached out and picked it up. The locket felt warm in her hand, pulsing gently as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Overcome with curiosity, she opened it to find a tiny, shimmering crystal nestled inside, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held the locket, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the clearing, carrying with it a voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Keeper of the locket, you have been chosen," it whispered, its tone both ancient and kind. "With this gift, you shall see the hidden world and learn its secrets, but take heed, for with great power comes great responsibility." Isolde looked around, wide-eyed, but saw no one. The forest had fallen silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for her response. She clutched the locket tighter, feeling a sense of connection to something much larger than herself. "I accept," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. With her acceptance, the world around her seemed to shift. Colors became more vivid, the sense of the forest deeper and more complex. Isolde could now see tiny, glowing creatures flitting among the leaves, their wings leaving trails of light in their wake. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the hidden world that lay beneath the surface of the ordinary. Over the following days, Isolde returned to the clearing each morning, eager to learn more about the mysteries now open to her. She discovered that the forest was alive with magic, a delicate balance of elements that wove together to create the harmony of life. The glowing creatures, whom she called luminettes, were gentle beings that tended to the plants and animals, ensuring the well-being of the entire ecosystem. Isolde formed a bond with the luminettes, their friendship blossoming like the flowers they nurtured. They taught her to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to respect the delicate dance of life within the forest. In return, she shared stories of Elderglen, tales of human kindness and community that fascinated her new friends. One day, as Isolde sat beneath the ancient oak, a shadow fell over the clearing. Startled, she looked up to see a figure emerging from the trees. It was a young boy around her age, with eyes the color of the sky on a stormy day and a mop of unruly black hair. He wore simple clothes, but there was an air of mystery about him, as if he too belonged to the secret world of the forest. "Hello," Isolde called out, her voice filled with warmth. "I'm Isolde. Who are you?" The boy smiled, a shy but genuine expression. "I'm Rowan," he replied, his voice soft like a gentle breeze. "I've been watching you in the luminettes. I've never seen anyone else who can see them." Isolde's heart leapt with joy. She had found someone who shared her gift, her secret. "It's the locket," she explained, showing it to him. "It revealed the hidden world to me." Rowan nodded, his eyes alight with understanding. "I've known about the luminettes for as long as I can remember," he said. "My grandmother was their friend, and she taught me how to see them without the locket." The two children quickly became inseparable, spending their days exploring the forest and learning from the luminettes. They discovered hidden groves where the trees sang, streams that sparkled with laughter, and meadows where time seemed to stand still. Through their adventures, they grew not only in knowledge, but in friendship, their bond deepening as they shared their dreams and fears. As autumn gave way to winter, a new challenge presented itself. One morning, Isolde and Rowan noticed that the forest seemed quieter, the usual chatter of the luminettes hushed and anxious. Concerned, they followed the creatures to a secluded part of the woods, where they found the source of the trouble. A large, twisted bramble had started to grow, its thorns threatening to overtake the trees and choke the life from the forest. The luminettes hovered around the bramble, their lights dimmed with worry. "This is the work of the shadowthorn," the oldest luminette explained, its voice tinged with sadness. "It feeds on darkness and despair, and if it isn't stopped, it will consume everything." Isolde and Rowan exchanged worried glances. They knew they had to act, but the shadowthorn was unlike anything they had ever faced. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, creeping dread that sapped their courage. "We have to stop it," Isolde declared, her voice firm despite the fear that gnawed at her heart. "But how?" Rowan thought for a moment, then nodded with determination. "We need to find the source of its power," he said. "If we can break its connection to the darkness, we can stop it from spreading." Together, with the guidance of the luminettes, they set off on a journey through the forest, following the twisted roots of the shadowthorn as they snaked deeper into the earth. Their path led them to a hidden cavern, a place untouched by light, where the air was heavy with sorrow. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of inky black water, its surface swirling with shadows. The shadowthorn's roots plunged into the pool, drawing strength from its depths. Isolde and Rowan approached cautiously, the luminettes at their side, their lights a fragile beacon in the darkness. As they stood before the pool, Isolde felt the locket pulse with warmth, a reminder of the light within her. She turned to Rowan, her eyes bright with resolve. "We have to fill this place with light," she said. "It's the only way to banish the darkness." Rowan nodded, understanding her intent. Together they focused on the locket, channeling their combined strength and love for the forest into its crystal heart. The luminettes joined in, their lights growing brighter until the cavern was aglow with a radiant golden light. The shadows writhed and twisted, recoiling from the brilliance that surrounded them. Slowly, the pool began to shrink, the darkness within it dissipating like mist before the morning sun. The roots of the shadowthorn withered and crumbled, releasing their hold on the forest. With the source of its power vanished, the shadowthorn began to wither and die, its twisted branches falling away one by one. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the air once again filled with the gentle hum of life. Isolde and Rowan emerged from the cavern, their hearts light with triumph. The luminettes danced around them in celebration, their lights a joyful symphony of color. The children knew that they had saved the forest, not through force or fear, but through the power of friendship and the light of hope. As winter settled over Elderglen, Isolde and Rowan continued to explore the forest, their bond stronger than ever. They knew that the lessons they had learned would stay with them always, guiding them as they faced whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful branches of the ancient oak, Isolde and Rowan found not only a hidden world, but a friendship that would endure through all seasons. Together, they embraced the magic of the forest, knowing that as long as they had each other, they could face any darkness that dared to cross their path. The village of Elderglen, nestled in its timeless cocoon, remained a place of peace and wonder, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them. And as the stars twinkled overhead, Isolde and Rowan lay beneath the canopy of trees, dreaming of adventures yet to come, their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the light within you, and let it guide you through the hidden worlds of your dreams. For in every heart lies a locket of light, waiting to reveal the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Good night, and sweet dreams. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest. her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Brigid painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Orem steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown, Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. Then you must follow the path of the fireflies, he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 82. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew. yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willowglen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 98. Story 99. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic and share its secrets with those who would cherish it. Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way: towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, You have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In the heart of the ancient Whispering Forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the Whispering Forest were the Fae folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fae named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Elden, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Elden perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Elden hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Elden's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Once upon a time, in a sleepy little village, nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. Though her surroundings were quaint and unassuming, Luna harbored a secret. She possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the trees. From the moment she could toddle, Luna felt an inexplicable connection to the towering oaks, the whispering willows, and the ancient pines that populated the woods. Their branches seemed to beckon her, their leaves whispering secrets only she could decipher. It wasn't long before Luna discovered that the trees were more than mere silent sentinels. They were living, breathing beings with tales to tell and wisdom to impart. With each gentle caress of their bark, Luna could hear their voices, soft and melodic, sharing stories of the forest's rich history and the wonders hidden within its emerald depths. One crisp autumn morning, as Luna sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak, she heard a faint, troubled murmur. The trees were distressed, their voices laced with worry. They spoke of a dark force that had taken root deep within the forest, a malevolent presence that threatened to corrupt the very essence of their verdant home. Luna knew she had to act. With a resolute nod, she set off into the heart of the woods, her feet treading a path known only to those with the deepest connection to nature's realm. As she delved deeper, the forest seemed to grow denser, the air thick with the scent of moss and decay. Twisted branches reached out like gnarled fingers, obscuring the sun's warm rays. Luna pressed on, her steps guided by the whispers of the trees, their voices growing more urgent with each stride. Eventually, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The ground was barren, the earth cracked and lifeless, and in the center stood a twisted, blackened stump. From its gnarled roots, an ominous miasma seeped, tainting the air with an acrid stench. Luna approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. As she drew nearer, the stump seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, its malevolence palpable. Steeling her resolve, Luna reached out and placed her hand upon the scorched bark. In an instant, a torrent of images and emotions flooded her mind. She saw a once vibrant tree, its branches heavy with verdant foliage, until a dark force took root, poisoning it from within. The tree's anguish was overwhelming, its cries for help echoing through the ages. Luna recoiled, her eyes wide with horror. She knew then that this was the source of the forest's affliction, a malignant entity that fed on the life force of the trees, corrupting their very essence. With a newfound determination, Luna summoned every ounce of her strength and focused her mind. She reached out to the trees, their voices joining hers in a harmonious chorus. Together, they wove strands of pure, unadulterated energy, weaving them into a glowing tapestry of light. As the radiance grew, the miasma surrounding the stump began to dissipate, the darkness retreating from the warmth of Luna's magic. The trees rallied, their roots intertwining, their branches swaying in a unified dance. In a final, blinding burst of light, the darkness was banished, the stump reduced to mere ash. The clearing was transformed, the ground once again lush and verdant, new life sprouting from the earth. Luna collapsed, her energy spent, but her heart swelled with joy and pride. She had saved the forest, her home, and her friends. From that day forth, Luna's bond with the trees only deepened. They shared their stories with her, tales of courage and resilience, of the cycles of life and death, and the delicate balance that sustained their vibrant realm. And as Luna grew older, she realized that her journey into the heart of the forest had been more than just a quest to vanquish a malevolent force. It was a transformative experience that had taught her the true power of friendship, the importance of perseverance, and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. With each passing season, Luna would venture into the woods, her steps light and her heart full of wonder. The trees would greet her like old friends, their branches swaying in a gentle embrace, their leaves whispering secrets still untold. For in the heart of that enchanted forest, a hidden world thrived, a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred, and where a young girl's extraordinary gift had forged an unbreakable bond between the mortal and the ancient, the seen and the unseen. And as Luna sat beneath the canopy of her beloved oaks, listening to the melodies of the wind and the whispers of the trees, she knew that her journey had only just begun. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai." This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks. Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. This garden reflects the magic of the world, Kai explained softly. It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater. Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous. But Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams. A glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari. guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ori and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade. Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. I'm Marin, she replied, her voice filled with wonder. I've come to explore the mysteries of this place. Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. You have courage in your heart, Marin, the wisp said, and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart. Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. Trust in yourself, Marin, the wisp encouraged. The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young girl named Willow. She resided in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, surrounded by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed something peculiar. The flames in the fireplace seemed to flicker with unusual patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the flames continued their intricate dance. Perplexed, Willow sought guidance from her wise mentor, Oakley the ancient oak tree. His gnarled branches swayed gently as he listened to her tale. "Ah, my dear Willow," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "It seems the elements themselves have a message for you." Intrigued, Willow returned to her cottage, determined to unravel this mystery. Each night, she studied the fireplace intently, jotting down the patterns she observed in the flames. Soon she began to notice shapes forming, a swirling leaf, a flickering acorn, and other symbols of the forest. One evening, as Willow sat entranced by the dancing flames, a gentle knock sounded at her door. She opened it to find a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a warm, glowing aura. "Greetings, Willow," the creature said in a melodious voice. "I am Ember, a fire sprite, and I've come to shed light on the mystery that's been unfolding before your eyes." Ember explained that the flames were trying to communicate a message from the heart of the forest itself. A dark force had been slowly spreading, threatening the delicate balance of nature. The sprites, nymphs, and other magical beings needed Willow's help to restore harmony. With Ember's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest through the enchanted woods, deciphering clues hidden within the elements themselves. She listened to the whispers of the wind, observed the patterns in the flowing streams, and sought wisdom from the ancient trees. Along the way, she encountered a host of friendly creatures. playful pixies who showed her hidden paths, wise old owls who shared their knowledge, and mischievous gnomes who delighted in offering riddles and puzzles. As Willow's understanding deepened, she learned that the dark force was born from the fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of humans who had forgotten their connection to nature. With each step, she rekindled the bond between the natural world and those who had strayed, spreading hope and rekindling the magic that flowed through all living things. Finally, on the night of the autumn equinox, Willow stood before a great willow tree in a moonlit glade. With Ember's guidance and the collective power of the forest creatures, she performed an ancient ritual, calling forth the essence of balance and harmony. As the last notes of the ceremony faded, a warm, gentle light began to emanate from the willow tree, spreading through the forest like a radiant sunrise. The dark force dissipated, and the magic of the woods was restored, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working in harmony with the magical beings to ensure that the delicate balance was never again disrupted. And whenever she sat by her hearth, watching the flames dance and flicker, she knew that the heart of the enchanted woods beat strong, whispering its secrets to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Elderglen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, She noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures, and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end.